Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Hyoudou's Sacred Gear Regulus Nemea and Holy Sword Joyeuse Part 1. Before we start, please go support RevansStories for writing that awesome fanfic. Issei Hyoudou, wielder of Holy Sword Joyeuse, and the Longinus Regulus Nemea is one of the most elite exorcists the church has at its disposal. However, he could sometimes be a little overzealous. With peace on the horizon, the church sends Issei Hyoudou to Kuoh in hopes of him learning how to live in peace with devils. The Lion of Vatican I. Walking in the gardens of Vatican wearing priest robes was a young man with brown hair and yellowish-brown eyes. Strapped to his back, sheathed in leather, was a long sword with a golden pommel and a golden guard matching it. Following not far behind the young male was a huge lion that stood at 5 meters. It had a golden jewel on its forehead that blended somewhat in with its tunnish golden-colored fur. The man was none other than Issei Hyoudou, one of the deadliest exorcists, wielder of the Longinus Regulus Nemea and the Holy Sword Joyeuse. Issei's lips were slightly curved upwards as he walked the beautiful garden. The sun was outshining, and the birds were chirping, something he often enjoyed. "It's days like this I truly love," Issei said aloud as he came to a stop. "No missions, no training, no nothing. Just a day for myself to do whatever I want." "I believe your parents treasure these days as well," Regulus commented as Issei took a seat on a massive stone rock. "We're usually busy dealing with the church's problems that you barely have time to see them." "You're not wrong," Issei admitted as he patted Regulus' usual spot, which was right next to him. The lion in response moved to the rock and laid himself on it, nearly covering the entire rock. "I have to ask, why didn't we stop and see them?" Regulus questioned as he rested his head on Issei's lap. "You usually always want to see them before coming here, but today you didn't seem so keen on seeing them." Issei shrugged his shoulders as he responded. "I don't know really, I guess I just didn't want to dash." "It's not because of your baby sister, is it?" Regulus asked sternly. "Maybe," Issei replied after several seconds, earning a roll of the eyes from the lion. "Okay, it is, but it's not the reason that you're thinking. I don't hate her or anything like that, I just don't want to impose. Ever since God graced them with another child, they seem to put all of their attention into her. I don't want to bother them." "You're overthinking things again, Issei," Regulus said, followed by a yawn. "Your parents love you and care very much about your well-being. You're just being a typical older sibling and fearing replacement." "I guess," Issei said while detaching his sword. "I never asked this, but did you have any siblings growing up?" "Yep," the lion lazily answered. "I was the oldest of the litter as well, but remember, lions are very different from humans." "Right," Issei said, drawing the word out. "You guys killed other males to get the females of a pact dash." "Pride," Regulus corrected. "A group of lions is called a pride, not a pack." Issei stared at the Longinus for about a solid minute before continuing. "Anyways, male lions kill alpha males of prides to get mates, correct?" I did it many times too." "Humph. I don't understand that, but I guess that's because of me being human," Issei said while unsheathing his blade. He smiled slightly as it glowed in the sunlight. This was something he also fancied, and possibly something he will always enjoy doing. "That or because you're an idiot," Regulus quipped, earning himself a glare and an ear pull. "Oh." Issei released my ear immediately. "You know I was only joking," he demanded after releasing a yelp. Issei stared at the lion for a solid 3 seconds before releasing his sacred gear's ear. "Anyways, I should probably go see them. It has been a while since I spent time with them, and not having to worry about devils or fallen angels." "Well, it's not like you have to deal with them," Regulus reluctantly stated. "You just prefer to deal with them yourself. I believe your saying is, the only good devil is a dead one. That also applies to fallen angels." "It's because they're evil creatures," Issei said in defense, his voice getting slightly heated. "They take away people's humanity, or seduce them to their side, and have the person do their bidding. Then when they're done with that person, they discard them." Issei dash. "Regulus, you know I'm not wrong," Issei continued. "What they do isn't right. What's the point of saving someone's life if they're bound in shackles? Their freedom is gone, And the moment they want out, they're considered a stray, which leads them to kill others because they have no choice but to feed on humans to strengthen their demonic power. Issei dash. And don't get me started with fallen angels, Issei said with hatred in his voice. They were once pure beings, but then they became greedy and selfish. They strayed from God's path and became vile dash. Issei, we have company, Regulus practically yelled with a tick mark on his head. The brown-haired boy looked up after hearing this and was met by the sight of a young woman with long blonde hair and green eyes. Her attire consisted of a dark teal nun outfit with light blue accents, a white veil over her head with light blue accents, a brown satchel slung on her right hip. She also had brown boots with black straps in an X-shaped pattern. The young lady's cheeks were slightly red, which caused Issei to sigh internally. He could tell she was a little nervous judging by her stance. It was that, or something else he didn't know anything about. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, the girl said after a couple of seconds. I've seen you walk the gardens a lot in the past, and I just assumed that you wanted some company. It's fine, sister. Issei trailed off. Oh. The girl perked up and bowed slightly. My name is Asia Argento. I'm one of the holy maidens. Issei nodded his head in response several times hearing this. You're one of the holders of the sacred gear Twilight Healing, correct? He asked. Issei wasn't completely sure, but he had heard of a young holy maiden named Asia a while ago. She cheerfully hummed in response with a big smile on her face. Issei smiled a little seeing this. She was quite beautiful if he was being honest, and seemed like a good person. My apologies, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Issei Hyoudou. I know! Knight Hyoudou, wielder of the Holy Sword Joyeuse, and the Longinus Regulus Nemea. She chirped happily before placing both her hands over her mouth, preventing herself from speaking any more. Issei stared at her with a baffled expression, sure he was known somewhat, but this girl was acting like a fan. Like she had just gone to a concert and met the singer of the band. He didn't know what to think really. I'm sorry, she murmured as she slightly removed her hands from her lips. I just have heard much about you, and that you're very kind. It's all good, Issei said with a smile returning. I'm actually quite flattered to be known by a holy maiden. Well, you're actually pretty well known. People say you're almost on par with Paladin Dilio, Asia admitted as she looked at her boots. Almost is the word I would say, Regulus quipped with a toothy smile. Issei may be skillful, but he isn't quite as experienced as the strongest exorcist. Issei glared at Regulus as he snickered. Seeing the lion laugh made Issei believe he needed to pull on his ear. Issei! Stop pulling my ear every time I make a joke! Regulus demanded with a growl. He felt like one of these days Issei was going to rip his entire ear off. Then stop making jokes with me being at the butt end of them, Issei harshly stated. Even though Issei spoke in an aggressive tone, it was pretty obvious that he wasn't really upset. He had a smile on his face, which didn't sell the annoyed attitude. Asia, who watched all of this, couldn't help from releasing a big and pure smile as she spoke. The Lord has surely blessed you. Not only has he gifted you with one of his creations, but he has blessed you too with a healthy relationship. Issei and both Regulus looked at each other before distancing themselves while mumbling. Well, it's just because he understands me, and I understand him. The three sat in silence, no one not knowing where to take the conversation. Knight Hyoudou. Just call me Issei. Knight Hyoudou is for formalities, Issei said, causing Asia to frown a little before suddenly beaming again. Issei, I was wondering how you managed to get Regulus to appear like that, she asked while pointing at the massive lion. I had heard that he appeared as a weapon or armor, but never had I heard him appear like that. I don't know really, Issei admitted with a frown forming on his face as he looked at Regulus. He just appeared like this. I mean, he can transform into those things you said earlier, but this was the first shape he appeared in, and to be honest, the form I prefer. We believe it was after my last host died that I achieved this form, Regulus said with a solemn voice. However, like he said, we don't know really. I don't know how I was able to transform into this, but I as well prefer this. It gives me a chance to fight alongside Issei. But what about when people see you? Don't people fret or worry about your safety, Issei? Asia asked as she tilted her head. Not really, Issei said with a shrug as he looked down at his blade. Regulus' soul is bound to me, just like any other sacred gear would be. He appears like this only when I ask. If I wanted him to go away, then he would disappear and enter my body air. That sounds wrong. What I'm trying to say is that whatever I say he does. So like if you wanted him to pick apples. She trailed off while looking at an apple tree full of healthy red apples. He could collect apples, Issei firmly said. Are you wanting me to go accumulate some apples? Regulus questioned, unsure if this was a command, or if he was just agreeing with the girl. I don't know, I mean if she wants apples I guess dash. I wouldn't mind, Asia cheerfully declared. I mean I've had some of the apples here, and they're pretty delicious. I wouldn't mind having an apple or two. Regulus? Issei questioned as he looked at the lion. Only to earn a nod from the lion as he removed himself from the rock, and began walking towards the apple tree Asia looked at earlier, leaving the two alone. So, Issei said after a couple of seconds. Want to sit down? Sure, Asia happily replied as she took a seat right next to Issei. Issei couldn't help from glancing at Asia every couple of seconds, who seemed oblivious to this act. He wasn't that good when it came to conversations with women. He didn't stumble over his words, but he just wasn't a talkative person around them either. It wasn't because he was shy, but it was because he didn't know really how to approach them. He didn't have many things in common with most people, and he believed that not everyone wanted to talk about God. Not to mention he was an exorcist. Growing up, he spent most of his time in a training facility with other children. He was taught how to track down evil creatures, and how to defeat them, not how to socialize. Issei? Asia asked with concern in her voice. Are you okay? Oh, I'm fine. Just been thinking about stuff. Issei replied almost immediately, followed by nervous laughter. Oh, is it something bad? She asked as she moved closer to him. No, not really, he said with a shrug as he watched Regulus stand on his hind legs and claw at the apples. I've just been thinking about the conversation I had earlier with Regulus. How you think devils and fallen angels are bad? She questioned with confusion in her voice. I don't think they are. I know they are, Issei said sternly. They're all selfish and greedy. All they think about is themselves. They don't think about anyone, nor do they care about the people they trample over dash. That's not completely true, Asia denied with a somewhat hurt expression. I had met a fallen angel who wasn't evil at all. He was kind, and guided me to the church when I didn't know where to go. Probably because he could use that as leverage later on. I doubt he would have done it out of the kindness of his heart, Issei said in a cold voice. He didn't seem to take notice of the frown on Asia's face. But dash. It's the truth, Issei said in a heated voice as he glared at her. I don't mean to sound rude, but it's just the truth. I've fought against so many of them to where I practically know them. They're all the same in the end. But we were taught to not judge others, Asia said with a serious expression as she looked at him. Judge not, that you be not judged. For with the judgment you pronounce you will be judged, and with the measure you use it will be measured to you. That's with humans. People like us, Issei replied. He warned us not to judge other humans. Devils and other creatures like that, they aren't human. They're born from sins. Lust, greed, envy, pride, all of those are what makes up devils. But dash. It's the truth, Asia. No devil would go out of their way to help you unless they're gaining something from you, he said as he placed a hand on her shoulder. Ahem, Regulus said, gaining both their attention. Laying in front of him was a small basket with a few apples residing in it. I have brought the apples. Oh, Issei awkwardly said as he scratched the back of his neck. Thanks, Regulus, I kind of forgot about that. It is fine, but I believe you should apologize to Miss Argento though, Regulus admitted, earning a frown from Issei. Even if you don't think you're in the wrong, it was kind of rude of you to talk to her like that. Humph. I guess you're right, Issei said after a couple of seconds reflecting. He didn't believe what he said was wrong, but he did believe that how he was talking to her was wrong and very rude. Forgive me, Asia. I didn't mean to speak to you like that. Issei apologized with a bow of his head. I sometimes get a little touchy when it comes to this subject and forget my manners. I hope you can forgive me. Of course, she immediately said with a smile. The Lord has taught us to forgive one another. If thou seek forgiveness, then thou shalt be forgiven. Issei smiled a little as Asia went to go pick up the apple basket. He knew that he wasn't the perfect person. Issei also knew he had sinned on multiple occasions as well, but each time he sinned he would pray and ask for forgiveness. She isn't wrong, Regulus said telepathically to Issei, causing him to tear his gaze from her. Not every creature that isn't human is bad. Sure, some might, but the world is changing, Issei. One day we might find ourselves fighting alongside a devil. I doubt it, Issei responded telepathically. The day I fight alongside a devil is the day I attempt to find a wife. I will hold you to those words, was all Regulus said in response. Issei? Asia questioned as she snapped her fingers in front of him multiple times, earning a grunt of confusion as he looked at her. I said, do you want to pray before we eat? Oh, Issei unsurely stated as he rubbed the back of his head. Actually, you enjoy yourself. I'm feeling a little tired, so I'm probably just going to head to my room and relax or something like that. Oh, she said in a deflated-like tone as she looked down at the ground. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be offensive, but I'm not really in an eating mood, Issei said, not really knowing how to respond to her saddened expression. He did feel somewhat evil for this, but he was being honest, at least to some extent. I understand, Asia said with a smile forming on her face. I hope we can hang out later. I think you're a nice person, and I enjoyed our time we spent together. Thanks, Issei questionably replied. He didn't like to think of himself as a bad person, but he wasn't going to question her. With a quick and respectful bow, Issei made his way out of the gardens with his sacred gear in tow behind him, leaving Asia alone in them. The Lion of Vatican II. I still don't know why you insisted on coming here now, Issei said aloud as he knocked on the house's door. We could have came here later. Because your mother entrusted me with your safety, and I will not allow you to avoid them just because of a girl that's not even 9 months old, Regulus firmly stated, from causing Issei to groan. But Nope, if I allowed you to have your way then I doubted you would have even thought about coming here, Regulus said, not even giving a chance for Issei to talk. Issei could have sworn that there was some amusement in the lion's voice, but he wasn't exactly sure. I'm coming. Just give me a second, came a man's voice from the other side of the door, snapping Issei from his thoughts. A few seconds later, the door was opened, revealing a man with his left arm from the elbow below missing. In his right hand was a walking stick he used. Covering the entire left side of his face was burned scars. The man wore clothes similar to Issei and was none other than the former wielder of the Holy Sword Joyeuse. It was Issei's dad. Issei, his father said with a smile as he began to close the distance between the two. My son, how are you? I'm doing good, Dad, Issei said with a small smile as he embraces his father, his dad dropping his cane in the process. I'm glad you're doing well, his father said as he held onto Issei tightly. Has Regulus been looking after you? Have you been looking after yourself? Are you eating healthy? Yes, Mr. Hyoudou, I have been looking after your son, but I must ask, Regulus replied with amusement evident in his voice. Isn't this his mother's job? Aren't you supposed to be the tough dad? Well, you pesky lion, I can have moments with the son I haven't seen for nearly a year, Issei's dad yelled with a tick mark on his forehead. Dad, it hasn't been that long, Issei said with a hint of embarrassment in his voice. It felt like it though, his dad replied as he broke the hug and stared him in the eye. But it doesn't matter, you're here now, and that's all that matters. Come inside, your mother is at the store right now, so it can be just us guys. That's fine, but can I summon Regulus? Issei questioned as he bent down to pick up his father's cane. Of course, he is family, and this is his home just as much as it is yours. his father cheerfully stated as he took the walking stick that Issei handed to him. Issei couldn't hide his excitement. One of the things he loved doing was calling forth Regulus. Even though it was a one-word command, it was a rush for him. He didn't know why, but it just was. Regulus, Issei said, causing a golden aura to form around him. Soon a beam of golden energy began to shoot out from his chest. Issei would have been worried that someone saw this, but their neighborhood consisted of nothing but former church members, so they were all aware of the supernatural world. The beam that shot out from Issei's body formed a golden jewel, and a second later Regulus's lion form appeared. Not going to lie, that's pretty cool how you get a laser-like beam to shoot out of you, Issei's father quipped as the two stared at the massive lion. I know, right? It's like something you would see from a movie, Issei enthusiastically agreed. It never gets old. Especially when I call upon him in the middle of fighting a devil. At this, Issei's father chuckled. I bet. Back in my days, though, they would always demand what kind of sword I have, and I would just say this epic one-liner. Oh, they still ask that, and when they realize it's Joyeuse, they freak out even more, Issei stated with glee. Regulus rolled his eyes as he watched the two have their conversation. He didn't understand their relationship at all and doubted that he would. Sometimes they would have serious moments where they didn't talk really at all, and then they would have these moments where the two of them act like this. It was a strange relationship in his opinion, but one that he thought was nice. So, how's Mom been? Issei asked as he looked at his father, who was sitting in a chair across from him, while running his hand through Regulus' mane. The three of them were in the living room, which was the typical living room. It had a couple family pictures, some furniture, a few expensive vases with plants in them, a TV, and a coffee table. Your mother has been okay, she's just worried about you, his father said with a sigh before taking a sip of his drink. What do you mean? Issei questioned as he continued to gently pet his sacred gear. Even though Regulus was a terrifying creature, Issei knew that Regulus liked to be petted as if he was a normal household creature. He was also kind of glad that Regulus could change the height anytime he wants. Sometimes it could be very tedious to fit a 5-meter-tall lion into houses, so he was glad he could shrink to a more mobile side. Well, she believes you spend too much time with the church, his father started as he set down his drink. She worries that one day you might get hurt, or worse. To be honest, I fear that day might happen one of these days. Dad dash. I know you have Regulus and he is a Longinus, but we're parents, Issei. To you, we might be overreacting, but we dread that one day, you might end up with injuries as bad as mine, or even something worse, his father sternly said. Issei didn't say anything at first. His lips started to curve slightly downward as he looked at Regulus, who was sleeping peacefully in his lap. I know being an exorcist isn't easy, and I know that something bad could happen to me down the road, but God is with me and so far He hasn't led me astray. I understand, Issei, but no matter what, we're always going to be concerned for your safety, Issei's dad said with a small smile. He knew Issei wasn't going to quit being an exorcist, but he needed to let him know that they're worried about him. Thanks, was all Issei could say. A silence soon passed between the two, either not really knowing what to say to one another. So, his father started as he rubbed the back of his neck. Has God blessed you with a partner yet, or are you still? He trailed off. Are you asking if I have like a partner, as in another exorcist to fight alongside me? Issei asked with a puzzled expression. Or are you asking if I met a girl, and have fallen in love with them, and plan on marrying them one of these days? Both? He said with a lack of certainty in his voice along with a shrug of his shoulders. Then the answer is no, Issei replied as he looked down at Regulus. Paladin Gesualdo and Cardinal Priest Strata have offered numerous people to be my partner, but I have so far refused them. It's not because I don't like them, but it's because you don't want to fail them, and have that blood on your hands, his father said with a sigh, causing Issei to look at him. I was like that too. I originally preferred not to work with others, because if I failed at holding my own, then there was the chance of them dying for me, and that was something I didn't want on my shoulders. Issei nodded his head in response. His dad was right. It was not because of him disliking them, or thinking they're inferior to him, He just believed it would be better if it's like this. You're going to have to get a partner soon, though, he said after taking a sip of his drink. One day you might fight someone who is far better than you, and you will have no choice but to rely on someone else. But dash. It happens, Issei, his father said with a sad smile. You know I'm right, and I think this next time you see Dulio and Vasco you should request for a partner. I guess dash. And asked specifically for a girl, he said, causing Issei's mouth to close. His son gave him a bewildered look, which made him shrug helplessly. What? You're at that point in life where you can marry and have kids. I haven't even turned 18 yet, Issei said with pure shock. Plus, I'm constantly doing missions. I can't just quit doing those for selfish reasons. They're not selfish, his dad said with amusement in his voice. You're just continuing the Hyoudou line. You're doing it for your family, which isn't selfish at all. Plus, you've been exorcising since you were like 13. I think you've earned some time to yourself. Dad dash. I'm just joking, Issei, he said in between laughs. You could wait a couple more years, but don't wait too long. Your mother wants some grandkids, and I do too. God may have blessed us with your sister, which does make us happy, but we care about your happiness too. Before Issei could respond, the sound of the front door being opened was heard, followed by a female shouting, Gore, I'm home! Regulus released a growl of annoyance as Issei's father responded to his wife. Ugh, and I was having a wonderful time. Sorry, Regulus, you can go back to sleep, Issei said with a chuckle as he lifted the lion's head off of his lap. Seeing his father somewhat struggle to get up, Issei said to him, Don't worry, I'll help her unload, you just relax. It's been a while since I've acted like a son. His dad smiled softly hearing that and sat back down in his chair. Thanks, Issei. Could you also go check up on your sister? She's probably about to wake up, and I bet she wants to see her older brother. Sure, was all Issei said in response as he walked away, leaving Regulus and his father alone in the living room. Walking into the kitchen, Issei was greeted by the sight of a woman with dark brown hair that went all the way to her lower back. She wore a white button-up shirt with dark blue jeans. Mother, Issei said softly, causing her to flinch in surprise. Issei? She said as she slowly turned around to see if it was truly her little boy. When her eyes fell on Issei, a large, blissful smile appeared on her face. Issei, my baby boy, you're finally home! She cheerfully declared as she ran at him to embrace him. The sheer force behind her hug-like tackle was almost enough to knock the breath out of him. It's good to see you too, he said as he wrapped his arms around her and returned the hug. He was trying his best to not tear up, but it was nearly impossible for him. He hadn't seen her for almost 4 months, which was the longest time he had been away from his parents, so it was very emotional for him. After what seemed like an eternity, his mother let go of him and did something he wasn't expecting at all. Ow! He cried out as she held his reddened cheek. She slapped him. What was that for? He asked as he looked at her with a shocked expression. He had never seen his mother strike another person before, so her doing this was something out of the ordinary. That, Issei Hyoudou. She started as she got in his face, giving him barely any room at all. Is for not calling or coming home for 3 months and 24 days. I worried about you and feared that something bad happened to you. Issei didn't know how to respond to that. He wanted to say that she was wrong and that there was no way it had been that long, but he didn't really know how long he was actually gone. I'm sorry, he finally said with a sad smile. I didn't mean to trouble you. I have been just too busy and forget to notify you of how I'm doing. You're just like your father, she replied as she put a hand to his left cheek. Forgetful and stubborn, but full of purity. She then pinched his cheek lightly, causing him to wince and say, Mum! I'm sorry, she squealed as she let go. I just felt that you deserved one more scolding. I promise I won't berate you anymore. Issei rolled his eyes as he turned around. He couldn't really be mad at her, even if she had slapped him and pinched his cheek. Anyways, what do you need me dash? Ring. 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 Issei stopped mid-sentence as he pulled out his phone to see who was calling him. He was somewhat surprised that it was Paladin Hyoudou. "Excuse me, Mom. I have to take this call real quick. I'll go get some of the groceries if that's okay," Issei said as he turned around and started walking towards the front door. "Okay," Issei's mom said with a smile before shouting. "But you're staying for dinner. It's been too long since we had a family meal together." "I planned on it," he shouted back before accepting the call. Paladin Hyoudou dash. "Hey Issei. How are you doing? Are you busy right now?" Delio greeted with enthusiasm. Yeah, I kind of am in the middle of spending time with my family," Issei replied as he made his to his mother's car. "Well, I need you to take care of a stray devil problem," Delio said, causing Issei to frown. "But it doesn't matter dash." "Where is it?" Issei demanded. He had time to kill, and if a stray devil was in Vatican City, then he was going to track it down and stop it before it could harm anyone. "It was last spotted in the Vatican museums. From what reports could tell, it was the infamous black cat Kuroka. She's dash in SS class." Issei finished with a firm expression as he made his way back inside with the groceries. "Been on the run since she was like 12, and killed Knight Blackwell and Rutherford, along with many other exorcists. I would say proceed with caution when going up against with her, but..." Delio trailed off. "You have faith that I will deal with her," Issei said with a smile as he entered the house, closing the door behind him in the process. "I will go to the museum immediately and see if I can pick up her trail, but are we sure it's her?" "I'm positive," Delio affirmed. "We spotted her about 10 minutes ago wearing a black kimono, a yellow obi, and a set of golden beads." "Is she still there?" Issei asked as he moved past his mother, who was unloading groceries, to set some down on the dining room table. "Not that we know of," Delio replied after several seconds. "I gotta go. I've been wanting to eat this steak for a while. Let me know how your hunt turns out, okay?" "Will do," Issei said with a roll of his eyes as he ended the phone call. "Issei, you're not leaving, right?" his mother asked in a tone so sweet that sent shivers down his spine. "You just got home. You're not leaving to do a mission, right?" "I'm not leaving for a long time, if that's what you mean," Issei said with a nervous smile as he raised his hands a little in a surrendering gesture. Seeing his mother's eyes narrow slightly, he explained where he was going. "I'm heading to the Vatican museums. Apparently the infamous stray devil, Kuroka, was spotted there. Paladin Hyoudou needs me to deal with her." "But you haven't been here for months," his mother stated in a colder tone that shook him to his core. "You've been gone for so long, and the moment I get my baby boy back, the church needs you to hunt down something that might eat you." "It's not going to dash." "It could though," she stated. "Tell Delio that you can't do the mission. The church had you for nearly 4 months. They can give me 2 weeks with my son." Issei frowned. While he knew where his mother was coming from, he couldn't exactly let Kuroka run free. She was an SS-class stray devil, one who had killed many good and innocent people. She needed to be put down. "I'm sorry, Mom, but I need to dash." "I'm grounding you then," she declared, Issei's mouth closed shut upon hearing this. "You're grounded, mister, and you can't leave this house for 2 weeks." He didn't know how to react to this. He had never been grounded before, nor had she seen him get this upset with him, the church. It was like she had changed over the few months of him being gone. "Mom dash." "No, you listen, Issei," his mom started with a tearful tone. "I spent countless nights worrying for you and praying to God for you to come home safely. You finally come home, and now the church is needing you to go hunt a stray devil? It's not fair, Issei." "Mom," he said softly after quickly closing the gap between the two of them. He wrapped his arms around her once again, but this time tighter than before. "I'm sorry," was all he said in a voice full of emotion. He didn't know how much his time with the church was affecting her so much. "It's just not fair," she said with tears starting to roll down her cheeks as she held on to him. "Your father served the church devotedly and got injured for life because of it. I don't want my little boy to end up like that or worse. Mom, I have to do this. If I don't, then it might cost someone's life." Issei pleaded. He wanted to call Delio and tell him that he couldn't do it. He really wanted to. However, he just couldn't. I know, but promise me after this mission you won't do anymore. At least for a couple weeks. She pleaded as she broke off the hug and looked up at him. Not trusting his mouth, Issei simply nodded his consent. Satisfied with this response, his mother said, "Okay, now you be careful, and be sure to come home for dinner." Issei hummed softly as he approached Museo Pio Clementino. Even though the situation was one not to be taken lightly, he couldn't help from humming. The sun was out shining, and everyone looked to be happy from what he could tell. "Another Tuesday night, am I right, Issei?" Regulus quipped with traces of amusement in his voice. "Yep," Issei said with a small grin. "Ready to begin the hunt?" "I'm always ready for a hunt," Regulus cheekily replied. Taking a deep breath, Issei placed his right hand in front of his face and said, "O King of Beasts, terror of mortals! Bestow upon me the golden mantle, follow me in the hunt with the eyes of a hunter and claws of a predator. Allow my enemies to hear the king's roar!" After invoking the chant, yellow energy like mist came out of his palm and covered his face entirely, a mist he could only see. As the fog disappeared, Issei's senses sharpened. His eyes became constricted like a lion's, his hearing extended to where he could hear things a mile away, and his sense of smell peaked to where he was able to pick up all different kinds of scents. However, there was one fragrance that interested him the most. It stuck out like a sore thumb. "I think we might have already found our stray devil," Issei declared as he walked over to a stone bench. Upon reaching the bench, Issei crouched down and grabbed a candy wrapper and brought it to his nose and took a big whiff of it. His facial expression changed from a neutral one to one of sneering. Just like how a cat would react after sniffing something they find interesting. After several seconds of just standing there with flaming expression, he dropped the wrapper. "I can see why she's hard to find. I was barely able to pick up a trail," Issei stated as he began following Kuroka's trail. "Yokai are great at masking their presence," Regulus commented with a serious voice. "Especially her kind. Nikomatas are very powerful when it comes to changing their ki flow, but Nekisha? They're on a whole other level." Issei didn't say anything in response. He instead prioritized on following her faint trail. He didn't want to stall and give her a chance to slip away from him, or worse, commit murder. Eventually, after a good 10 or 20 minutes of going down streets and turning corners, Issei reached what he assumed to be the stray devil's lair. A frown formed on his face as he read the sign of the place. "George's Sawmill, #1 sawmill in Vatican City. Smart place for hiding if you think about it," Regulus commented, causing Issei to raise an eyebrow for elaboration. "It's somewhat secluded, closed until May, and a perfect place to hide." Issei was about to reply when he felt a barrier come up around the place with him inside of it. "She sensed us, didn't she?" Issei asked as his eyes returned to normal. Nekishu are great at spying from afar. She probably discovered you coming not that long ago, but waited until you were in proximity to put up the barrier," Regulus replied, causing Issei to furrow his eyebrows. "Uh-huh," Issei hummed in response as unsheathed Joyeuse and began heading inside of the sawmill. "You going to handle this one on your own?" Regulus questioned. Kicking in the door, Issei said, "If I need your assistance, all I have to do is just say your name." "Understood, just call upon me if you need my help." Regulus complied as Issei opened a door that had the words "employees only" written on it. Issei loosened his grip on his blade as the door creaked open. The room was barely lit due to the sun being blocked off by trees. "Lord, cast your holy light upon me, and reveal the terrors of the dark," Issei prayed as he moved his right hand to his forehead, before bringing it down to the center of his chest, then left shoulder, and finally his right shoulder. Upon completing the sign of the cross, the room seemed to lighten up for him to where he could see everything. On the other side of the room, sitting on a pile of lumber, was his target. And she was slurping down a milkshake. Approaching her with caution, he said, "SS class stray devil, Kuroka dash. Hold on, Naya dash dot," she said as she held up one of her hands and continued drinking her milkshake. "I'm in the middle of drinking this." Issei blinked as he came to a stop. He blinked several times. Never has this happened to him. Not once had a stray devil interrupted his introduction, and tell him to hold because they were drinking their beverage. As I was saying, he started causing her to slurp even louder. I'm here, The slurping continued to get louder and louder, which started to irritate Issei. Would you stop drinking so loudly? He shouted with a tick mark, causing her to stop. I'm trying to give you your ultimatum, and you're sitting here drinking your milkshake like that to purposefully annoy me. Naya? She said with surprise as she looked at him. But I was in the middle of drinking my milkshake. Yeah, but you put up a barrier, No, I didn't, she denied with a smile on her face. And even if I did, why would I admit to it? You! Issei growled as he pointed his sword at her. This was not how he was expecting this to happen at all. He assumed it was going to be the usual. He walks in to see her feasting on someone or about to feast on them. He demands her to let them go. She complies and they battle to the death. Issei, she is just trying to get under your skin, Regulus warned. She wants to rile you up, and then The kitten is right, she said teasingly as she got up and began to stretch. Kitten! Regulus screamed with fury. Who are you calling kitten, little girl? He demanded, shocking Issei to a degree. In all his time, Issei had never seen Regulus get so mad. Naya, ha ha ha! She giggled mischievously before jumping down onto the floor. So, the Lion of Vatican decided to track me down. Shorter from what I expect, and very different, but it's whatever. You knew it was me? Issei said with a hint of surprise in his voice. Yep, she cheerfully stated, not even bothered or worried about the Holy Sword being not that far away from her. I could tell by the lion inside of you. Not as dominating as a dragon, but still terrifying. Can we kill her? She's a stray devil, and quite honestly an annoying one, Regulus stated. Hey, I haven't done anything wrong, Naya, she said as she raised her hands in a surrendering motion. You're a wanted SS-class stray devil. You had to do a lot of things to get that ranking, Issei deadpanned. As much as he wanted to smite this evil creature, he was somewhat tempted to hear her out. He had never met a stray devil like her before, so he was kind of curious about her. Well, I haven't done anything wrong today, Probably stole that milkshake, Regulus muttered. So I think you shouldn't try to kill me, she said while ignoring the lion's comment. Nah, that ain't going to happen, Issei said as he entered a left guard stance. You can either come quietly and serve your sentence for all the crimes you committed, or you attempt to fight and die. Those are your two options. Lousy options, she muttered with a sigh. This is why I didn't want to do this mission. Issei was about to ask what she meant when her devil wings suddenly sprung from her back. She quickly took off in the air, sending a blast of magic at him in the process. Jumping to his left, Issei barely avoided the attack, and looked up at her only to see something he had seen before once in erotic magazines. Why don't you have any underwear? He shouted as he looked away, not even concerned about getting blasted. Naya? She said with confusion before realizing what he meant. I don't like how it feels. It's uncomfortable in my opinion, she answered with a beet red face as she adjusted her kimono to where he couldn't see her nether regions. That makes no sense, Issei shouted as he still avoided to look at her. Lord, please forgive me, for I have sinned, and have seen something very unholy. He then prayed in hopes to receive forgiveness for seeing a devil's vagina. Unholy? She said with a tick mark on her forehead. What are you calling unholy? I keep it very clean for my possible mate in the future. Yui wewi. Shut up please, I don't want to hear about what you do with it, Issei said before making another prayer. Meanwhile, Regulus said to himself, are they Mr. and Mrs. Smithing each other? Like they're supposed to be fighting, and now they're acting like friends. You're a pervert, she then shouted with reddened cheeks. For some church boy, you're pretty naughty. You looked up my kimono. I'm the one wearing clothes, Issei defended as he finally turned back to look at her. You're the one wearing no undergarments. If anyone is the pervert, it is you. Yep, definitely Mr. and Mrs. Smithing one another. Naya, to think the Lion of Vatican is actually a perverted beast, she said as covered her breasts as if she was a maiden who got caught bathing in the river. I'm not a perverted beast, Issei yelled before pinching his nose and sighing. Look, how about we just forget this happened, and just resume our fight? I don't know, she replied with a shrug. I feel like you're going to try something with me. Like cutting off my kimono. Issei groaned as he facepalmed. His entire vision of fighting her was ruined. He was expecting her to be this cruel creature, but, instead, was greeted by a young lady who has managed to do nothing but annoy him. I'm just going to throw the first attack, so we can salvage what's left of this fight, Issei announced as a ball of holy flames formed in his right hand. Okay, but if you try anything then I'm going to call the cops on you, Naya, Kuroka cheerfully declared, causing Issei to cry internally. He wasn't a rapist, he wasn't a pervert, and he didn't want to see her bag Aina. He just wanted to have an epic fight with her and send her back to hell. Radiant beam! Issei cried out as he launched his right hand forward at Kuroka. The ball of yellow flames shot out of his hand in a continuously, like a laser. Kuroka grinned as she formed a barrier using senjutsu, and watched as the concentrated beam of holy fire tried to penetrate her barrier. She's not using her demonic powers to defend herself, Issei muttered as he put more power into his assault. He didn't know if she was using a simple defensive spell, or what, but he knew it wasn't devilish. If it was, his magic would have cut through it like it was butter. She's using senjutsu, Regulus declared telepathically. Judging by how she isn't struggling at all, my guess is that she was once a bishop. Her magical reserves pool surpasses yours by miles. Figures, Issei said with a sigh. So I am going to have to get close to her and kill her with your sword, some magic at point-blank range, or let me kill this girl. Regulus finished. Regulus! Come forth! Issei suddenly declared, causing the focused flames to abruptly stop. Naya? Kuroka said as she watched a golden aura clouded around him. She raised an eyebrow in curiosity as a beam matching this color sprung out of his chest and formed a golden jewel that she found quite expensive. Bringing out the big kitten already? She quipped while keeping her hormones in check. The golden aura that clouded around Issei was pretty intoxicating and made her female instincts scream, but she kept them in line. He has to be home before dinner, so he doesn't want to waste time with a little girl like you, Regulus stated in a smug-like tone as he manifested in front of Issei, blocking her sight on him. Kuroka simply smiled as she dropped her barrier and used senjutsu to construct a defensive shield around her. She then created a large purple magical circle behind her. It had 8 large glyphs on it, with 2 smaller glyphs below them. Pointing at the lion, the large glyphs started to create blue balls of fire. Stay behind me, Regulus ordered mentally as the orbs were launched at them. Issei didn't say anything in response. Instead, he just hugged the lion as Regulus took the barrage of fireballs. Naya, I think I should show you some of my magical powers too, Kuroka stated as she floated down to the floor, creating more and more circles as she did so. Regulus, I can't see, but what is she doing? Issei questioned with a hint of concern in his voice. He heard what she said, but due to him hugging the Nemean lion, he couldn't exactly see without getting shot by her. Just hang on, Regulus said telepathically as Kuroka unleashed more senjutsu at them. What do you he asked before screaming in a manly manner as Regulus suddenly leaped to his left, avoiding some of Kuroka's magic. Upon landing, he bolted towards some piles of lumber as Kuroka formed a large blue fireball and launched it at them. All the meanwhile Issei continued to scream in fright. Never had Issei clung to Regulus that tight before. He was sure if he held on any harder then he would have broken a couple of the lion's bones. Assuming Regulus's bone could break every other creature. Never do that again, Issei said in between taking deep breaths to calm himself. Issei was pretty sure that he might kill over and die right here. He had always wanted to ride on Regulus, but never did he want to cling onto his fur and hope to God that he wouldn't fall over. I know how we can beat her. I just remembered something about Yukai, Regulus said as he got on his hind legs and peered over the massive heap of lumber to see multiple Kurokas all creating large fireballs in between their hands. As Issei got up to his feet, he sensed a large power radiate from the other side of the wood. Not even going to bother asking, Issei said a prayer. Lord, protect those who serve you, cast your blazing shield upon us, and defend us from those who have sinned." Upon completing his chant, a whitish-yellow shield formed around Issei and Regulus as Kuroka along with her copies expelled their fireballs at the two of them, eradicating the entire pile and nearly the entire wall behind them. As the dust and smoke cleared, the bubble disappeared, revealing an unscathed Issei and Regulus. "Regulus?" Issei said as he looked at the lion, who smirked before opening his mouth and releasing a roar that was so powerful that it forced Kuroka to cover her ears. The roar destroyed any glass windows that had yet to be broken and obliterated all of Kuroka's mirages. Satisfied with Regulus' work, Issei raised his hand, prompting him to cease his roaring. Regulus complied with the command immediately, and closed his mouth as Issei began approaching Kuroka with his sword in hand. "What was that?" she demanded as she glared at Issei. Kuroka believed that had Issei not stopped the lion, then she would have gone deaf. His roar was full of power, and it for some reason nearly destroyed her hearing. "It doesn't matter," Issei replied. "You're no match for us. Surrender and I promise you I'll make your death swift and painless." "I'm sorry, but I can't die, Naya. Kuroka said with a smirk. Issei frowned at this, but before he got a chance to ask what she meant, a white blur came busting through the wall behind her. The blur hit him square in the chest with a force so hard it sent him flying backwards. As he was propelling back, Regulus disappeared into nothing, and a golden aura began to appear around Issei once again. A white and golden lion-themed armor covered Issei from head to toe. His face was covered with a lion-like helmet with a white mane as bushy and thick as Regulus' mane. His arms were covered in golden metal. His gauntlets were designed to look like one of lion's paws, with white claws where his knuckles were. His chest plate was lion-themed. Covering the majority of his chest was a lion face with its mouth open, revealing its white razor-sharp teeth, a white mane surrounding the face, and white eyes. This was righteous king of lions, Issei's balance breaker. Like a cat, Issei landed on all fours while saying, "Thanks for the save, I didn't. Where did they go?" To his surprise, when he looked up, the stray devil and the second attacker were gone, leaving him all alone in the sawmill. "I don't know," Regulus admitted with confusion. "Did they just dip on us?" Issei asked, only for his assumption to be confirmed by the barrier falling. "They did just dip on us." The Lion of Vatican III. "How are you holding up, Issei?" Regulus questioned as he looked at the young exorcist who sat on a wooden bench with his interlocked in front of his face. His eyes were closed, and he had a solemn expression on his face. "We've been here so long. Still I remember, the rainy September contact." The words of a song Issei listened to echoed in his mind. It was a song Issei always cherished, and would hold dear to his heart. It was their song. "Issei?" Regulus said with more power in his voice, snapping Issei out of his trance-like state. "Huh, what?" Issei said aloud as he glances up to see Regulus looking at him with a concerned expression. "I was asking how are you holding up?" Regulus repeated, this time with a hint of concern in his voice. "I was just thinking of an old friend," Issei replied as he looked down at his right wrist and revealed a broken cross tied to his hand. "Someone that had left this world too soon." Regulus didn't say anything in response. He knew who Issei was talking about, and couldn't help from feeling sad for Issei. Placing his paw on Issei, in an attempt to comfort him, Regulus said, "There's a saying that people aren't completely dead as long as there are people to remember them." "I know, but still I miss him," Issei said as he closed his eyes, his thoughts drifting to the day it all happened. Some time ago. "Felix!" Issei cried out as he looked for his friend in the abandoned warehouse. "Felix, where are you?" "Issei, I advise we proceed with caution," spoke Regulus telepathically. "The stray devil is still here, and we can't be telegraphing our position." "I know, but we gotta find Felix," Issei replied as he continued to search the warehouse in hopes of finding his friend. "He's still here, I dash." Issei's words died when his boot made a wet noise. Slowly looking down, Issei was greeted by the sight of a red pool. A sense of fear surged through his body. "Lord, cast your holy light upon me, and reveal the terrors of the dark," he declared as he did the sign of the cross. The room became lit for him, and to his relief, a box full of red Kool-Aid pouches had been sliced open, this proving to be the cause of the pool of red. Ag! A scream was heard from behind Issei, prompting him to turn around. Felix! He yelled as he began to sprint towards the direction of the scream, ignoring Regulus' warnings. After running down a long corridor of stacked boxes, Issei arrived at a pair of double doors. He attempted to open them, but for some reason the doors wouldn't budge. Felix! He cried out again as he continued to slam his shoulder into one of the doors. He could detect the exorcist's aura along with the stray devils. Issei, where the hell are you? He heard from the other side of the door. I'm here! Issei shouted as he backed up and slammed his shoulder into the door, this time being able to pry it open a little. He repeated this process several times until eventually breaking through. Katsu dash! Issei began but stopped the moment his eyes landed on the head of Katsumoto that laid before him. His ocean blue eyes that was once full of life were now lifeless. Issei! Issei, help me! Spoke the stray devil in Katsumoto's voice. Issei's eyes slowly trailed upwards, only to be greeted by the sight of a massive four-armed snake girl with shark-like teeth sitting on a throne of boxes. In each of its hands was a limb of Katsumoto. Honestly, the boy was a nuisance, the stray devil said as its voice changed to a more feminine one, the aura of Katsumoto disappearing as well. He had refused me when I offered him a place as my pet. Could you believe that? Issei's grip on his sword released significantly, to the point where he dropped the blade. He soon fell to his knees and mumbled, Felix. But you're not going to do that, are you? The four-armed beast said as she rose up and started to make her way to Issei. You're going to be a good church boy and dash. She stopped mid-sentence as a powerful golden aura started to radiate from the young exorcist. Bring him back! Issei shouted as he looked up at the stray devil. He was good, he was kind, and he didn't deserve this. Now bring him back. He's dead, and you will be too if you don't cease whatever it is you're doing, the stray devil declared, causing Issei to wince. She then began to continue moving closer to Issei as lightning and thunder roared in the sky. He was my friend. Now give him back! Issei shouted at the top of his lungs. The stray devil laughed though as she bent down to eye level with the young exorcist. He was a weakling, who thought he could take me on. You'll end up like him too if you don't behave, so I advise you dash. Give him back! Issei cried as he sent an uppercut to the devil. As his arm moved upwards, armor began to appear on him, starting from his hands. Upon finishing the uppercut, Issei was covered with gold and white lion-like armor from head to toe, the creature from hell sent propelling backwards into the throne made of boxes. You piece of shit! How dare you strike me? I offer you a position of power, and you strike me! The stray devil yelled as they clutched their now bleeding face. Issei didn't say anything though. In response, his thoughts were on the times he and Katsumoto trained. How they planned on making the world a better place, and how he failed his friend. Issei started as he clenched his fists. I'm going to kill you! Knight Hyoudou? A nun said, pulling him from his thoughts. She had long silvery gray hair, with dark blue eyes, and wore a nun outfit. She looked to be a little older than Issei. Yes? Issei said as he and Regulus looked at her. They're ready for you, she said as she glances at the door. Issei nodded his head as he got up from the bench. A feeling of dread entered his mind. He had failed to capture the stray devil Kuroka and was worried that he might be punished for allowing her to escape. It was highly unlikely but still a possibility. Walking past the nun, Issei entered the double doors to where the leaders of the church sat in waiting for him. As he strolled into the room, his eyes averted to each leader, all of whom were staring at him with serious expressions, except for his superior, Paladin Dilio Gesualdo. Eventually, he came to a stop in the center of the room behind a stone podium. Knight Issei Hyoudou, we first would like to thank you for coming in so early. We know that you just got back, and understand that you want to spend time with your family, spoke the man who sat in the middle of the table. He wore white priest robes with a red trim, unlike everyone else who wore dark blue robes and a gold trimming. It is fine, sir, Issei replied, earning a nod from the man. You may begin your report when you're ready, spoke the man. After receiving the information of the SS class stray devil, Kuroka of being in the Vatican museums, I began my hunt. I arrived at the museums, and activated one of Regulus' tracking abilities and followed the stray devil's trail. He then took a deep breath as he contemplated on telling the truth. He knew it was a sin to lie, but it was embarrassing. With another deep breath, he spoke. After arriving at her lair, I was greeted by the sight of her drinking a milkshake. I confronted Dash. Excuse me, but did you say milkshake? One of them questioned. The man dwarfed everyone else and sat at the right end of the table. He had white hair, silver eyes, and wrinkles. Even though he was the oldest amongst the group, he looked to be very fit. Yes, Issei affirmed. There was no bodies, no bloodstains, no nothing. She was simply drinking a milkshake. Was the milkshake the remains of her victim? Another asked with uncertainty in their voice. Not that I'm aware of. Issei answered with his own dubiousness. He didn't check the milkshake when she tossed it to the side, so he couldn't answer the question, at least honestly. Okay, so you found her drinking an unknown milkshake. Vasco Stada declared, causing Issei to glance at him. What happened next? Well, I confronted her. Issei started. However, she didn't really pay me any attention. By that I mean she ignored me and continued to drink her milkshake. A frown appeared on his face as he continued explaining what happened. I got annoyed by this, and eventually we began to fight, but we stopped as soon as we started due to something happening. What happened? The man wearing white robes asked with curiosity evident in his voice. He began but stopped. He tried again, only to stop. He didn't really know how to say this. Yes? They all asked, drawing out the word. He said before closing his eyes and speaking super fast. I sober Bajana. I'm sorry, what? Dulio said as he picked at his ear. Did I hear you correctly? Yes. Issei meekly stated as he looked at his feet. It didn't help that Regulus was laughing at him. What he said, Paladin Gesualdo? Vasco asked as he looked at the green-eyed man. I couldn't understand him due to him speaking insanely fast. He said he saw her Bagaina. Dulio casually stated, earning an O from everyone followed by an Eh. How did this come to be, and why did you stop fighting her because of that? A middle-aged man with short black hair demanded. Well, she flew onto one of the beams above me, and when I looked up I just saw it. She wasn't wearing any underwear. I just kind of freaked out, Issei sheepishly said. He knew it was over for him. The reputation he was building up was now going to be ruined. Kids these days see a Bagaina and freak out like schoolgirls, one of them muttered as he crossed his arms in a disapproving way. Father Vadim! What? I'm being honest. He freaked out after seeing a hussy, Father Vadim declared as he looked at the man who said his name. Language, Father Vadim, remember you were going to tone down that vulgarity of yours? Vasco says as he casts the man a look. Yeah? The man muttered as he looked away from Issei. Anyways, Ewald started as his eyes drifted from Father Vadim to Issei. After this incident, what happened? Did you continue fighting her? Yes, Issei immediately said, earning a smile from the man. We resumed our engagement, and we were about to finish her off when a white blur suddenly appeared. I didn't know who it was or what it was due to them moving so quickly, but they were fast, and prevented me from killing her. That's unfortunate, spoke the Pope, invoking a frown from Issei. That stray devil had killed many good people, and I hoped you could have stopped her. Sir, give me permission and I will track her down. That will not be necessary, Vasco affirmed as he waved his offer to the side. She has probably fled from Vatican City, and it would take you years to hunt her down. Years that could be put into hunting other strays. But I understand. Issei started but stopped after receiving a stern look. Don't take it to heart, Issei, Dulio said as he looked at the downcast boy. Mistakes happen. I understand. I will try not to fail next time, Issei said as he looked at the floor. A sense of shame surged through his body. He wasn't upset with the Pope, or any of the other hierarchs of the Church. He was annoyed with himself for failing. I'm home, Issei said as he closed the front door behind him. Welcome home, Issei. His mother greeted him with a beautiful smile as she continued to work on lunch. I'm making your favorite dash. I'm not really hungry at the moment, Mom, Issei said as he began making his way towards the stairs that lead to the upstairs floor. I think I'm just going to take a nap or something. Oh, was all that came out from her mouth. A saddened expression formed on her face. Well, if you get hungry later on, just check the fridge. I'll have a plate already made for you. Thanks, came Issei's response as he began heading up the stairs, oblivious to the disheartened look his mother had. Are you okay? Regulus questioned as Issei entered his room. I'm fine, just annoyed about the failure, Issei said aloud as he closed the door behind him. He reached into his pants' front right pocket and pulled out a touchscreen phone. You know it's not your fault she got away, right? Regulus commented as Issei started Contact Redux, by Trocadero, feat. Meredith Hagen. Had I not let my ego get in the way, along with giving her those many chances to live, she would have been eliminated, Issei declared with a solemn expression as he removed his robes, his shirt, and everything else except for the cross on his neck and his pants. Even though he was considered to be scrawny for his age, Issei had a very muscular build. He wasn't like a bodybuilder to where he had muscles on his muscles, but he did look like the typical dreamy guy girls would think about. His sex appeal was also increased due to the scar on his abs. It was an injury he received fighting a stray exorcist, the first time he failed. Issei, you're being too rough on yourself, Regulus said with a sigh. He knew Issei hated to fail, but that didn't mean he should enter this moping phase because of it. It wasn't healthy. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not, Issei said as he walked over to his closet that had a pull-up bar. In the end, the stray devil got away, and because of that, civilians will suffer. Issei. You know it is true, Issei said as he began his workout routine. Had I not ordered you to stop and just gone for the killing blow, then she would be dead. But you hesitated and gave her multiple chances, which is odd since that was the first time you gave a stray devil so many chances of living, Regulus said in a questioning manner. What's your point? Issei asked in a harsh tone. My point, Regulus curtly replied, is that I don't think you saw her as an evil creature. Every other stray devil we've came across you have killed without remorse or any hesitation, but her. It was different. You didn't go for killing strikes, and you talked to her as if she was a normal person. I didn't talk to her, Dash. You two were literally unintentionally flirting with one another. Well, she might not have been, but you were, Regulus said in a serious voice. What are you talking about? That was nowhere near flirting, Issei nearly shouted as a streak of red decorated his cheeks. He had almost lost his grip on the bar just from thinking about him being with the stray devil. Sure, she was pretty attractive for a devil, but he was an exorcist. Such a thing could never be, nor did he ever want to be with a devil. Especially one that is a stray. From my perspective, it looked like it, and you shouldn't be ashamed. You are at the time where you should find a mate, Regulus casually said. Issei at first thought about it. He actually thought about how he was coming to the age where he would have to start interacting with females in romantic ways. However, the thought of Kuroka, and seeing her bag Aino with no tubic hair in sight entered his mind, the image of her being naked. It was too much for him that he let go of the pull-up bar, and fell flat on his, causing him to release a hiss as he clutched his cheeks and rolled to the side. That damn stray devil! Issei muttered in annoyance. It seems you are a perverted beast, Regulus said with a chuckle. To think you actually are fantasizing about the Nekasha says a lot about you. I dash. Issei started but stopped as his room lit up by a blinding white light. Forcing to cover his eyes, Issei attempted to stare through his hand only for his mouth to drop when the light died and formed a massive cross. A second after this cross appeared, a man appeared, but not just any man. It was a man with 12 golden wings, long blonde hair, green eyes. He wore gold, white, and red armor. Lord Michael, Issei said in surprise as he entered a kneeling pose with his head lowered. He had never seen an angel before and had always wanted to meet one when he was training, but he didn't think it would happen. My child, Michael said with a respectful nod. You may rise, there is no reason for you to bow. Forgive me, Lord Michael, but you're an angel, Issei stated as he looked up at the man. It would be disrespectful if I didn't. Michael didn't bother saying at first. His eyes drifted to Issei's phone that laid on his bed, blasting music. This is the song you listen to when you think of your friend Felix, is it not? Issei hesitantly nodded his head and answered as he rose to his feet. Yes, Lord Michael, it was his favorite song and one of the few things I have left of him. Do not be embarrassed by that, my child, Michael said with a pure smile as he looked back at the young exorcist. There is nothing wrong with remembering those who you have lost. Oh, thank you, Lord Michael, Issei replied uncertainly. He didn't know how to respond to that, so he decided to thank the angel. Seconds of silence passed before Issei spoke. If I may ask, Lord Michael, what brings you here? Surely you have better things to do than see me. After all, I'm just an exorcist. An exorcist known as the Lion of Vatican. Regulus muttered to himself. He was half tempted to greet the angel, but decided not to speak and allow his host converse with the angel. I actually came to speak with you about a mission, Michael confessed as he retracted his wings and sat down on Issei's bed. Do you mind if I stop your song? Of course, Issei immediately replied as he began to redress himself. He didn't bother equipping Joyeuse, but he did keep it in hand. My child, what do you think of peace? Michael asked as Issei took a seat next to him. The only reason why he did this was that of Michael gesturing for him to sit next to him. I think it is an admirable goal, but one that is nearly impossible to reach, Issei admitted before frowning. You are asking about that kind of peace, like world peace? Where humans are no longer killing each other? Yes, but I was also talking about in the supernatural world, Michael stated as he stared at Issei. I was talking about peace between the devils and fallen angels. Peace with those monsters? Issei said in surprise. Lord Michael, I'm sorry, but that is just impossible. Devils and fallen angels dash. Why is it impossible, Issei? Lord Michael questioned as he tilted his head to the side. It is all right if I call you Issei? It is fine, Lord Michael. Issei started as he looked down at his holy sword. And it's impossible because those creatures are selfish and greedy. They don't care about peace, they only care about themselves. But that is where you are wrong, Issei, Lord Michael declared, causing Issei to glance at him. As you are aware, the three factions are in a stalemate, either side knows what to do. Because of this, the Grigori leader Azazel has brought up the idea of peace, where angels, fallen angels, devils, humans all coexist together. Issei was quiet after hearing this. He had mixed feelings about the scenario. On one hand, he did dream of a world of peace, where humans didn't have to worry about being killed for power. But on the other hand, he hated both creatures. A stray devil had killed his friend, and the fallen angels had crippled his father for life. What are you wanting me to do, Lord Michael? Issei questioned with a solemn expression. I can't just forget what they did to me. Both have wronged me, and robbed me of something. I first want you to listen, Lord Michael declared. As soon as those words left his mouth, a devil's magic circle appeared on the ground in front of them. Issei's eyes narrowed as he began to unsheath his blade. However, before he could fully unsheath the sword, Michael put a hand on his shoulder to relax him. A couple seconds later, a man appeared out of the circle. He had shoulder-length crimson hair and teal eyes. He wore a nobleman's attire and looked to be in his early 20s. Sirzix, Michael greeted with a nod. Michael, the now-named man replied with his own nod before looking at Issei, who was releasing an aura that would intimidate him had he been several hundred years younger. I assume you're the infamous Lion of Vatican? You know me? Issei asked as raised an eyebrow. Of course, as Lucifer, it is my job to know someone who has killed many stray devils, along with some pure-blooded devils, Sirzix said as not even 1/10 of his own power started to seep out of him, easily rivaling Issei's. It is my job to kill devils, specifically pure-blooded ones, Issei said as he got up from his bed. He knew Sirzix was a being he could not fight, but that didn't mean he would cower before the devil. He was going to hold his ground and look Sirzix in the eye. Gentlemen, there is no need for violence, Michael said as he got in between the two of them. Issei, will you please stop, my child, and just listen to what the man has to say? Fine, but if he tries anything, I'm killing him, Issei declared as his intimidating aura dispersed. A lion indeed, Sairaorg said with a chuckle. If it is any consolation, I don't like the idea either, but Michael asked me to give it a chance. Give what a chance? Issei asked as he looked at Michael, who was smiling. Even though the smile looked friendly, Issei couldn't help from feeling like something he didn't approve of was about to happen. I would like you to attend a school with devils, Michael proudly declared. Eh? Not just that, but with my little sister, Sairaorg added. Eh? Issei repeated, this time dropping Joyeuse. After several seconds of standing still, Issei finally spoke. You want me to go to school with the Lucifer's little sister? Me, correct? Not some other Issei Hyoudou that loves devils? Yes, both firmly stated. Why? Issei asked with shock. I hate devils, they killed Felix, they feast on humans, they steal away their humanity, so why send me to a school full of them? Specifically, one where the Lucifer's little sister goes to school. You're really stuck on the sister part, aren't you? Sairaorg said with amusement. He knew of Issei's reputation and knew Rias could get hurt, but the perks were just too good to pass up. He had to risk her safety a little in order to save her from her marriage. Yeah, I am. I have good reason to be, Issei said as he glared at the devil. I'm the one that might be going to a school with a girl who might try to steal my humanity. You don't have to go, Michael said, causing Issei to avert his gaze. We won't force you to go, but we believe if it is best for you to go. Again, I ask why? Because you and his little sister are the future for both factions, Michael firmly stated. You're a great exorcist, one of the best we have to offer, and are still young. His sister is also young like you and the future for her household. That doesn't really help. All I got from that is that we're both young, Issei replied as he scratched his head. What they're trying to say is that it is best for you to go because if you go and make peace with the devils, then that means it is possible for other exorcists who despise devils to try making peace with them, Regulus said aloud with traces of annoyance in his voice. Oh, was all Issei said in response. Regulus, Michael said with his friendly smile. What do you think of the idea? If I'm being honest, I think it is a great plan. Issei is known throughout the supernatural world as the Lion of Vatican. Most factions know who he is, so if he was able to befriend devils, especially a pure-blooded one, then it would definitely be a step in the direction of peace, Regulus stated with a serious voice. I agree, Sairaorg said with a smile Issei considered sly. If you did do this, then think about all the lives you could save, Issei. If war was to happen, then thousands upon thousands will die. However, if you do this, then you will be known as the exorcist who brought peace amongst the three great factions. Issei was quiet after hearing that. He didn't want to go to a school with devils, but the perks did outweigh the cons. The Lion of Vatican 4. Issei couldn't help from sighing as he looked out the car window, a bored expression on his face. He had just landed in Kuoh town not that long ago, and he was now being driven to the place where he would be staying for God knows how long. Is there a reason why you have such a long face? Regulus said while releasing a yawn. I'm just thinking about this mission, Issei replied as they passed a park where young kids were playing in. I feel like I should be honored to do this mission, but I don't. I don't feel like this is for the best of humankind. In fact, I believe it is the opposite. Why don't you feel honored? Your God had chosen you to carry out His will and represent the Church in this mission. Many in your position would feel honored, Regulus said with confusion evident in his voice. I'm not really representing the Church though, Issei admitted with a frown. This mission is an off-the-records mission. If the Pope or any one of them were to find out, then I would be considered a stray exorcist. I see, was all Regulus said. What if word gets back to Vatican? Issei asked with a hint of fear in his voice. Not only will I be excommunicated and considered a stray, but I will bring shame to the Hyoudou line. For generations, my family wielded Joyeuse to fight the spawns of hell, and now I will be the first Hyoudou to try befriending them. Maybe we should change the subject, Regulus suggested after a couple seconds of silence. You believe this isn't benefiting humankind, but you chose to do it? Why? Does it really matter what I think is best for humans? Issei questioned as he continued to stare out the window. It might not matter to most, but I value your opinion, Regulus proudly declared. You are my partner. In fact, I would like to think you're the best host I've ever had. Really? Issei said as he felt his cheeks getting red. It was a rare thing to hear Regulus praise him, so hearing this made him a little emotional. Yes, Regulus sternly said. You might not be the strongest or the smartest, but you have the heart. You have the mind and soul to do what must be done, even if it means going against everything you were taught. At this Issei grinned. A feeling of pride swelled in his chest. Now, Regulus started. Tell me, what do you think is better for humans? Well, Issei began as he averts his eyes from the window and to his duffel bag that held Joyeuse. I think what's best is, if we wage war on the devils and fallen angels. I know violence isn't always the answer, but with them, I think that's the only course of action. Why is that? Regulus asked with curiosity. What makes you believe that fighting them is the best option? Well, because right now they're weak, Issei answered. Lord Michael said that both factions' forces are low. If we called upon the Norse, Egyptian, Celtic, Greek, and many other factions, then we could easily wipe out the fallen angels and devils. But what if they refuse to aid us? Regulus questioned. Both would then join forces to destroy us, and then it will be us who will be erased from existence. That wouldn't be possible, Issei firmly stated without any hesitation. Our path is the righteous one. Issei, Regulus interrupted with a powerful voice, causing the young exorcist to shut up. Failure is always a possibility, whether you like it or not. Do not let arrogance blind you from the truth. Issei was about to reply when his driver said, Mr. Hyoudou, we have arrived at the destination. Peering over the passenger seat, Issei was greeted by the sight of a two-story house with a dark maroon-red paint. Oh, thanks, Issei said as he unbuckled his seatbelt and opened his car door. It is no problem, sir, the driver declared with a smile. Do you need me to help bring in your luggage? No, I got it, Issei said as he began closing the door but stopped. Thanks for your services again, he said as he pulled out his wallet and grabbed some cash and handed the man the money. Wow, the man said to himself as he looked at the bills. You do know this is a lot of money, right? Yes, but I thought you could use the money. Lord knows that I have too much. Buy yourself something nice, Issei said with a chuckle as he closed the door and walked to the back of the car and opened the trunk. That was a kind deed, although I do believe it was unnecessary. His services were already paid for, Regulus said as Issei lifted his suitcases. The man had to wait hours upon hours for my arrival, and not once did he complain about it. I don't see the harm in giving him some money when the church pays me handsomely, Issei replied as he closed the trunk and got out of the car's way, allowing it to back up and leave. You watch too many movies, was all Regulus said in response, earning a ripple of laughter from the young male. I thought it was pretty good, Issei declared as he made his way to the front door. It made me sound like I was some type of mercenary. It made you sound stupid, Regulus quipped as Issei dropped one of his suitcases and pulled out the key to the house. But then again, you are still young, which means of the stuff you say is idiotic. Issei clicked his tongue in annoyance as he opened the door. He would have argued with the lion, but in all honesty, the young exorcist was feeling exhausted and wanted to do nothing but sleep. Do you think all of the stuff Lord Michael had ordered arrived? Issei asked as he closed the door behind him and set down his baggage. Probably, Regulus said as he released a yawn. He is an angel, so it wouldn't take much for a requisition of gear and equipment to get here. Well, should we check around? Issei asked. He began to explore the place. See if everything is in place and dash. You can do that, Regulus interrupted with a tired voice. I'm probably going to sleep. Don't forget to store your sword in a pocket dimension, and don't forget to act like a normal schoolboy. Okay, dash. And don't forget that our mission is to see if devils and the church could coexist with one another, Regulus declared in a more serious voice. I don't want you trying to kill a devil as soon as you meet them. If they don't get on my nerves dash. No, there are no ifs and buts, Regulus firmly stated, causing him to fall silent. 2 Devil King's sisters are attending this school. You harm one of them or any of their peerage members, and you are asking for death. I don't want that. So, control yourself, and if they annoy you, take a deep breath and walk away, but you will not resort to violence with them unless your life is in danger. Fine, Issei begrudgingly agreed. Now let's see if everything is here. I remember years ago, someone told me I should take caution when it comes to love. I did. Came Issei's alarm he had set on his phone, causing Issei to release a groan as he twisted and turned. And you were strong, and I was not. My illusion, my mistake, I was care dash. The alarm abruptly stopped after Issei picked up his phone and slid his thumb to the right, unlocking it. Regulus? Issei questioned as he got on all fours. Regulus, are you awake? He got no response from the lion, which made Issei frown as he got off of the bed. Of course, he would be asleep. He's a cat, and cats like to do nothing but sleep around and be petted. Issei muttered as he picked up his own cross and the broken cross that belonged to Felix, which was sitting on the nightstand, and began to make his way to the bathroom. As he entered the bathroom, he set down both the crosses on the sink before walking out of the bathroom and returning 30 seconds later with the Kuoh Academy male school outfit, a towel, and his phone. Unlocking his phone again, Issei clicked on a music app and flicked his thumb upwards before stopping and selecting the song in the end, covered by Young Youth and Flurry. As the song began to play, Issei turned on the shower and removed his shirt and boxers. As he waited for the shower to heat up, Issei walked back towards the sink and stared into the mirror. His lips curved slightly downwards after noticing how much facial hair he had on his face. It's been a while since I've shaved, he said to himself as he moved his mouth in multiple directions. Then again, I think I would look pretty dashing if I had a beard. An image of Issei having a Viking beard entered his mind, not long after saying this. Issei chuckled at this as he opened one of the drawers and grabbed a manual razor. He wouldn't mind having a beard or mustache, but sadly he believed it was best to be cleanly shaven for his first day, so that's what he was going to do. As Issei strolled up to the school, he couldn't help from feeling a little trepidatious. Even though he had spent most of his morning mentally preparing himself for all of this, he couldn't shake the feeling of having butterflies in his stomach. It didn't help that Regulus laughed at him either before going back to sleep. If anything, it only increased Issei's nervousness and fear of fumbling his words. To some people, first days might not mean anything, but to Issei, it meant the world. The reason why it was so important was a simple reason. Today was going to be the first day he attended a public school, for he, like every other exorcist, was taught everything he needed to know in a classroom inside of the church. Meaning he never got to experience what it was like to live the life of a normal teenager, one who wasn't aware of the supernatural world. Upon arriving at the entrance of Kuoh Academy's high school, Issei was greeted by the sight of multiple students standing around doing nothing but talking to each other. He didn't move any closer and just stood there for a solid second, taking a deep breath as other students walked past him, some giving him curious looks. Okay, I can do this. Sairaorg said that the student council is full of devils, so those are the only ones I have to meet. I just have to go to talk to them, tell them I'm the exorcist the church sent, and say, I hope we can get along. That is all I have to do, and then I can continue on my day. Yeah, I can do this. With confidence in Issei's veins, he marched towards the front doors of the school with his back straight and his head held high. As he made his way to the doors, he noticed out of his peripherals some of the students looking at him, as well as hearing some of them talk about him. Do you think that's the new transfer student from Europe? No, look at him, he's Japanese. If he was, he would have a skin color similar to Rias. Do you think he will join the rugby team? No, with a cute face like that, I doubt he would be in a sport with so much contact. Track is my bet, and if he joins, I will go to all their track meetings. Why are you looking at me like that? Don't you see his face? Don't you think he put too much hair gel in his hair? Personally, I don't like his hairstyle, and I will be like blown away if he somehow manages to get a girl to call him daddy. Like for real, that style is just hideous. Ignoring the comments, Issei entered the school and stood there for a couple seconds in awe. The place was beautiful. He had expected the place to look disorganized and a mess, but instead, he was greeted by the sight of a clean school. Issei Hyoudou, I presume? Spoke a voice, pulling him out of his dumbfounded state. Averting his eyes forward, Issei saw a tall girl with shoulder-length ocean blue hair and matching eyes smiling at him. Yeah, that's me. Can I help you? Issei questioned. I'm part of the student council. Tsubasa Yura is the name, she said with a small respectful bow. A devil, Issei said as she straightened herself and offered him a friendly smile. What does she hope to gain? Does she plan on trying to befriend me? Well, it's a dash. President Sauna Shirtorai sent me to retrieve you. If you could follow me, I'll take you to the student council office, and she can give you your schedule, Tsubasa stated with the same friendly smile. Oh, never mind. Her king just sent her to help me, Issei said. Alright then, I'll be in your care. Issei had meant to say that in a casual manner, but it came out in a forceful way. It didn't help that the smile he tried to return looked forced as well. Are you alright? She asked with concern in her voice as she moved closer to the boy. You look a little queasy. I'm fine, Issei said as he took a step back, causing the back of the head to hit something hard but fleshy. He didn't know what it was, but he felt something very soft push up against his back for a solid second before being lifted off of him. This was followed by a girl eliciting an ow. Turning around, he says, I'm sorry, I dash. The words died in his throat as his heart skipped several beats. Standing before him, clutching their forehead, was a gorgeous young woman with a voluptuous figure. She had long black hair that was tied into a ponytail and went all the way down to her feet, and beautiful purple eyes. She had an orange ribbon tied into it, keeping it in place. It's fine, I should have been paying attention to where I was going, the girl said in an apologetic tone. No, I was at fault, Issei said as he waved his hands side to side. I shouldn't have been standing in the doorway like a knucklehead Xpazitron. At this, the woman giggled. Knucklehead Xpazitron? She parroted with a hint of amusement in her voice. Yeah, Issei said with a small smile as he rubbed the back of his neck. My dad used to call me that whenever I was acting like a moron, and in this case, I was acting like one, so I deemed me worthy of the title. She giggled again, causing Issei's heart to beat faster. The perfume she wore, the sound of her laughing, her eyes, were all so intoxicating to him and was making him want to do many things he shouldn't do unless it was with his wife. Knucklehead Xpazitron, she repeated, snapping him out of his stupor. May I know what your name is? Oh, it's Hyoudou. No, it's Issei Hyoudou. Yes, that is my name, Issei said, fumbling the words before laughing somewhat awkwardly. Well, Issei, it is a pleasure to meet you. I'm a Keno Himejima, and I look forward to seeing you around, the now named woman said before offering him a smile that melted his heart like a knife cutting through butter. Yeah, was all Issei could say as she walked past him, leaving him to stare at her back as she walked away from him. Issei simply stared at her and could only think of one thing at the time. I think I'm going to marry her. Ahem. Tsubasa coughed into her hand loud enough, causing him to avert his eyes towards her. Whenever you are ready to go to the student council room, we will go. Yeah, sorry for making you wait, Issei said as he glanced back at the direction where Keno was walking away. It is fine, Tsubasa said with a wave of her hand as she began leading him to the clubroom. Keno is known as one of the great beauties alongside Rias Gremory. Most boys usually find her to be very attractive, and I can understand why. Oh, Issei said in response as he looked at the ground, a thought entering his mind. Is it possible that Keno is a devil as well? Ugh, I wish Regulus wasn't asleep. He could make it so much easier to tell who is human and who isn't, but instead, he is going to sleep all day. Like the lazy cat he is. So, are you a little jealous of Keno? Issei questioned, causing her to give him a questioning look. I mean, don't most girls get jealous of girls they find to be more attractive? Why would you think that? Tsubasa asked with a curious look. Movies. I binge-watched a lot of movies, And usually, people hate the popular girl because she is either rude or because she is just gorgeous. Issei said somewhat sheepishly. It was a little embarrassing to say that he got from movies, but that was the truth. Not really, Tsubasa admitted. I mean, there are some times I get jealous and wish to have boys fawning over me, but it is nothing too serious. Besides, most of the boys who like her are clean ones. Clean ones? Issei parroted. What does that mean? Does that mean virgins? Does she have a thing for people who have lost their innocence? Yes, she said with a streak of red starting to form across her. I prefer boys who are muddier, like, where they come out of a fight battered with blood covering them, you know. Eh? Issei said in surprise. That is something I didn't expect coming at all. I literally thought she had a thing for guys with experience in hex and stuff. So, Issei trailed off uncertainly. Does that mean you're inexperienced when it comes to, you know? Hex? She said as she looked at him, who slowly nodded in response. Yes, not a lot of guys are interested in a girl like me. Issei wanted to say, it's because you're a devil, but he didn't. The reason why was because so far this girl didn't seem like at all what he expected. She was pretty normal to him. He was expecting her to be either snob or flirty like the stray devil Kuroka. Why is that? I'm not like other girls, I'm not really preppy, and love wearing feminine clothing. I like doing physical work, getting dirty, and playing sports. Not to mention I'm a tall girl. Guys don't really look for that type of stuff, they prefer damsels over tomboys. The brunette explained with a small frown. Issei was silent hearing this. If he was being honest, he did feel sorry for the girl, but the problem was that he didn't know exactly how to help her. He had talked to many nuns before, but not once have they talked to him about guy problems. Well, I think you're okay, Issei said, causing her to look at him with an eyebrow raised. I know that's not what you were looking to hear, but I'm not really a fan of devils. I doubt I ever will be after what they did to me. What did devils do to you? She asked, more with curiosity in her voice. They took someone from me. He hesitantly replied as he looked down at the wrist that had the broken cross attached to it. I don't want to talk about it. Oh, Tsubasa said with a bit of a dejected look. She didn't really talk to many other boys except for Saji, so she was kind of curious about him. Not to mention she had heard the rumors about him. How he wasn't born like a human, how he was created, with the ability to transform into a 7-meter humanoid lion. After several seconds of walking in silence, the two of them arrived at the student council room. Opening the door for the two of them, the brunette said, President, I have brought Issei. Walking past Tsubasa, Issei was greeted by the sight of several people. Sitting behind a desk writing something was a man who looked to around his age. The boy had short blonde hair and gray eyes. He was wearing the school uniform, but unlike Issei, he didn't wear the blazer and had his sleeves rolled up. Occupying a desk next to him was a short girl with long dark brown hair tied in twin ponytails. She had green clippers in them, and had green eyes matching them. She wore green stockings that matched both of these as well. Hovering over these two was a slim girl with long brown hair that ends in two short braids and matching eyes, who wore a blue headband. To his right were two females, who were both sitting down on a couch reading a book called The King of the North. One of them had long snow-white hair and blue-green eyes, while the other had shoulder-length reddish-brown hair and brown eyes. On the other side of the room was another pair of girls. One of them sat behind a large desk and had short black hair styled in a bob cut and violet eyes. She had a slim but somewhat curvy figure and wore circular violet-colored glasses. Standing right next to her was another bespectacled woman with long straight black hair that extends all the way down to her knees, with split bangs and heterochromic eyes, with a violet left eye and a light brown right eye. Thank you, Tsubasa, the girl sitting behind the large desk said in a serious tone as she looked up from the paper she was reading. It is a pleasure to meet you, Issei Hyoudou. I hope we can get along and prove the supernatural world that both our factions can coexist with one another. Yeah, Issei said reluctantly as the door closed behind him. If I remember correctly, her name is Safno. It was Sauna? No, it was Sona. Yeah, that was her name, Sona Citri, the sister of the Devil King's Seraphal Leviathan. Would you like to sit down? Sona asked as she watched Issei look at each of her peerage members. Maybe have some tea with us before heading to class, and get to know some of my peerage members? Sona may be showing a calm demeanor, but on the inside, she was slightly worried about what Issei would do. She wasn't one to take most of her sister's words to heart due to her overreacting most of the time, but when Lord Lucifer backed her up, she would take Sairaorg's warnings more seriously. He may look like a normal human, but don't let his looks fool you. The boy is actually a beast. He was cooked up in the church by that vile woman Gabriel, and has been doing her bidding ever since he was 8 years old. He has the ability to transform into this large lion and tracks down young devil females. Once cornering them, he then does horrible things to them, right before ending their lives, in a gruesome manner. I repeat, he is a monster, the pawn of that evil Lady Gabriel. No, Issei harshly stated, causing Tsubasa to flinch and look a little sad. I mean, it's not that I don't want to. It's just that this is my first day attending a public school, and I just want to first settle in before making FRFR friends with the devils. Issei felt the urge to facepalm hard. He had said the words in his mind perfectly, but the moment he attempted to say them aloud, it felt like he was trying to lift a boulder. I see, Sona said as she adjusted her glasses. I'm going to have to talk to Tsubasa about him. See if she got any information about him. He is definitely someone we have to keep an eye out for, and if he is up to something, then I need to let Sairaorg know immediately. So far they seem pretty normal. Then again, these are devils that are still teenagers, and I bet some of them still have human siblings or parents. Yes, that has to be the reason why they're acting friendly. I bet the moment their human family members depart from this world, they will commit vile and inhumane actions. Issei said to himself as he observed Sona. So, he said, drawing out the O in the word. Can I get my schedule? Of course, Sona affirmed as she opened one of the many drawers of her desk and looked through it before pulling out a sheet of paper. If you need anything, feel free to come and find one of us. As the student council, it is our job to help students out. I'll keep that in mind, Issei said as he took it and made his way to the door, which was opened by Tsubasa. As soon as he exited the room and the door was closed, Sona exhaled. Usually, she wouldn't be so worried about someone, but with the information she got and how he acted, she could tell not to let her guard down with him. He may have been acting somewhat normal, but she could easily tell that he didn't want to be here. However, she was wondering why. She had treated him nicely, in fact, she treated him very kindly. Usually, she would have this strict demeanor, and she would warn the person about misbehaving and the consequences of what would happen if they caused disruptions, but instead, she attempted to talk to him in a friendly manner. Yet that didn't make him want to get to know them at all. It's probably nothing. It is after all his first time speaking to a devil beside Lord Lucifer. He probably isn't comfortable with talking to us, in a casual manner, Sona said to herself. Still, I have to watch him. I can't let my guard down with the Lion of Vatican. Okay, class, we have a new student, spoke a brown-haired middle-aged man in a somewhat enthusiastic voice as he looked at the entire class before averting his eyes and looking at Issei, who stood in front of the whiteboard. May you please introduce yourself? Sure, Issei replied as he glanced back at the teacher. My name is Issei Hyoudou. I'm 17 years old, and I lived in Vatican City for most of my life, and this is my first time attending a public school, Issei said with a small respectful bow. As he straightened himself, he said to the teacher, That is all. You're going to hate this next part, kid, the teacher said to himself while hiding his smile. All right, does anyone have any questions for him? To his surprise, the entire classroom's hands shot up like bullets the moment the teacher finished speaking. So quick, was all he could say. He had expected some hands to be raised, but he didn't think everyone's hand to shoot up. Mikasa, the teacher said as he looked at a black-haired girl with grayish eyes. Are you by chance religious? Mikasa questioned as she leaned on her desk. Yes, I am, Issei replied enthusiastically with a smile before turning his eyes to another beautiful girl. What's your question? Issei said as he pointed to the girl and trailing off due to him not knowing her name. Akira, And I was just wondering if you have a girlfriend, the girl stated with a smirk. Oh, well, no, in fact, I haven't had any girlfriends. Due to me being in a private school, I didn't meet any girls, so I'm inexperienced when it comes to loves, Issei said, unaware of what he had accidentally brought on himself. The majority of the females' hands dropped after that, leaving only a couple's girls' hands raised along with the guys of the class. You! Issei said as he pointed to a big bulky male who looked to be like a bodybuilder and growing. Bullet, and I was wondering if you were interested in joining the rugby team, the man said with a friendly smile. I'll give it a thought, but my priorities are right now getting myself situated first, Issei answered. However, once I get that done, I'll be sure to check out all the clubs and see if any of them interest me. After several more questions, the teacher had enough and said, That's enough, Issei, go ahead and take your seat at one of the empty desks. You got it, Issei replied as he marched to an empty desk by the window. He gave some of the other students a small smile as he walked past them. If he was being honest with himself, he was so far enjoying this. Even though there were devils here, he so far was loving the school and wanted to see more of it. Issei couldn't help from frowning a little as he looked around the cafeteria for a place to sit down. He was half tempted to just sit down by a group of people, but the thought of him trying to invoke a conversation with them was just weird to him. He was worried that he might somehow make a fool out of himself, and then become a laughingstock for the whole school, or worse. He would sit down by one of them and then they would act all friendly, treating him as if they were his comrade, only to then stab him in the back and publicly humiliate him. His eyes soon landed on a blond boy walking out the cafeteria side doors with their food. Oh, you can go outside and eat, Issei mused as he watched them from the glass windows. If that's the case, I'll just eat outside in the sun. Sure, it will be lonely, but at least no one will see me eating alone and assume that I made no friends. Quickly making his way outside, Issei looked for a secluded place to sit down and eat. Eventually, after about 30 seconds of searching, the young exorcist found a place underneath a tree. After getting himself in a comfortable position, Issei pulled out his phone and a set of earbuds. He plugged the earbuds into his ears and began listening to music. As the song No Glory, by Sken and Crawley featuring Miami and Drama B began to play, Issei opened up his lunchbox and couldn't help from smiling at what he made. It was nothing fancy, but it was something that would fill him up. Specifically his sweet tooth. He had a simple PB&J sandwich with a side of chips, some grapes, a bottle of water, and a large pack of sour gummy worms. Oh ho! I don't know what to eat first, Issei said as he clasped his hands and looked at what he considered to be a great lunch. Do I want to eat my sandwich first, or do I want to start out with the grapes? Maybe I should have the chips first? But the gummy worms dash. Hey! Came a voice followed by a kick to his foot, snapping him out of his own little world. Looking up, Issei's eyes were greeted by the sight of a very short, but cute white-haired girl with hazel eyes. The front of her hair has 2 long bangs going past her shoulders and several loose bangs hanging over her forehead, while the back has a short bob cut. She wore a black cat-shaped hair clip on both sides of her hair. Issei would have mistaken her for a child, had it not been for her curvy figure. She wasn't as curvy as a Keno, but she did have something that would turn many guys' heads her way. Can I help you? Issei asked as he took one of his headphones out while pausing his music. He had never seen her before, but something about her felt familiar. He didn't know why, but she just gave off this vibe that he had seen her before in his past. You're in my spot, was all she said in an emotionless tone. Oh, he replied with a nod. Taking his lunchbox off of his lap, Issei scooted over to his left and patted where he once was sitting. There you go. The girl frowned in response to this. I come here to eat alone. You're in my spot. Well, maybe today you can dash. No, she quickly denied. That was fast. She didn't even give me a chance to hear me out, Issei said to himself as her glare intensified. And what's with that intimidating look? Even though she is so short, she is creeping me out with that. I feel like she is trying to obliterate me with her mind. Come on, I'm new here, Issei whined in an attempt to appease the small but busty girl. Can't you just cut me some slack? The girl in question didn't say anything in response. Her eyes averted to his lunchbox and immediately landed on the sour but sweet gummy worms. "Give me the gummy words or get lost," she practically commanded. "But dash." "Choose," she curtly said. Issei bit his lip. He may have been an exorcist who fights ghastly creatures, but women can definitely be scary, and something about her scared him. Maybe it was because of the look she was giving him? He didn't know, and he didn't exactly want to find out. The look she was already giving him was pretty frightening. "We share it," Issei declared, causing her to frown. "It's a big bag, not to mention I paid for it, and I'm not going to allow someone to bully me into getting them. No matter they be male or female." The girl stared at him for what seemed like an eternity, causing him to gulp. Finally, though, she spoke. 75 to 25. "No," Issei denied with a shake of his head. "My bag, 50 to 50. 70 to 30, she replied. 55 to 45, he rebutted. 65 to 35, she countered. 60 to 40, he declared. Fine, 51 to 49, the girl stated. Final offer before I move you. Issei was about to suggest another offer, but his stomach released a deep roar, signifying that it was hungry. Fine, I accept your terms, but that is only because of me being hungry, he asserted, causing the girl to roll her eyes. As she sat down, Issei noticed something. This was the first time he was having lunch with a girl that wasn't his mother, or a nun from the church. In a strange way, this was technically his first date. Thinking this, Issei began to smile. Stop smiling like that, she muttered before biting on a chocolate chip cookie, making his smile vanish. Sorry, Issei replied as he put his phone and headphones away. After several seconds of both of them eating in silence, Issei said, I'm Issei, by the way. If she had any reactions, she didn't show it. She simply continued eating her cookie before saying, Kaneko. Kaneko? He repeated, causing her to look at him through her peripherals. That's an interesting name. Thanks, was all she said before reaching into his lunchbox and grabbing the pack of gummy worms. You don't talk much, do you? Issei asked as he watched her open the bag of candy with ease. Came her response before eating some of the sour but sweet candy. Issei hummed as he contemplated what to say next. The atmosphere between the two of them was pretty awkward, but if Issei was being honest, he kind of liked her. Sure, she was a little rude at first, but he believed there was something beneath this emotionless exterior she was showing. Do you want to be Dash? Give me the bag, and I will think about being friends, Kaneko interrupted before putting another piece of candy in her mouth. That's a little unfair, Issei muttered as he looked down at his lunch. He did want some of the candy, but he also kind of liked this place and wanted to eat here when he had lunch without getting in trouble with the small girl. Life is unfair, Kaneko casually stated. This girl, he said in annoyance. Fine, I will let you have the bag, but no more snarky comments like that. No promises, she said, earning a glare from him. Why, I oughta Dash. I see you have met Issei, spoke a female, causing Issei to look up and see the beautiful raven-haired girl standing before him with a smile. A Keno, Issei gasped in surprise before realizing what the woman said. Wait, you two know each other? Yes. Yep, she is a part of the club I am in, Keno stated with the same delightful smile. Oh, was all Issei said as he averted his eyes to his lunch and began to think about Kaneko. Does that mean Kaneko acts like this around her too, and she just isn't treating me like dirt cause I'm in her spot? I mean, she didn't really show any signs of excitement, or anything at all when Keno showed up, so it is possible that she just is like this. Issei, Keno said again, snapping him out of his thoughts. Huh, what? Issei said as he looked up at Keno again, earning a giggle from her. I said, would you like to meet our club leader? Keno asked. Oh, Issei started but stopped and began to ponder the question. On one hand, he was tempted because then he would get the chance to know more about this beautiful girl, but on the other hand, he wasn't exactly interested in joining any clubs. Deciding that there was no harm meeting the girl's club leader, Issei said. I guess there is no harm in meeting your club leader, but let me tell you, I have no interest in joining any clubs at the moment. That is fine, was all Keno said as she gave him a beaming smile that once again melted his heart. The Lion of Vatican 5. So, how's your day been so far, Issei? Keno questioned as she led both him and Kaneko to her club's building. It's been pretty good so far. If I'm being honest, I didn't expect going to school to be this exciting. Yeah, I think that's the word I would use, Issei admitted as he looked up at the beautiful blue sky and smiled. Even though Issei wasn't that fond of devils, he couldn't deny that today had been an interesting day so far. Oh? Has a girl perhaps hurt feelings to you? Keno asked teasingly. What? Issei said in surprise as a streak of red went across his face. I mean, no, but it's not because I'm weird or anything like that. It's because they just don't know me. I'm sure if the girl knew what I was like and capable of, then they would, for sure, find me attractive. Is that so? Keno started as she licked her lips. She stopped, and as she turned around to face him, she clasped her hands while saying, Issei, I know this is so sudden, but I want to let you know that. She dropped her gaze as her cheeks became even more flushed. Issei's heart skipped several beats. The young exorcist was pretty sure he died, right then and there. Her cute but embarrassed look was too much, to the point where he started to feel lightheaded. God, please help me. I can't tell if she is being serious or if she is teasing me. If it's the former, I will forever carry out your will dash. He was brought out of his prayer by hearing the woman's giggle. Standing in front of him, with their hand over their mouth, laughing in a taunting but playful manner, was Keno. I'm sorry, she said as she regained her composure. I just wanted to see your reaction, and it was just as I imagined, she said before giggling again like a madman. Issei looked at her as if she was a demon after that. He had a feeling that she was just teasing him, but still, he did hope that maybe, just maybe, she was being serious with him. Ha! Issei fake laughed as he glared at the girl. Very funny, let's just pick on them. Issei, spoke the white-haired girl next to him, causing him to look down at her and notice her holding out one of the sweet and sour gummy worms in her palm. For your trouble. Kaneko, he said with joy as he took the candy from her. Who would have thought you would have sympathized with me? I had assumed that you were going to be a bully, and just bully me, but here you actually felt sorry for me, and gave me some of my candy. Oh, Kaneko has given you some of her candy, Keno said with a voice full of mischief. Is it because you've taken an interest in him? Kaneko in response shook her head and continued walking while eating more of the candy. Well, shall we continue on our way? Keno asked Issei as she looked at Issei. Of course, Issei answered. Upon arriving at the club's room, Issei couldn't help from frowning as he approached the place. The clubhouse was a 3-story building, with the 3rd story having a clock tower on it. It had been painted white and had a black roof with vines reaching up to the 2nd story. Are you sure this place isn't, I don't know, abandoned? Issei asked as he looked at Keno, who was now walking by his side. Keno was about to answer, but a thought entered her mind, a thought to pull at his leg some more. Oh? Are you perhaps afraid of abandoned buildings? Afraid of ghosts and what not? No, it just kind of reminds of that one abandoned building in that scary clown movie, the one that feasts on the children's fears and what not. Issei answered, earning a no from the girl. She was a little surprised that was his answer. She had expected him to say yes or no. Well, the place is not abandoned, and I can assure you that the interior will blow you away, Keno declared with her usual smile. Issei's thoughts drifted off to what type of club this was as they began to enter the building. He doubted it was the manga research club, and he was positive that it wasn't the photography club, which left only 2 clubs. This isn't the Devil King Lucifer's little sister's club, is it? Issei asked himself as he followed behind Keno, who was right behind Kaneko. There's no way Keno would be a devil. Okay, I kind of can see her being one with the stunt she pulled earlier along with her flirtatious personality. But there's no way Kaneko. Yeah, never mind, she did basically force me to give up my gummy worms. But still. There's no way these 2 nice dash. Rias, we're back and we have a guest, Keno said aloud, causing Issei's heart to sink a little. He had been hoping that Keno wasn't a devil, and was to a degree somewhat upset with her along with Tsubasa for them not telling him this. But he knew he was also his fault. He didn't ask for the devil's names when he spoke with Surzex or Lord Michael. He had many times to use magic, and strengthen his senses to where he could spot out supernatural beings with ease, but he didn't. God forgive me, for I had caught feelings for a devil. I had made a mistake, and I hope you can forgive me for thinking that I was in love with Keno, Issei said as a female who he believed was Rias responded to Keno. Is it the exorcist that my brother told us about? Yes, it is Issei Hyoudou, Keno replied as she glanced at Issei, who was looking at her with a serious expression. Is everything all right, Issei? She asked him. Oh yeah, just taken back is all, Issei stated, prompting her to raise an eyebrow. I had thought you were just a normal human girl, so I'm a little shocked that you're a devil. Is me being a devil a problem? Keno asked with uncertainty. She didn't know if he was upset with her due to his voice being neutral, but she could have sworn that she saw a flicker of anger in his eyes when she said Rias' name. Not really, Issei said as he averted his eyes away from her. After all, we're supposed to be showing the supernatural world that devils and members of the church can coexist, are we not? I suppose you're right, Keno said with a smile. Still, I apologize if I mislead you, so allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Keno Himejima, Queen to Lady Rias of House Gremory. I hope we can get along, Issei Hyoudou, Keno said with a deep and respectful bow, unaware of the scowl that quickly appeared on his face. Taking a deep breath, Issei did a bow that wasn't as deep as hers and said, Issei Hyoudou, Knight of the Church, wielder of the Longinus Regulus Nemea. He wasn't going to reveal that he was the wielder of the Holy Sword Joyeuse, and he didn't see it necessary to say the Lion of Vatican since it wasn't an official title. After reintroducing the two of themselves, they walked down the hallway, and entered a room that was filled with a handful of people. It had a large wooden desk with a comfy chair behind it. In front of it were two chairs, high-class chairs and couches that Issei had seen in one of his mother's catalogs, a coffee table in the middle of the furniture, and a door that leads to God knows what. Sitting behind the large wooden desk was a redhead, but not just any red, a crimson-colored redhead. Issei had for a second mistook the person for Surzex due to how similar they looked, but after a quick blink, he noticed the differences between the two. Sitting on the couch still eating the candy was Kaneko, and sitting right next to her was a young blonde male who was looking at him. That's a little surprise. I expected her to have a bigger peerage since she is Lucifer's little sister, or at the very least have the same number as Sona, but maybe it's quality over quantity, Issei said to himself as Keno left his side and went to Rias' side. Greetings, Issei. It is all right if I address you as Issei, right? Spoke the devil as Issei approached the desk. Yes, Issei reluctantly replied as he sat down. The young exorcist didn't exactly want to be here anymore due to them being devils, but if he was suddenly cold to them, then it would cause problems, and he didn't want to have any dilemmas, especially not needed ones. Rias nodded her head and smiled at him. I hope you're enjoying Kuoh. My brother had told me that you came here alone, and not with your family. Yeah, was all Issei said in response. It must be hard. I remember when I first came here I was nervous, but I was also excited. I get to see and feel what it's like to be human. You're not human though, and you will never be one of us. You can act and pretend to be a normal girl, but I know what you really are. A wolf wearing sheep's clothes, waiting for someone with power to come along, so you can steal their humanity. Well, that won't happen as long as I'm here. I will make sure you don't steal their humanity, Issei said to himself as he listened to her. I'm not exactly nervous, Issei confessed. I'm more concerned for my well-being. Oh? Rias replied, not getting what he was implying. Why are you concerned about your well-being? Well, this might seem a little rude, but there's like a dozen of you devils and only one of me, Issei stated as he rubbed the back of his neck. Yes, but It took Rias a second to realize what he was saying, and a serious expression formed on her face. We're not going to try anything to you. Lord Lucifer has made it very clear to not do anything with you, but talk to you and possibly fight strays with you. That's all. I can handle strays on my own. Issei swiftly declared. And I prefer not to be stabbed in the back. But what if there is a stray or a fallen angel that is stronger than you expected? What will you do if it's too much dash? I die then. Issei interrupted, shocking everyone in the room and causing most except for Kaneko to look at him with bewildered faces. If they're too much for me, then I fight to my last breath, but there's no way I will fight alongside a devil, and there's definitely no way in hell that I'm being resurrected as one. Seeing the shocked looks on both their faces, Issei couldn't help from sighing as he pinched his nose. I'm sorry, that was uncalled for. I didn't mean to be rude. I just have a bad history with devils, and that caused my emotions to take control of my words. It's fine, Rias said. She was still recovering from his small rant. She really didn't know what to say after hearing that. Her brother had told her that Issei didn't get along well with devils, but she didn't expect him to speak to her so coldly. The heiress could understand him not wanting to be resurrected due to him being an exorcist, but the first part was something she couldn't understand. However, instead of talking about it, Rias decided to change the subject. Would you like to perhaps have tea with us? Keno makes some excellent tea. Issei started but noticed the happy look on Keno's face. Issei was going to reject the offer due to him already eating, but decided to accept the offer. Would love to have some tea. He drew the word would out for a solid second. Great! Rias cheerfully stated before looking at Keno. Keno, do you mind making us some tea? It will be no problem, Keno said with her usual smile before looking at Issei. Do you have any preference, Issei? Not really, I don't drink a lot of tea, so I don't have a preference. Just make whatever you want, Issei said with a shrug. Keno nodded her head in response before walking off, leaving the two of them to just stare at each other in silence. The silence didn't last forever, for Rias said, Have you met my knight and rook yet? I met Kaneko earlier, Issei stated as he looked at the two who were looking at him. In fact, I was the one who gave her those gummy worms. Oh, well, that was kind dash. But then again, she did kind of force me to give her the candy. It was either I share it, or she attempts to move me from the tree I was sitting underneath. Issei continued, oblivious of the small scowl appearing on Ria's face. Kaneko is my rook, and I doubt she meant to threaten you. I didn't mind, I just wish she would have shared some more with me, Issei stated loudly as he turned around and stared at the small girl, who reluctantly mouthed the word sorry, before stuffing some gummy worms into her mouth. Ria stared at the back of Issei's head for a couple seconds, unsure what to say or think. She had thought Issei was going to be angry with Kaneko, but instead, he just said he was annoyed with her not sharing. Anyways, the boy next to her is Hyoudou Kiba. He is my knight and an excellent swordsman, Rias proudly stated. I've seen a great variety of swordsmen all over the world. Unless he is a prodigy of some sort with battle experience, I highly doubt that he is an excellent swordsman, Issei casually said. Rias narrowed her eyes hearing this and said, How about a mock fight then for fun? Issei thought about it for a couple of seconds before saying with a shrug, No thanks, as tempting as it sounds, I think I'm going to pass. And why is that? Rias demanded with a frown of disappointment. Are you afraid that you're going to lose? Not really, Issei said with a shrug as he crossed his legs. It does sound like it would be fun, and I would somewhat enjoy proving you wrong, but I don't need to be getting into fights with the devil on my first day. You sound very confident that you can take him on, but have you faced a knight before? Rias questioned, a little upset that Issei had rejected the duel. Many times. I fought stray devil once, and I had fought devils who were trying to do unholy things to a person they found to be interesting, Issei declared in a serious tone while looking directly into Rias' eyes. Rias was going to say she doubted that, but soon remembered who she was speaking to. She remembered that she was talking to the Lion of Vatican, a man whom apparently takes interest in devil girls, and does horrifying things before killing them. At least, that's what Sairaorg said. The tea is ready, spoke Keno as she re-entered the room with a tray of tea and a smile on her face. Her smile wavered a little when she noticed the sword that sat by Kiba's side, along with Kaneko putting on a set of gloves. Did something happen? Nothing, but sadly, I think I might take my leave, Issei said as he continued to stare into Rias' face, a small grin on his face. A grin that was challenging her to say the words. Oh, that's unfortunate, Keno said as she placed the tray down on the small table. Surely you can stay and have some though? I prepared my best just for you. As Issei got up, he said in an apologetic tone. I'm sorry, Keno, but I need to start heading back to the school building and my next class. Next time I swear I will have some of your tea. I promise. At this, Keno smiled seductively and said, Don't make a girl a promise if you know you can't keep it. She really is a devil. The ability to fly, but you can only fly south, spoke Issei, who had his feet dangling off the roof. Can I fly southeast and southwest as well, or can I just fly south? Regulus reluctantly asked as he watched Issei kick his feet like a little kid. Sure. Issei answered with uncertainty as he watched a couple walk down the sidewalk across the street from him. He couldn't make out what exactly they were saying, but he could hear some laughter every couple of seconds, so he could only assume they were enjoying themselves. Seeing this made him frown. This frown didn't go unnoticed by Regulus, who said, Rough day, I'm assuming? Was all Issei replied with as he pulled out a small bag of jelly beans. Issei. Ugh, I don't want to talk about it, Issei complained as he opened his bag of candy. Come on, Issei, tell me what happened, Regulus said as he gently nudged his head against Issei's arm, nearly causing the boy to spill his snack. A girl I like to turn out to be a devil, Issei mumbled as he looked at the sidewalk below him. I don't know why, but when I saw her my heart skipped a beat, and I think I fell for her, but later on I learned she was Rias Gremmery's queen. You do know our mission is to show that we can live with devils, right? Regulus asked, invoking a frustrated sigh from the young exorcist. Yeah, but that doesn't mean fall in love with them. I can understand being friends with some of them, and I don't think I would mind becoming friends with a few of them, but to fall in love with them? That's a huge sin. But if peace is to happen, then what would be the problem with you having a romantic relationship with one or two? Regulus stated. Issei nearly choked on the jelly beans he was eating when he heard the word two. Spinning his head around, he looked at Regulus and said in a hysterical voice, What's with this plural stuff? You do know it's forbidden to have multiple spouses, right? And you do know that you're the wielder of me? Regulus countered. What does me being the wielder of you have to do with my love life? Issei exclaimed, not even caring if people heard him. It has everything to do with it, Regulus replied in a serious tone. You wield me and have the title the Lion of Vatican, which means you are a lion, and every alpha has a pride. I already talked to your father about this before we left, and he understands tradition. Tradition? Yes, every wielder of Regulus Nemea had a pride of only women. Some had up to 5 lovers, some had up to 20, but never did a single one of them have just one girl, Regulus proudly declared. Issei stared at Regulus for a solid minute, not knowing what to say. He wanted to believe that the lion was kidding, but the look on his face made him have second thoughts. Even if I accepted this tradition, and trust me it's a big if, I can't be in a relationship with the devil or a fallen angel, or any other creature of hell. That's just wrong, Issei said as he averted his eyes back to the street under him. And why is that? Is it because you're concerned about what the church will think, or is it because of Felix? Regulus questioned, knowing full well that he might anger his host. No, it's because devils are greedy creatures who want nothing but power. It has nothing to do with Felix, or what the church thinks, it is just my belief, Issei declared as he crushed the bag of candy in his hands. Do you truly believe that? Regulus asked after a couple seconds of silence. Yes, Issei said as he closed his eyes. They would just end up stabbing me in the back in the end, and it's best if I avoid them. Do you know what I think your problem is, Issei? Regulus said, causing his host to whirl his head around and look at him. I think your problem is that you're holding on to the past. Because of your experience in the past, you judge the character before giving them a chance to show you their good side. Regulus, they were creatures created in hell. Not all of them, Regulus interrupted. What do you think that? He paused as he shifted through Issei's memories real quick. That a Keno girl was before a devil? Only 2 of them were born in hell, the rest of them were humans or yokai. Does it matter what they were before? Issei asked as he looked at Felix's broken cross. In the end, they sold their humanity to become devils. That's not always the case, Issei, and you know that. Regulus sternly said, making Issei frown. What do you want from me? Issei demanded as he looked at the large lion. I can't just forgive and forget everything their kind has done, and move on with my life. You can, Issei. You can let go of the past, and give them an actual chance. You just choose not to do that. Closing his eyes, Issei says, Why do you even want me to give them a chance? Why do you want me to give devils, fallen angels, and every other supernatural creature a chance at my heart and stuff? Because the world is changing, Regulus said as he looked at the sky. The world isn't what it used to be where these things aren't possible, and because if you continue to treat every creature you consider foul as a monster, one day you'll come across one who won't take you treating them like that, and they will come after not only you, but your family too. Issei's lips curved slightly downwards hearing this. He knew Regulus was in a way right, but he didn't understand why Regulus was pushing him to open his heart to devils as well. He could understand becoming friends with them, but lovers? That was a whole other thing, and one he wasn't sure was possible. Still, why do you want me to try falling in love with a devil? Issei questioned with a serious expression. You have mistaken what I mean, Issei, Regulus replied. I don't want you to try falling for one of them. I want you to fall in love with the girl you like. Be it a stray devil, yokai, fallen angel, devil, dragon, angel, you name it. I want you to love them, and not limit yourself. You're a lion, Issei, and you shouldn't worry about what race they are at all. As long as you and them love each other, that's all that matters. I guess that makes sense, Issei said after a couple seconds of silence. I know it makes sense. Now stop holding on to the past misdeeds, and look forward. Don't treat them all like villains because of a few bad apples. Get to actually know them, and once you do get to know them, decide on if you want to be friends with them or if you want to become something more, but don't let your fears dictate your way of life as well as the church's rules. You're a lion, Issei, and lions don't submit to no one. I'll think about it, but I'm never going to become a devil. I can try being friends with them, like actual friends with them, but there's no way I'm going to give up my humanity for them, was all Issei said in response. The Lion of Vatican VI. Issei grimaced upon entering the factory. The stench of decaying bodies filled his nostrils, which made him want to gag, and it was something he doubted he could ever get used to. Be on your guard, Issei, Regulus alerted him. This is a big place, and if what the Gremry girl says is true, then we're going up against a former rook of House Stolas, who has been deemed as an A-class stray devil. An A-class? It's been quite a while since we've gone against an A-class, Issei commented as he scanned the room. How do you think it achieved that ranking? Killed the right amount of people. By the looks of it, you're not wrong, Issei replied as he approached the strung-up rotting corpses. There were dozens upon dozens of half-eaten people, all of whom had appalled faces. Oh, how interesting, spoke a feminine voice, prompting Issei to whirl around. Standing not that far away from him was a young brunette with an hourglass figure wearing a white shirt and black booty shorts. I had expected a devil to come and confront me, but instead I'm greeted by a human, she said as a grin appeared on her face. I can only assume you're the stray devil that did this? Issei said as he directed his thumb towards the leader of bodies behind him. Now let me ask you something. What is a young hot exorcist like yourself doing in a shitty place like this? She questioned as she took a step forward. Hunting you down, Issei coolly replied as Joyeuse appeared in his hand out of thin air. You've committed many atrocities, and must be brought in and face the Lord's judgment. But do we have to do that, when we can do some other things? Some very pleasurable things? She asked as she easily ripped off her shirt, revealing a black bra and purple lace bra. No, Issei said as a golden aura began to form around him. Surrender and come quietly, or refuse and face judgment now. A pity you have such a cute face, she said as demonic energy began radiating from her. Maybe after I beat the shit out of you, you might see things my way, but at that point, you're going to be ugly, so I might as well as feast on you. Issei's face may have remained neutral, but underneath that was pure and utter disgust for what he was seeing. The once stunningly beautiful woman had transformed in the blink of an eye to a three-armed monster with razor-sharp teeth with a scorpion-like lower half. "You!" was all Regulus said as she roared. As the creature charged towards him, Issei mumbled some words to himself, and a whip of holy flames appeared in his right hand. Leaping to his left, and evading its charge, he swung the whip and watched as it wrapped around the stray devil's second right arm. "Looks like my assumption was right. My spells won't have any effect on her at the moment. I'm going to have to wear her down first." "Tch, how annoying," spoke the stray devil as she tried to free her arm. "But let me show you why I was worth 2 rooks." Yanking her right arm forward with ease, Issei was sent flying towards her as she yelled, "Enjoy the ride!" Hanging onto the whip, Issei crashed into multiple wooden crates as she spun him around in circles. Eventually, after 2 rotations, Issei let go of the whip, causing it to vanish into thin air as he slammed into a wall. "Issei, are you dash?" "I'm fine," Issei reassured him as he got up, picking up his sword in the process. "It's going to take more than that to defeat me." "Had enough?" she questioned as she walked towards him. "Not even close," he replied with a smile before darting towards with inhumane speed. "Very well. Show me what you got, human," she declared as she cracked her knuckles and watched him close the distance between them. Issei easily avoided both her right arm's hook that would have knocked his head clean off and sent a lightning-fast strike across her abdomen as he passed her. As he dashed away from her, he said, "My lord, allow me to use your holy chains so that I may dash." "Where do you think you're going?" she yelled at him as he glanced back to see her right behind him. "Bring that ass here." Deciding that he couldn't run forever, Issei leaped forward while turning around and pointing his right hand at her. "Radiant beam!" he shouted. The beam of golden flames launched from his hands and hit her directly in the chest, sending her flying back and crashing into a wall across the room as he landed on his back. Issei released a sigh of relief as he looked towards the gaping hole in the wall. "I think I got her," Issei said with a small grin appearing on his face as he averts his eyes upward. He didn't have the chance to put a lot of power behind the attack due to her being so close, but the continuous laser of holy flames into her chest should have been enough to kill her, if not that cripple her severely. "Is that all you got?" came the stray devil's voice, snapping him out of his thoughts. Looking back at the hole, the young exorcist saw the stray devil standing in it with a disappointed look. "Because if that's all, then there's no way you're going to beat me," she continued. "Issei, perhaps I should get involved now," Regulus suggested, but Issei shook his head as he rose to his feet. "I can't always rely on you, Regulus. Many times you have came to my defense, but if I'm going to get stronger, then I need to learn how to fight without you coming to my aid." "Very well, but I advise you err on the side of caution," Regulus stated with concern evident in his voice. "I will," Issei said before doing a quick prayer once again and having a whip of holy fire appear in his right hand. "I believe it is your move, devil." "How gentlemanlike of you," she replied as a violet-colored energy appeared on her hands. "I'll be sure to remember that when I rip your throat out." As she charged at him once again, Issei cracked the whip against the smooth stone flooring, leaving a scorch mark on it. He then twirled it high above his head a few times, allowing the flames to surge and roar before sending multiple lightning-fast cracks at her as he backstepped away from her. "Stop backing away, you coward!" she yelled as she hurled the 3 balls of energy at him. Having the flame whip disappear, Issei silently said, "Divine Ward!" and a golden barrier with a symbol of a female 12-winged angel appeared in front of him. She collided against his barrier and slammed her fists against it in an attempt to break it, but so far it was a fruitless attempt. "My lord, allow me to use your holy chains so that I may purge this sinful creature." A golden magic seal appeared beneath the stray devil, causing her to stop what she was doing and look down as it began to glow brightly. A second later, several chains made of pure golden energy shot forth from the ground and began to envelop all around her body. "What the? Why can't I move?" she demanded as she struggled to move her entire body, but it was to no avail. The chains were practically seared into her flesh. Holy chains or God's chains is very powerful against the wicked. Issei started as he watched her continue to break free from the shackles' grasps. The ability was actually conceived after the Spartans bound their patron in chains. They believed to keep victory from escaping their grasp, they had to keep their god in Sparta, so they put restraints on the statues of Ares. When I get out of here, I'm going to rip you to pieces, she shouted with fury. But that is after I have my way with you. I won't grant you a quick bucking death. No, I'm going to do all sorts of shit to you, and when I'm through with you, you're going to be begging me to end your shit existence. But you won't be getting free, Issei calmly stated as he ran his hand down the blade of Joyeuse, coating it with a pure white energy. I'm not going to give you the possibility to get out of here. With a quick hand movement, Issei brought his sword to his chest and grasped it with both hands, driving it forward, into her chest. The stray devil released a painful shriek as the sword pierced through her heart and out her back. After a second or two, the shrieking stopped, and she disappeared, leaving only 2 rook pieces behind. I guess she wasn't as powerful as I expected, Regulus quipped. She actually was. Even though I did not look like it, I was doing everything in my power to keep her contained. I was lucky my will was stronger than hers, Issei stated as he released a breath he had been holding in for ages. Maybe, but in the end, the result was the same. She died, and you didn't. There's nothing more to it, Regulus declared. Yeah, I dash. Issei stopped mid-sentence and turned around to see Keno walking into the room with a disappointed look. It seems I was late to the party, she stated as she looked at the 2 rook pieces. I was hoping I would get to see the Lion of Vatican in action, but I missed it. Keno, what are you doing here? Issei said as he lowered his sword. He had sensed the devil's presence, but he was surprised that it was Keno who showed up. Rias had asked one of us to come assist you. She didn't feel like it was right to have you deal with a stray devil in her territory, Keno replied. Well, I did insist to deal with the stray devil, Issei stated with a shrug as he dismissed Joyeuse into its pocket dimension. After all, who better to deal with one than an exorcist? Still, Keno started as she approached him. I wish I had arrived sooner, but maybe there's a way I could make it up to you for being late. What? Issei said as he backed away from her. What does she mean by that? I didn't ask her to come at all. I mean, I wouldn't mind her coming along, but still, why would she say something like that? I asked if there was a way for me to make it up to you, Keno stated as she took a step closer to him. Perhaps maybe a massage, or a bath together. No, that won't be needed, Issei said as he raised his hand in front of him, gesturing for her to stay back. She pouted with an adorable frown. Do you not think I'm pretty or good enough to do either of those? No, you're very pretty. I think you're a beautiful girl. It's just that I don't think we should do that, Issei interrupted with a blush before looking away from her and talking about why they shouldn't do that, unaware of faint blush on the girl's face. My saying things like that, and I might fall for you, Keno teased with a smile. As Issei was about to respond, a thunderous noise was heard, followed by the sound of water hitting the ground. Of course, it has to start raining, Issei mumbled to himself as he looked towards one of the windows to see heavy rain drops hitting the glass. Now I have to walk in the dark and in rain. Keno giggled at his predicament and said, If you're bothered about that, I could fly you home. That won't be necessary, Issei said as he waved his hand. You can go report to Rias that the stray devil has been dealt with and that she won't be harming any more people. However, to his surprise, Keno grabbed onto his arm and said, At least let me walk you home, to make up for not arriving in time to help you. Issei was about to deny her when Regulus commented on the subject. Let her do it, the girl can easily teleport back to her master once done. Issei thought about it for a second before saying, Fine, but that's it. What happened to just walking you home? Keno said with her usual smile. I couldn't just allow you to go back to Rias in soaking wet clothes, Issei said with a reddened face as he did his best to avoid looking at her. Plus you could have caught a cold. Keno blushed a little hearing that. She was surprised when Issei invited her in, and wondered if he had any ulterior motives, but he seemed concerned for her well-being. So I shouldn't be worried about losing my virginity tonight? She said, feigning a disappointed voice. Issei did a spit take and gave her an incredulous look. No. I mean, it's not because I don't find you attractive, I'm just playing with you, Issei, Keno said with a giggle, causing Issei to gain a tick mark on his forehead. I'm actually shocked you invited me in, to be honest. After your first meeting with Rias, I had assumed you didn't like devils, and were going to do your best to avoid us. I don't really, Issei admitted as he looked away from her and at the broken cross. To be honest, it's been a somewhat difficult task for me, but Regulus told me I needed to stop judging all devils from past encounters and try seeing the good in them. That's what I've been trying, and I will admit it's been hard, but I'm making progress. That cross on your wrist. Keno started, prompting him to glance back at her. It belonged to someone you cared for? She had noticed many times the cross, and had been curious why he carried it around. Yeah, Issei said softly as his thoughts drifted towards his first time meeting his friend. Felix was his name, and he was my first friend I made as I trained to be an exorcist. A stray devil killed him on his first mission, and this is all I have left of him, really. Keno's heart started to ache for the boy. She had to lose someone she held dear to her, and only had one thing to remember her. She didn't realize it at first, but both of them were alike in some way. She had lost her mother, and he had lost his friend. I'm sorry, Don't be, Issei quickly stated. I have come to terms with it all. The two stood there in silence for a couple of seconds, neither not knowing what to say. Issei finally decided to break the silence. There's a shower upstairs, down the hall. You can use that one to wash yourself up. I'll use the downstairs shower and stuff. You can use my washing machine and stuff to dry your clothes off. Okay, was all Keno said in response. She didn't know what to think about Issei now, but she was wondering if she had started to develop more feelings for him. Sure, he was cute, and it was funny to see him get embarrassed, but she didn't know if that was love or anything like that. Then again, she had never been in a romantic relationship with a guy at all, so she didn't really know anything about love. Issei frowned as he made his way upstairs with a reddened face. His heart was beating faster than it usually did, and it was for good reason, for he was walking up the stairs with nothing but a white towel to cover his lower body. Just don't let her see you, just don't let her see you, he repeated to himself as he climbed the steps. Seeing the light still on in the bathroom, he assumed she was still in there, but just no longer showering. Taking this as his best moment, Issei quickly and quietly marched towards his bedroom. Thank God, he muttered to himself as he closed the door behind him. I thought she was going to see. He trailed off when he turned around and was met by the sight of a completely naked Keno with her hair down. The two stood there for a solid minute, either of them not knowing what to say to one another. Finally, after a long time, Keno spoke. Oh my, had I known you were going to enter, I would have locked the door. To think you would have entered as I changed, you brute. Issei didn't say anything in response. He just gazed at her bare naked chest with dark red cheeks. He could feel his heart beating a little faster, and himself getting hard underneath the towel. He had considered himself one of God's most faithful disciples, but he couldn't deny that Keno is a very attractive girl that could tempt even angels. I am really sorry, he said after a couple more seconds of silence. I had assumed you were in the bathroom still, and I forgot to bring me a set of clothes. Please forgive me. Keno giggled at his response. It's fine as long as it's you, Issei, I don't mind. Keno's cheeks had become crimson red after saying that. Even though she said it in her usual tone, she was nervous and a little embarrassed. No man had never seen her naked, and she would have minded if it was someone else, but it felt okay to her to have Issei see her like this. Issei's heart skipped several beats after hearing that. The young exorcist had never heard that before from a girl, and quite frankly he didn't know how to react. Compliment her, Issei, don't just stand there like an idiot gawking, let her know that you find her to be gorgeous. Regulus commented in a coaching manner. You're very beautiful, Keno, Issei said as he gave her 2 thumbs up along with an idiotic smile. A second later his towel fell off, exposing his rock-hard erection. Oh my, was all Keno said as she cupped her scarlet red cheeks, Issei, on the other hand, felt it suddenly get colder down there and averted his eyes downward to see his towel on the floor, and his manhood out for her to see. Issei glanced back up at her, and then back down at his member several times before covering it and saying, "I'm sorry, it's just a natural reaction. You know how the human body works and stuff, right?" "Oh, so if it was another girl you would get this reaction?" she questioned in a hurt manner. "Here I thought it meant you liked me a lot, possibly loved me." "I do like you," Issei stated with no hesitation. "I just, why does this stuff have to be so hard?" Keno didn't say anything, and waited patiently to sort out what he was trying to say. "It's just that my feelings are a mess right now. The first time I saw you I thought you were the most gorgeous girl I've ever seen, but I found out you were a devil. I was quite shocked, a little devastated to be honest," Issei said with traces of concern in his voice. "Like I stated before, my history with devils aren't exactly perfect. I have been living a life killing devils without a single care, believing that it was for the greater good, but now I find myself having feelings towards one." "Is that such a problem?" Keno asked as she approached him, not bothered by the fact that they are still naked. "Does their race matter that much to you?" "I don't know," Issei stated with a frown as he turned his back to face her. "I no longer know what is right and what is wrong anymore. I don't know if it's right for me to form romantic relationships with devils and fallen angels, or if it's wrong for me to do that. God as of late has been silent when it comes to me asking him about that." Issei paused for a second to let that all sink in. "It has been bothering me for the past week, and I have been finding myself staying up in the nights just looking at the stars asking for guidance, only to get silence in return." "Issei," Keno said softly, prompting him to turn around and look into her beautiful purple eyes. Gently grabbing a hold of his face, she brought her face to his and hesitated for a second. Their lips were just mere inches apart from one another. Steeling herself, she closed the gap between their lips and kissed him. Issei was shocked by this action, and stood there for a second with his eyes wide open before slowly closing them and returning the affection. His arms hesitantly moved to her hips, and grabbed a hold of them as she wrapped her arm around his neck. Eventually, the two of them broke their kiss, and Keno said, "I'm sorry I dash." Whatever she was going to say next became muffled. Issei, out of pure lust or love, planted his lips on her soft, silky, plump lips, taking her by surprise. His hands moved from her hips to her cheeks out of instinct, and with ease, he lifted her up, causing her to release a muffled squeal of shock. He moved the two of them towards the bed. He laid her down onto the bed while continuing to kiss her. After what seemed like an eternity of making out, Issei pulled back and gazed into her violet eyes. He was unsure of where he wanted to go from here. At least he was, until he remembered what Regulus has been trying to tell him entered his mind. "I need to let go. Issei, this is my first time," Keno stated as she gazed into his yellowy brown eyes that she for some reason found to be majestic and alluring. "It's my first time too," Issei admitted before lowering his head and giving her a quick peck on the lips. He might not know much about Hex, but he at least knew the basics due to his father talking to him about it. "Your goal is to not only satisfy yourself, but your partner as well. In order to have a healthy relationship, you must make sure she is happy." Lemon skipped. "I love you too," he muttered as he wrapped his arms around her and pressed his face into her bosom, making her produce a moan of delight. No other words were needed to be said after that. Everything they needed to express was expressed physically. "I am yours." Those three echoed throughout Issei's mind as he sat on the edge of his bed staring at the moonlight. Laying down behind him underneath the covers was Keno, whose lips were slightly curved upwards, forming a smile. "My heart and body belong to you from now on. I love you." Issei had mixed feelings about these words. He felt like he should be excited about this, and he was. But he also felt like he did something wrong. Like he had sinned greatly. Closing his eyes and clasping his hands in front of lips, Issei began to pray. "God, please help me. I have tried to stay true to my beliefs, but doubt is everywhere. I want to believe that I fell in love, but I don't know if this was an act of lust. I truly don't know what is right anymore. Please, if you're listening, I need you to guide me. I need your guidance now more than ever." He waited patiently in silence to hear God respond to him, to hear the Lord's counseling, but he got nothing. He got nothing except the sound of silence. Tightening his fists a little, he prayed again. My Lord, I don't know what to do. I have asked myself time and time again what I'm supposed to do, and each time I do that, I end up with uncertainty. I need your wise counseling. I need you to tell me I'm still walking down the path you set me on. I need you. Again Issei was met with silence. Why do you ignore my pleas of help, God? Issei demanded with anger. What do you want me to do? I have tried my best to remain faithful and devoted to you while carrying out your will, and all you greet me with is silence. Why? What did I do wrong? Tears started to roll down his cheek as he continued to speak. Just talk to me. The Lion of Vatican 7. Upon waking up, Keno noticed multiple things almost immediately. The first thing she noticed was that she wasn't in her bed, and that she was naked. With her lips curving downwards, Keno rose to a sitting position and looked around. It took her a couple of seconds before realizing where she was, and how she ended up in the bed naked. I slept with Issei. She mumbled in astonishment as her eyes moved downwards to her nether regions. The small frown she had was replaced by a small smile, as she recalled their activities last night. To think we would do something so bold! Her cheeks became a light shade of red as she thought about what they did more earlier. With a look of wanting and need, Keno gazed into Issei's yellowy brown eyes as she slowly lowered herself onto his timber. Feeling him enter her vagina, Keno let out a cute but somewhat painful moan. You okay? Issei asked with a hint of concern as she gradually continued to absorb more and more of his hick until fully engulfing it inside of her. She hummed in response with a nod, her hands holding tightly onto his waist. You sure? He asked hesitantly. It looked like it kind of hurt. Yufufu, I'm sure, she said with a nod and a small smile. I just wasn't prepared for it. Oh well, you don't have to rush this mmgh? Keno placed her index finger on his lips, prompting him to be quiet. I'm going to move now, okay? Even though she said it as a question, there was no question behind the words. It was more of a statement. Lemon skipped. Era, do you not want to go one more time? She questioned, causing him to chuckle. Sure, just give me a couple minutes to rest, he said, causing her grin to widen. Yufufu, very well. Earth to Keno, Issei said as he snapped his fingers in front of her, startling her, and pulling her out of her thoughts. Looking up, she was greeted by a shirtless Issei who was wearing nothing but basketball shorts and his cross. Issei? She said in surprise. I called your name 3 times, and you didn't respond. Something wrong? He questioned as he walked towards one of his dressers and opened it. No, I was just thinking about last night, she stated as she stared at the back of him, her cheeks a little red. Oh yeah. It was kind of crazy, wasn't it? Issei said as he glanced over his shoulder. But I enjoyed every bit of it, Keno coolly replied as she got off of the bed. I wonder what everyone will think of us. I bet some of the girls will believe the rumor about you once they find out. Rumor? Issei questioned with traces of curiosity in his voice as he turned his head once again to face her. Era, you don't know? She asked, only to earn shake of the head. With a smile she said. Yufufu, well, there is a rumor that this big and bad Lion of Vatican targets specifically devil women and fallen angels. They say that he has this obsession with them, and before he kills them, he purifies them. Issei stared at her for a solid 7 seconds before saying, Please tell me that is a joke? Yufufu, is someone embarrassed with it being possibly true? She stated as she walked towards him. A little, yeah, Issei said in a serious manner. I'm not a rapist. I don't know, Keno teasingly said as she wrapped her arms around his waist and pressed her breasts into his back, causing his face to turn slightly red. For all I know, you might be making moves on someone else. That doesn't mean I'm a rapist, Issei sternly said, causing her to release a giggle. I know, she whispered into his left ear. After all, I doubt a rapist would have acted that innocent last night and confessed so many things to me. Issei at first was quiet, but after several seconds of them silently standing there, he said, "I don't know what to think of last night, to be honest." "What do you mean?" she questioned. "I mean, I don't know what to think. I'm conflicted on how to feel about it," Issei stated with a solemn expression. "A part of me feels like I should be happy. I mean, I am kind of happy, but I also feel like I sinned greatly." "Is it because of me being a devil?" Keno asked in a serious tone. "Yes," Issei reluctantly answered as he closed his eyes. "I've dedicated my entire life to the church, I've done so much for them, and last night I broke a major rule. A rule that is punishable by death. We could pretend this never happened," Keno said with a small frown. She didn't exactly like the idea, but it didn't seem like she had a choice in the matter. "Just continue our relationship as friends." "I don't even know if I want that," Issei muttered loud enough for her to hear. "Last night I prayed to God and asked Him to offer me advice on what to do. I asked Him to help me sort out my feelings, and He neglected me." Keno didn't say anything in response. She instead chose to remain quiet and listen to what he had to say. "I don't know why He doesn't speak to me, but I believe it's because I've strayed from His divine path. I mean, it has to be that, right?" "It could be that," Keno said as she spun him around to where he was looking at her. "Or it could be that He wants you to figure this out on your own." Issei frowned at first hearing that. He at first passed off what she said as nonsense, but after a second thought, he realized that God could be testing him, but he didn't know what God is testing him on. "You might be right," Issei mumbled. The two of them then stood there in silence for a couple seconds, only for Issei to break it by saying, "Anyways, I should probably get your clothes. They're probably done being dried off." "You could do that," Keno said with a grin full of mischief as her finger ran down his chest. "Or you could get in the shower with me." "I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I must refuse that offer," Issei said with a sad smile. "It's not because of you, I'm just conflicted at the moment, and need some time alone to mull over my thoughts. I hope you can understand." Keno was a little disappointed that he rejected her offer, but she didn't show it. "I understand you have a lot to think about at the moment. If you need someone to talk to, then let me know. I'm always willing to listen." "Thanks," was all he said. As Keno approached her clubroom, she couldn't help from feeling a little sick. She didn't exactly know why she was feeling this way, but this came after she and him split off to go to their classes. "It's not because of you, I'm just conflicted at the moment." "But why? You said that you loved me last night. Doesn't that mean you came to terms with the church and how you view us devils?" she mumbled to herself as her lips descended downwards a little. With a sigh, Keno opened the doors of her clubroom. As much as she wanted to think about Issei and try to figure out what was wrong with him, and why he suddenly became conflicted, she had to report what happened with the stray devil last night. Upon approaching the lounge-like area where her club gathered, Keno could hear the faint voices of people arguing. She at first didn't know who it was, but upon reaching the door, she immediately recognized the voices belonged to Rias and Sona. Straightening herself up and pushing Issei out of her thoughts, Keno put on her usual smile and opened the door to the room. "All I'm saying is that we don't know anything about Issei. For all we know, he might be what my sister said," Sona stated in a serious manner. "I understand, but if he truly is that, then why did my brother allow him to come here?" Rias replied with a sharp look. "I doubt my brother would purposefully send a boy like that to our school if it is true." Era, are we talking about the infamous Lion of Vatican?" Keno said with a giggle as she approached the two heiresses, causing them to avert their eyes towards her. "Keno!" Rias said in surprise as she got up from her chair and moved towards her queen. "Where were you? Why didn't you come back after assisting Issei? What happened to you?" "Yofufu, it is nice to know, Rias, that you care for me," Keno said with a giggle as she raised her hand to her mouth. "Rias had told me that you went to assist Issei in dealing with the A-class stray devil that once belonged to House Stolas, but she didn't say anything more other than you not returning. Mind filling us in on what happened?" Sona requested with her usual strict tone. "Yofufu, many things happened," Keno said as her cheeks became red. "Like?" both girls said in unison as they raised an eyebrow and folded their arms underneath their busts. Well, I arrived at the scene a little late. Actually, I arrived seconds after him defeating it, and then we talked a bit," Keno said in a teasing manner, as she recalled their conversation. "Go on," Rias said with curiosity laced in her voice. "It started to rain, and he said he was going to head on home. I offered to walk him home in an attempt to repay for being late to the fight." "Wait, so you went to his home?" Sona said with a hint of surprise in her voice. She knew where he lived, but neither peerages of devils visited his home due to not wanting to possibly anger Issei. Sure, he may act somewhat friendly at school, but they believed that was because of humans being here. And I was going to teleport back to Rias when he invited me inside," Keno stated. Rias took notice of her smile getting bigger and started to become more curious. "What was his house like? Does he live alone?" Sona questioned, her tone latched with command and curiosity. "It was pretty ordinary, and he lives alone," Keno answered as she glanced at Sona. "I'm quite surprised he lives alone, but I guess he doesn't want to risk his family's lives." "Probably he is an exorcist living in devil territory," Sona commented. "Anyways, we talked and he told me something personal," Keno said before giggling like an embarrassed schoolgirl. "What did he tell you?" both asked in unison, now very curious what Keno learned. Era, it's not my place to reveal his personal information, but he did offer me to use his shower to clean myself up. Which I took, and I will admit his shower is pretty nice looking," Keno stated. "Just get to the point, Keno, what happened?" Rias said, starting to grow a little impatient with her queen taking so long in revealing why she was late. "Fufu, impatient much?" Keno teasingly stated, earning an annoyed glare from the Gremry heiress. "Well, after a nice, hot, and steamy shower I went to his bedroom to wear some of his clothes since I had none to wear, and he walked in on me. At first, I was surprised and wondered why he walked into the room, but then I saw he only had a towel on." With a blush turning to Rias' hair color, she continued. "We spoke a little, and then his towel accidentally came off, revealing his fufu, his manhood. It was then after that Issei confessed his feelings for me, how he was conflicted about what to think of me. With emotions guiding me, I planted my lips on his, only for him to kiss me back upon separation. He carried me to his bed, and then it was at that moment he did naughty things to me." "Keno, are you saying?" "Yufufu, yes, Rias. I'm saying Issei had his way with me. He groped my breasts, spread my legs, and took my virginity. He didn't stop either. For the whole night he had his way with me, coming inside of me each time," Keno declared with a gleeful voice as she hugged herself and rocked side to side with her eyes closed. Rias stood there in silence along with Sona for several seconds before practically screaming at the top of her lungs. "He did what with you?" "I said he had his way with me," Keno repeated with excitement in her tone, not caring at all if Rias was furious with her. She enjoyed every second of it, and was hoping they would do it again in the future. "You make it sound like he graded you, but it doesn't sound like you were against it," Sona stated with a serious look still plastered on her face. Even though she had kept her calm demeanor, she was in fact shocked. The Citri heiress wasn't expecting to hear that at all, and quite frankly didn't know how to react. Rias, on the other hand, was unsure what to think after hearing why Keno didn't report back to her last night. At first, she just assumed they had a conversation, and spent the night at his place, and that was it. But to hear that Keno had lost her virginity to the exorcist made her angry, but yet she was also conflicted. She stated that Issei confessed his feelings for her, so she didn't know if Issei graded Keno or if they were in love. Still, this didn't stop Rias from having a bewildered feeling. She knew Keno had a playful teasing side, but to actually have Hex was something she couldn't quite grasp. Sure, he did look somewhat charming, but Issei is a human and not to mention an exorcist. It just made no sense to her why they would do it. "Keno, did this actually happen? Did he actually do these things to you?" Rias asked as she grabbed Keno's shoulders and stopped her from swaying. Era, are you perhaps wanting to lose your virginity too?" Keno questioned with a teasing smile. "Keno," Rias said in an annoyed tone as her cheeks became crimson red. "This is a serious matter, Keno. We need to know if he is actually like what my sister said." Sona declared in a firm tone. Yofufu, well, if you both must know, then he isn't an exorcist that has his ways with devils and fallen angels. He had never laid with a girl before me, Keno said in a somewhat playful tone. So he didn't grape you? Rias said with a tone latched with uncertainty, as she let go of Keno's shoulders. Nope, it was consensual, but Rias, you should have seen him. His bare naked chest mmfgh. That's enough, Keno, we don't need to hear any more, Rias shouted as she covered the raven-haired girl's mouth. Mofufa, giggled a muffled Keno. Walking into the abandoned church of Kuoh town with a frown on their face was Issei. Stopping in the middle of the doorway, Issei performed the sign of the cross while saying, In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. However, unlike before in the past, Issei clasped his hands together and bent his head downward. Upon saying Amen, a white ball of light appeared from Issei's hands, and slowly started to make its way to the pulpit and broken crucifix. After halfway making it, the white ball of light stopped and began to descend towards the ground. Issei watched as it sank into the wooden flooring, and released a wave of energy blessing the place. With the place blessed, Issei entered the church, closing the doors behind him in the process. My Lord and Savior, Issei began as he approached the pulpit. I come here to you on my knees seeking forgiveness. As he said that, Issei fell to his knees and looked at where Jesus would be, had the crucifix not been destroyed. I have sinned greatly, Issei continued as lowered his head in shame. Last night, I let lust guide my thoughts, and I laid with the devil. Not only have I betrayed myself, but I have betrayed my family, the church, and you. Issei didn't say anything after that for a couple of seconds. He wanted to let that sink in. Lifting his head a little, he said, I know I can't rewind the clock and undo what I did, but I do hope that you shall forgive me for this sinful act. Nothing happened. Issei didn't feel this guilt or this confusion lift from his shoulders. He still felt like he had sinned. For several seconds he sat there quietly, not knowing what to do. Appearing in front of Issei above him was a white cross. It was blindingly bright and forced him to look down at the ground. Upon the cross vanishing and the brightness dying down, a young beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure appeared before him. She had blonde curly hair with a golden halo above her head, a pure white gown that went to her feet, and 12 pure white wings to match her attire. This woman was Lady Gabriel, one of God's children. Issei gawked at the woman as she floated down to the ground with ease. He had never seen such a beautiful woman before. Issei, the woman said in a polite voice with a small smile. La Lady Gabriel? Issei stammered as he continued to stare. I sadly cannot be here for long. I'm only here to inform you that you must follow your heart, she said with a hint of sadness. Follow my heart? Issei parroted, not understanding what she meant at all. Yes, your heart will be your guide, the angel stated, causing him to frown. But my heart is confused. I don't know what to do. How am I supposed to follow my heart if it's confused? That is something you must figure out by yourself, Gabriel stated. Just know that we will be with you every step of the way. As she began to form a cross, Issei called out to her. Lady Gabriel! Yes, Issei? She said as she stopped what she was doing. I slept with the devil. Doesn't that mean I betrayed the church? He questioned with uncertainty. That is something only you can answer, Issei, she said with a smile. And I have faith that you will find the answer. With that said, Gabriel teleported out, leaving Issei alone in the church. How can I find these answers if I don't know what to do? How can my heart guide me if it's confused? Issei asked himself as he sat there on his knees, now more lost than before. I'm sorry, Dulio, but we have no idea where Issei went, Issei's father said in an apologetic tone. We assumed that he had a mission or something, and that be the reason why he's been gone for nearly the past 2 weeks. I see, that's unfortunate, Dulio said with a frown. No one seems to know what happened to him. Which leads me to believe that he is either gone stray or that something terrible has happened to him. Gone stray? Issei would never go stray, he is a Hyoudou. I know, Goro, I know your family has been devotees of the church, but you have to understand that it is a possibility, Dulio stated as he looked the older man in the eye. I know there's high chance it isn't that, but until we know for sure, we have to take that into consideration. But you don't believe he did go stray, right? Kuoh demanded. You don't think Issei would turn his back on the church, right? No, I don't believe it, Dulio firmly stated. I honestly don't know what to believe. No one seems to know what happened to him. Is there anyone out looking for him? Kuoh asked in a concerned voice, only for Dulio to shake his head side to side. The Pope is deeming him MIA. Until someone spots him, nothing will be done. But Kuoh, you and I both know he could be anywhere. For all we know, he is the underworld, Dulio said in a firm but saddened tone. Still, he is my son. And I promise you, the second we get information on him, I'll send out a team of exorcists to get him and bring him back, but for now, we have to wait, Dulio said. Fine, but I want to be notified the second you find out where he is, okay? Kuoh said in a stern voice, earning himself a nod. Well, I'll see you around, Dulio. Have a good night, and sorry for bringing you possibly bad news, Dulio replied before turning around and walking away. Once Dulio was gone, Kuoh released a sigh and said to himself, I apologize for the deceit, but you guys can't know what Issei is doing, at least not yet. Your heart will be your guide. Issei mumbled to himself as he sighed and looked out the classroom window with a thoughtful expression. It had been an entire day since he had slept with a Keno along with visiting the abandoned church, and he has yet to figure out what Lady Gabriel meant. He hadn't talked to Regulus about this yet, due to him believing that this task was him for him alone, but he hadn't even close to finding out what he wants. He just kept on finding himself more and more conflicted about everything. Follow my heart, Issei said to himself for the 1,000th time as he looked down at his chest. For it shall be my guide. A frown appeared on his face as he tried to decipher what she was saying, as if it was a long-forgotten language. Ugh, what does that even mean? Issei practically shouted in annoyance while clutching his head and gaining everyone's attention. What does what mean? Several students asked with curiosity in their voices. Realizing that he shouted that out loud, Issei awkwardly laughed and said, Nothing, I'm just thinking of something my mom said to me. Don't you guys worry about it, just, get back to whatever you guys were doing. Seeing the majority of the class look at him weirdly, Issei planted his head on his desk and covered his face with his hands while releasing a quiet groan. Great, now everyone thinks I'm a weirdo. Beep. Issei Hyoudou, please report to the student council room. Issei Hyoudou, please report to the student council room. This, of course, was followed by some of the students looking at Issei and saying, Oh, Issei's in trouble. Issei didn't acknowledge them as he got up. He doubted he was actually in trouble, and was pretty sure that the devils were just going to talk to him about some supernatural stuff. After all, he was an excellent student who paid attention in class and was great when it came to physical education. Say what? Issei said as he looked at Sona with a blank expression. We have just been informed that the Grigori are going to be sending a few fallen angels here to enroll as students and teachers to show that they can live in peace as well. Sona repeated, her face not even showing any traces of joking or deceit, just seriousness. Issei stared at Sona for a solid seconds before quickly averting his gaze towards Rias and Keno. She isn't joking, is she? Unfortunately not, Keno said with a hint of seriousness in her voice that shocked Issei somewhat. Issei also noticed Rias cast a side glance to Keno real quick before looking back at him. He had spotted the concern in her eyes and was curious why she did that, but decided not to worry about it. Well, is that all? Issei asked as he averted his eyes back towards Sona. No, I actually have something to ask you, Rias interrupted, gaining everyone's attention. Her voice not showing any emotions, and her face solemn, making it unreadable. Okay. What is it? Issei asked with uncertainty as he thought about why the heiress was giving him this suddenly serious look. She isn't going to bring up me having hex with a Keno in front of everyone, is she? I mean, I can kind of see the logic behind it, but I don't think it would be needed to be brought up in a meeting. Even though it was mainly Rias, Sona, and him talking, both of their peerages were here listening to the conversation that was going on. Someone blessed the abandoned church yesterday evening, and were wondering if it was you, Rias stated. Oh, Issei said in surprise. He was a little taken back by what she said. That's right, we sensed the church's holy aura surrounding it become stronger, and we're curious if that was you, Sona said as she shifted her gaze back to Issei. Yeah, it was me, Issei started as he rubbed the back of his neck in a somewhat embarrassed manner. I needed to converse with God about something, and I believed it to be better if I spoke to him in the church. Mind explaining to us what it was about? Sona questioned with an eyebrow arched. It was me giving him a progress report of how things were going, and stuff like that. You're not the only one who has to report things to your superiors, Issei replied in a defensive manner. That's true, we do have to give reports to Lord Lucifer as well, Sona stated with a nod. Anyways, Issei started after a couple seconds of silence. I'm guessing you will tell me when the Grigori members arrive? Of course, in order for us to show that we can coexist with one another, then we need to communicate with one another, and be honest with one another. Otherwise, we're just going to end up failing, Sona replied, earning a now from the exorcist. And I apologize if what I asked was a little rude, Rias started with a friendly smile. It's just that this is my territory, and I need to know what's going on at all times if I'm going to watch over the people residing in it. It's no big deal. I probably should have told you guys that I was going there yesterday, Issei said as he returned the smile. A small, somewhat awkward silence passed between the exorcist and devils after this. Not knowing exactly what to say, Issei said, Well, I think I should return to class and stuff. Yeah, it's probably best if I do. I have stuff to learn. No one said a word as Issei left, but as soon as the door closed, the blonde boy named Saji said aloud, Is it just me, or does anybody else find Issei to be kind of socially awkward? He does seem to come off like that, doesn't he? Kiba stated in a friendly manner with a friendly smile. He still smells like a Keno. Kaneko muttered loud enough for everyone to hear, and causing a Keno to release a giggle as people asked Kaneko what she meant. The Lion of Vatican 8. Sitting on the side of a building again watching the sunset with a solemn expression was Issei Hyoudou. He was wearing his priest's garments and had Joyeuse strapped to his back, sheathed in a leather scabbard. He was kicking his feet and forth as if he was treading water, and in his hands was a candy bar. Follow my heart, and it will be my guide, he said as he stared at the sun as if it had the answers. Placing his hand on his chin and entering a thoughtful-like pose, Issei scratched his jawline as he once again attempted to decipher what Lady Gabriel said to him. He sat in this position for about several seconds before sighing in annoyance and taking a bite of his candy bar. He didn't know why he couldn't solve this. It was such a simple sentence, and therefore it should be easy to find the answer. Yet, so far every time he tries to follow his heart, he ends up having practically everything clash with one another. How can I follow it, Lady Gabriel? Whenever I think of the devils, I'd become conflicted. I mean, sure, they're nice and not that bad, at least the ones I've gotten to know a bit, but my thoughts then drift to the church, to my parents, to God, and I end up feeling like I'm betraying them, Issei said with a frown as his free hand unconsciously grabbed a hold of the cross wrapped around his neck. He was pulled from his thoughts on the matter by the sound of Regulus yawning, which was followed by him saying, Good evening, Issei. I trust that you've had a good day? Kind of. I learned that the Grigori is sending some fallen angels to enroll in Kuoh Academy to show that they're on board with the peace idea, Issei said with a shrug of his shoulders as he took another bite of his candy. You don't sound that thrilled about this, Regulus quipped. At this, Issei chuckled dryly. I have little reason to be excited. They're the ones who crippled my father for life. True, but that is in the past, and you said you will let go of the past, remember? Regulus stated in a parental manner. Yeah, but I'm just pointing that out, Issei replied as he averted his eyes downward to see the blonde boy from the student council walking towards the residential district with the white-haired girl who is also a part of the student council. Regulus took notice of Issei's sudden shift in mood from somewhat annoyed to saddened upon seeing the two devils, and with a sigh, the lion said, Okay, Issei, what's the problems you're not telling me? Regulus didn't have to ask Issei this to find out the answers. He could have easily gone through his memories to learn what happened, but from what he has noticed, Issei has better luck moving on from things when talking to him about it. It's about a Keno. I don't know what to do about her. Issei began as he took another bite of his candy bar, finishing it up. I mean, every time I think of her smile and stuff, my heart skips a beat, but then I get this guilty feeling. A feeling of me betraying the church. I see, Regulus said with a tone devoid of emotion. So because of this you're going to sever ties with the girl, I'm assuming? No, Issei quickly replied in a somewhat shocked tone. Keno is a kind, sweet, and lovely girl. Sure, she can be a pain when she teases me, but I do like her. It's just... I just don't know what to do when it comes to her. And why's that? You had plenty of times to stop your activities 2 nights ago, but you didn't, so why are you having these sudden thoughts now? Regulus questioned, his voice being one of solemn, indicating that he was taking the conversation seriously. It's complicated, okay? I don't know why it's complicated, but it just is, Issei said after a few seconds of struggling to find the words of why their relationship was a difficult one. Then simplify it for me, stop keeping me in the dark on this, and explain to me why your relationship with the Keno along with possibly all the other devils are complicated, Regulus said in a dry, but annoyed manner. Exhaling deeply and closing his eyes, Issei said in a calm tone. It's just I've been serving the church for so long, and I said I was going to put aside my biased thoughts on devils and fallen angels, but I just can't, It's just not that easy. I'm not like you, and can forget my teachings within a day. Regulus remained quiet for several seconds as he contemplated what to say to the boy. He was a little taken back by what Issei said to him at the end of his explanation, but understood that Issei was speaking from the heart. So the problem isn't with them, the problem lies with you. You feel that if you accept the devils completely that you will end up betraying everything you believed in, am I right? Yeah, Issei reluctantly stated. Issei, this is something you must solve on your own. Regulus started with a small hint of regret in his voice. No one can take away this guilty feeling that's manifested inside of you. Only you can get rid of it, and how you choose to do that is up to you. I know this wasn't the answer you were hoping for, but not everyone can answer your problems. Sometimes you must find the solution yourself. Issei simply grunted in response. He had no wishes to continue the conversation anymore and doubted that Regulus could help him seek the answers he's been looking for the past 2 days. That looks pretty good, Issei said to himself as he finished cleaning his face of shaving cream. Nothing wrong with keeping myself clean and shaved. With a small grin on his face, Issei picked up his phone that was playing Monster by Meg and Yed.exe remix along with his cross, and put it around his neck. He then opened the door to the bathroom, and upon taking one step out of it, the power for the house seemed to shut off. Huh! Did someone hit a power line or something? Issei said aloud as he looked around in the pitch dark. He contemplated on calling the emergency services, but he was sure someone else would notify them that there's been a power outage where they lived. However, instead of turning on his phone's flashlight, Issei said to himself, Lord, cast your holy light upon me, and reveal the terrors of the dark, which enabled him to see in the darkness. As Issei made his way downstairs, Issei opened up his contacts list and scrolled down to Keno. He bit the inside of his bottom lip as he stared at his options. He could call her and talk to her about how he has been feeling as of lately, or he could text her and see what she was up to at the moment. Planting himself down on his couch, Issei continued to stare at his options. He didn't want to impose on her offer, but she did say that if he ever needed to talk to someone, then she would be willing to listen, or something along those lines. With reluctance, Issei opened up the text box and gazed at the keyboard, contemplating what to say. Numerous ideas ran through his head, but each one Issei found to be idiotic. He didn't want to just randomly text her how he was feeling, and he didn't want to come off weird. He was pulled from his thoughts by a sound of rustling going on outside, followed by the sound of what Issei could assume was the trash can crashing over. Issei stared at one of the windows that gave him a view of the front yard, and gazed at it for a couple seconds before mumbling, It must be someone's dog or something like dash. Issei rolled off of the couch mid-sentence, and was able to avoid several bullets that were meant for his skull. Clutching his head, Issei protected his head as he heard the sound of more bullets being shot off, along with the sound of doors getting broken down, and the sound of glass windows getting smashed. As he was getting up, Issei saw one of the men and his eyes widened. The man was wearing a priest attire, and in his hands were two pistols that he assumed to be loaded with holy bullets. Attached to his belt was a light sword that was turned off. Their eyes seemed to lock, for the man raised his guns and shouted, "He's still alive!" Before Issei could do anything, Issei felt a kick to the back of his right knee, forcing him down on his knees. As he fell to his knees, he felt a pistol be pushed up against the side of his skull. "Nah, let's not do anything rash, okay?" spoke the man as his comrades entered the room. Issei looked around to see 8 men, all of them wearing priest garments, leading Issei to believe they were stray exorcists and priests. The man who held the gun to Issei's head seemed to be shortest of the group. He had white hair and red eyes. "Put your hands on your head. Nice and slowly," the man commanded with a wicked smile. As Issei obeyed his order, the man continued to speak. "That's it, what a good little church boy you are. God must be pleased with your actions right now. May I ask who you guys are?" Issei requested as he spoke to Regulus mentally, who had woken up just recently. "Of course, I am Fried Selzen, former exorcist of Vatican City, and the one who will be painting this once fine home with your shitty brain matter tonight," spoke the now named exorcist as he mockingly lowered his head. "Okay. May I ask you why you plan on killing me?" Issei asked. Even though Issei was in a bad position, he was surprisingly calm and didn't show any signs of fear or anxiety. The reason why was because the only one who seemed to have their gun trained on Issei was this freed fellow. They were too relaxed now, and Issei planned on exploiting that soon. "Well, in short, it's because my boss has plans, and he doesn't seem to want you to be a bucking nuisance, so dash." Fried was cut off mid-sentence by Issei grabbing his gun and raising it up to slam against Fried's nose. Instinctively, the former exorcist fired a round, but he was too slow. As the other former church members drew their weapons, Issei slammed the pistol against the man's nose, causing him to let go of the pistol as he reeled back in pain. Issei spun the gun in his hand as he turned around, and chucked at the dual-wielding pistol wielder. The power behind the throw was enough to stun the man. As the gun made its way to him, Issei had already begun moving towards one of the exorcists who stood in a doorframe. He was the only other one with a gun, so they were deemed to be the most imminent threats. The man fired a couple shots at Issei, and one of them did manage to graze the Lion of Vatican's left shoulder, but it wasn't enough to stop Issei from throwing a left hook to the man's jawline. The force was enough to not only knock out one, but a couple teeth. As the man smashed into the wall, Issei whirled around only to lean back and see a light sword barely miss his eyes. Had he not moved back a little, Issei was sure he would have been killed if not blinded. His attacker followed this slash by thrusting his second light sword at Issei's gut. Issei avoided this and grabbed onto the man's wrist and broke it. This caused the exorcist to release a shriek of pain, but this didn't stop him from attempting to swing his other saber at Issei. However, with the two of them being incredibly close, Issei was able to grab the man's arm before the blade could come close to hitting him. With ease, Issei yanked the weapon out of his hand and slammed it into his gut, causing him to release a cry before being reduced to nothing. "You bucking son of a hitch, you killed him!" One of them screamed as he sent a wave of holy flames at him, making Issei drop to the ground and avoid being set ablaze. The wooden framing and walls, however, were not so lucky and were lit on fire. Glancing up, Issei saw the man conjure another ball of fire and launched it at him. Issei used all of his muscles and pushed him backwards, allowing him to roll and dodge the attack. The unconscious exorcist, who was slumped up against the wall next to Issei, wasn't so lucky and was engulfed in fire. As he rose to his feet, Issei saw another ball of fire come hurling towards him. Somewhat fearing for his life, Issei closed his eyes, crossed both of his wrists, and shouted, "Divine Ward!" The barrier came up just in time and was able to protect Issei. Opening his eyes, Issei was greeted by the sight of flames spreading. "I need to get out of here," he muttered as he tried to spot the exorcists through the flames, but was unsuccessful. Issei was about to make his getaway when he noticed that the broken cross wasn't on his wrist. Regulus knew what Issei was thinking, and said, Issei, it's not worth it. You need to get out of here before the house collapses. It's all I have of him. Issei practically shouted back as he had the divine ward disperse. I'm not leaving without it. Issei, you have to let go. This house will collapse in a couple of minutes. If you want to live, then you need to let it go. You have to, Issei, and you know this. If Felix was here at this moment, he would be telling you not to risk your life for a piece of metal. You have to let go of him. Regulus firmly stated before yelling the words to emphasize his point. Issei didn't say anything for several seconds. He was too busy weighing his options that he couldn't be bothered with a response. Finally, after nearly a minute, Issei closed his eyes shut and allowed some tears to go down the side of his cheeks. I'm sorry. Upon opening his eyes, the brown-haired teen noticed multiple things. The first thing was that there were no clouds he was standing on. The second was there was no golden gate he had to approach. And the third thing was that he was staring at a wooden ceiling. Am I dead? He said aloud after a couple of seconds as he continued looking at the ceiling, not even bothering to look around. No, came a monotone response, causing Issei to avert his eyes to the left and see Kaneko sitting in a comfy chair eating some cookies. I guess I'm not act buck, he said as he started to sit up only to wince and hiss out a curse word. He wasn't one for profanity, but his abdomen felt like it was on fire. Looking down, Issei noticed his entire abdomen was wrapped in bandages, and that he had faint burn marks scattered across his chest. Not even concerned about possibly injuring himself, he turned his attention to Kaneko, and basically commanded her to tell him where his crosses were. Kaneko responded by pointing to the nightstand on the other side of the room. His eyes moved to where she was pointing, and he couldn't help from sighing in relief as his eyes landed on the two silver objects. You should probably lay down, Kaneko muttered as she nibbled on her cookie. Keno is going to come back soon. She's been healing me? Issei said as he looked back at Kaneko, who nodded in response. I'm going to have to thank her, he muttered to himself. Why did you do it? She asked after a couple seconds of silently eating a cookie. Issei responded, not understanding what she meant. Kill yourself, why? She said before pulling out another cookie from her bag. I didn't try to kill myself, Issei yelled in annoyance. I was attacked by some stray exorcists, and I had to get my friend's cross. It's important to me, and the only thing I have left of him. It means a lot to me, and I couldn't just let go of it, you know? I know some people, they would see it as an idiotic reason, but to me it is worth everything, including my life. Kaneko had stopped eating her cookie upon hearing his reasoning and stared at Issei, who was looking down at his lap for several seconds. Not exactly knowing what to say, or how to respond, the white-haired girl said, Okay. Guh, was the sound Issei silently released as he clutched his heart in pain. I just confessed something so deep and meaningful, and all you could say is okay. That is so cruel. I thought we dash. Era, it seems you're awake, spoke a sultry-like voice, interrupting his thoughts and prompting him to look up and see Keno standing in the doorframe in front of him wearing nothing but a white bathroom robe. Issei took a deep gulp as he continued to stare at her. She looked so beautiful with her hair down. It was still wet from the shower or bath she had taken, but in his opinion it made her even more stunning. Kaneko, seeing him stare at Keno, muttered loud enough for both of them to hear. Pervert. Era, I'm not a pervert, spoke both Keno and Issei in response to Kaneko's claim. It's okay, Issei, I don't mind if you are secretly a closet pervert, Keno said with a smirk, as she batted her eyes in a cute but flirtatious manner. I'm not a pervert though, Issei nearly shouted in annoyance, a tick mark on his forehead. You're right, Kaneko muttered as she got up from her chair. Keno is. Kaneko! Issei squealed in delight as he clasped his hands and watched the short-busted girl walk towards the door where Keno still stood in. Yofufu, I think Kaneko is just a little jealous, Keno said as Kaneko walked past her, unaware of the very, very faint blush appearing on her face. As if, was the only thing Kaneko muttered, prompting Keno to giggle as she got out of Issei's line of sight, leaving only Issei and Keno alone in the room. Issei couldn't help from sweating a bit as he stared at Keno, who had yet to move from her spot, and was giving him a beautiful smile. He didn't exactly know what to say, and was pretty sure she was wanting some explanations on what happened last night. I hope both said at the same time, causing one another to clamp their mouths shut. With a small and sweat giggle, the Revenant gestured for Issei to speak. I just want to say that I didn't try to kill myself. I was attacked last night by some stray exorcists, and one of them decided to set the place on fire with their holy flames. Yufufu, I believe you. Keno started as she began approaching the bed with her usual smirk. I don't take you as a suicidal maniac. I do find you to be a little weird, but not someone who would attempt to take their own life. However, I must inform you that you've been out for nearly 3 days. Keno's voice, along with her facial expression, turned to one of seriousness, towards the end to signify that she wasn't joking. Issei's mouth opened in shock. Nearly 3 days? He muttered in disbelief with eyes wide. Keno hummed in response as she sat down on the bed next to him. We were the first ones to arrive on the scene, and we found you with burn marks all on you. You were unconscious and barely breathing, but nonetheless, awake and alive. Rias saw it fit to move you here where we can slowly treat your wounds over time, and that's what I have been doing for the past few days. Issei nodded his head at several times as he processed this. He didn't exactly remember what happened. All he remembered was running upstairs grabbing Felix's cross, and that was it. Besides that, he didn't remember much else. I'm just glad though that you're finally awake, Keno stated, making him glance up and see tears starting to form in her eyes. I was worried that you might have entered a coma, and that you might never wake up. Keno dash. I know that you said you wanted some time alone to mull over your feelings for me, but I just couldn't help from feeling worried about you. I feared I was going to lose another person I love. Spoke Keno in a voice filled with emotion, causing Issei's heart to nearly break. Could a devil really be evil if they're crying over me? Issei asked himself as he stared at Keno with an unreadable expression. And can I really consider myself a good person after making her cry? It looks like she truly loves me, but I'm sorry, Issei stated as he grabbed a hold of her left hand and firmly grasped it. I'm sorry I put you through that, and I'm sorry for saying we needed time apart. I'm not perfect, and I should have never said I needed time to think about us and what we were. I was just scared what God would think of me. Honestly though, I feel He wants me to make this decision myself. I think that's what they meant. They want me to choose the path I want. Issei paused and gazed into her eyes for a solid 10 seconds before offering her a small smile and saying, I love you too, and hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. I'm not perfect and an MGH. Issei trailed off for a second before just going silent and accepting the kiss from Keno. He felt like a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Upon separation, Keno gave him a sweet smile and said, All is forgiven, Issei. Now lie down so I can continue healing you. If we're lucky, maybe I can get you healed up enough to where we can go shopping. Shopping? Issei parroted, not comprehending what she meant. We're now boyfriend and girlfriend, and your clothes were destroyed a few nights ago. It's only fitting that we go out and get you some new clothes, unless you prefer to be essentially naked? Keno stated with what Issei could see as a perverted grin. With no words to counter her, Issei simply lied back down on his back and patiently waited for the healing session to begin. The Lion of Vatican 9. Did you learn what happened to Issei yet, Rias? Sona questioned as she looked at the redhead, who was busy pacing back and forth with one arm under her bust grabbing her other arm that was holding her chin up like a support beam. Apparently he was attacked by stray exorcists. At least that is what he told Kaneko. Rias stated as she continued walking back and forth. Even though she had called this meeting with Sona, her mind was off somewhere else. She was thinking about Keno and how she was going on a shopping trip with her boyfriend Issei. Did he mention any names or find out who they were working for? Sona questioned as she placed her hands on her desk and interlocked them, her eyes continuing to follow Rias, who had yet to stop her pacing. She would have suspected the exorcists to be a part of the Grigori, but it was possible that they were just a group that wasn't a part of any faction. No, and I doubt we're going to find out any time soon, Rias said with a frown. She wanted to be happy for Keno, but she couldn't help from feeling a little concerned along with some jealousy. Issei was pretty attractive, but what made her jealous of their relationship was how much Keno cared for Issei's well-being. She remembered seeing her stay by Issei's side night after night to make sure he recovered. It was something so trivial, but something she wanted as well. Why's that? Can't we ask him about what happened? Sona questioned with a hint of confusion in her voice. Deciding that it would be better to show the citri heiress, Rias ceased pacing around and pulled out his phone. Unlocking it, she opened an app called Face Space while marching over to Sona and showed her what was on the screen. Sona squinted her eyes to see what Rias was showing, but upon seeing what was on display, her eyes went wide significantly. On the screen was a selfie of Keno with her lips perched in the form of a kiss. She had a whole bunch of hearts floating over her head. Behind her, and most likely oblivious to this, was Issei, who had his back facing the phone and was busy putting on some pants. This picture had a caption saying, "Going out on my first date with my boyfriend, Issei." Sona stared at this for a solid minute, not knowing what to say or do. She had expected the reason being Issei going to sleep or something like that, but instead, it was because of the two of them going out on a date. She couldn't comprehend the logic behind that at all. Please tell me they're just joking, Sona questioned, finally deciding to break her silence. I wish I was, Rias said as she put away her phone. It blew up as well. Many of the boys are outraged by him entering a relationship with her, while the majority of the girls are saying that she is lucky, as well as praising him for how fit he is. But still, Sona said as she removed her glasses and buried her face in her hands. Don't you think it's more important to focus on these stray exorcists and put an end to whatever it is they're doing? Well, yes, but I think we should allow Keno to go on her date, Rias replied, her cheeks being a shade of red. I mean, she spent night after night healing him, so maybe we can allow them this, and then tomorrow find out what happened. Rias, we can't just allow those stray exorcists to be wandering around Kuoh. Sona started with a stern expression and voice as she put on her glasses. If there are in fact stray exorcists in here, we need to deal with them immediately, and before they can harm any citizens or members of our peerages. I know, but maybe we can wait, and just see what it's like to have a boyfriend, Rias stated with a blush. It took her a second to realize what she said, and within that second she covered her mouth as Sona gave her a questioning look. That came out wrong. Did it now? Sona asked, her eyes never wavering. It sounded like you were interested in Issei. Why no? I'm not interested in Issei like that, Rias answered rather too quickly. I mean, he is good looking, but I have no interest in having a romantic relationship with him. Plus, he's a member of the church. If I were to enter a relationship with him, then it would cause an uproar with all of the other houses. If this does work, then it won't matter what faction he's with, Sona pointed out as she adjusted her glasses. And I thought you didn't care about who you marry as long as they love you for who you are. You're fine with marrying him. It's complicated, Sona, and you know that, Rias replied with a trace of embarrassment and annoyance in her voice. She was okay with falling in love with anyone if she was being honest with herself, but she didn't want that person to see her as Rias Gremory. She wanted them to see her as just Rias. Seeing an awkward silence pass by the two of them, Rias said, Anyways, let's just give them this day, okay? Tomorrow we can focus on finding these stray priests. Sona thought about arguing with the Gremory heiress, but she doubted Rias would listen to her. With a reluctant sigh, she said, Fine, tomorrow morning we meet Issei and ask him everything we can about what happened. Afufu, you look a little nervous, Issei. Is there something wrong? Keno teasingly stated as she cast a side glance towards her boyfriend, who had a flustered expression written on his face. Yeah, I'm fine. It's just this is, my first date, Issei replied as he gave her a quick glance. He had been mentally telling himself that it was just like going out and getting groceries with his parents, and that he needed to not think much about this. But it was difficult due to her being latched onto his arm and pressing her breasts against it. He didn't see this, but Keno's eyes seemed to light up a bit hearing that. With a radiating smile on her face, she said, Era, if you keep on giving me your first times, I'm going to have no choice but to marry you. Mama, marry me? Issei stammered with crimson-red cheeks. I think it would be quite fitting if you asked me, she continued with her devilish smile. We gave each other our first kiss, our first time, and now you're my first boyfriend. I think that has made it quite clear that we belong to one another. Issei at first didn't reply. His thoughts had drifted to a conversation with Regulus he had 2 weeks ago about harems, and how he was going to build a harem. Thinking about this made him feel funny. Sure, he had agreed to give it a try, but he doubted he could actually do it. He was a man of God, and polygamy was forbidden, at least nowadays. Sure, many historical figures had more than one wife and were Christian, but that was because of multiple reasons such as famine, woman infertility, or widowhood. Nowadays those things rarely happen, and he was on the fence about it. His thoughts though soon drifted from this topic to just Regulus. He had yet to speak with the lions since the incident, and started to wonder if Regulus was upset with him, or something like that. Issei? Keno said in a concerned manner, causing him to blink a few times and snapping him out of his thoughts to see her giving him a look of worry. Sorry, he started as he looked ahead of them. I was just thinking about a conversation I had with Regulus a while back. Keno relaxed a bit upon hearing this. She had assumed that she might have said something that might have upset him, but she was unsure. However, this did make her a little curious about Regulus. Keno had yet to speak with the lion, and was curious about what he is like. What was the conversation about? Keno asked after a few seconds of them silently walking. It is kind of stupid if I am being completely honest, Issei said as he rubbed the back of his neck in uncertainty. He didn't think it was a wise idea to tell his girlfriend on their first date that there was this tradition he had to do. Well, it wasn't something he had to do, but it was going to be something he attempted nonetheless, and it wasn't because he secretly wished for a harem of beautiful women. It was because he was a good partner, and wanted to honor Regulus by doing this tradition, or at the very least trying to do it. Giving Keno a quick glance, Issei saw a pouty expression on her face. Keno, why do you have to give me that look? Issei said as he inwardly clutched his heart as if someone shot him. It was about harems and polygamy, Issei sheepishly stated, and just like that the upset, but cute look on Keno's face was washed away and replaced with a beaming smile, making it look like nothing happened at all. Yofufu, is that it? Keno said with a trace of playfulness in her voice. Is that what you were nervous to tell me? Well, yeah, kind of, Issei said. He was a little dumbfounded by her reaction and was expecting her to show some signs of being upset or something like that. Stuff that he had seen in movies. Why aren't you flipping out about this? Issei, I'm a devil, and devils have harems. Not to mention it would be strange if the Lion of Vatican didn't have a pride of women ready to obey and fulfill his commands and desires. Keno casually answered, her smile never staggering. I guess wait, you know about prides and stuff? Issei started only to realize that she had brought up lions. Well, of course, in class we're learning about zoology, and we have to do a PowerPoint of all sorts of animals. It is 26 pages long due to the alphabet having 26 letters. I decided for my L to be lions because of you, Keno said with reddened cheeks. Oh, was all Issei could say in response. I'm actually surprised that Keno would be okay with me having a harem. I had expected her to be upset or at the very least angry. However, I do have to make one thing clear, Issei, Keno stated in a cold voice that snapped him from his train of thoughts. Within a blink of an eye the devil had moved from his side to directly in front of him, her hands both squeezing tightly onto the one hand she was holding. I will always be your number one girl, okay? I will also be in charge of this harem, or pride, whichever one you call it, got it? What terrified Issei was her tone. Even though she was speaking in a kind, sweet one, he had picked up on the hidden message and could only nod his vigorously in agreement to avoid possibly being murdered. And within a second she was back at his side. This time their hands being interlocked together, as well making it even harder if not impossible for him to escape. Well, shall continue on our date? Why yes. He mumbled, still not understanding what had just happened and unsure if he wanted to know what had just happened. Issei rubbed his hand against his temple as he and Keno entered the clothing store. He felt like he was sweating, but when he ran his hand over his forehead, he felt no moisture or wetness. Get a grip on yourself, Issei. You're overthinking this, to the point where you're thinking you're sweating when you're actually not. Act normal, he said to himself in a scolding manner. Well, Issei, what should we get you first? Keno questioned as she focused her attention on him. Huh? Oh, well, I really don't know, to be honest. I mean, I'm not one for fashion, you know? I just get clothes that are my sizes and that's basically it. I never really think about style and stuff, Issei replied with a shrug of his shoulders. Keno hummed thoughtfully after hearing that. She had helped Rias countless times when it came to picking out clothes, but never had she helped out a boy pick out clothes. However, she assumed it wasn't going to be that hard since Issei didn't have a preference, which meant she could choose things she liked. A devilish smile soon appeared on her face as pictures of Issei wearing BDSM outfits flooded her mind. Issei, seeing this perverted smile, frowned. He didn't know what she was thinking, but he could easily tell that her smile was lewd. Suddenly a realization hit him. Issei didn't think of this at all, but now that they were on the topic of clothing, he remembered that his priest vestments, along with most of his gear, had been reduced to ash and dust. Sure, he kept some of his gear in a pocket dimension with Joyeuse, but that stuff was mainly medical supplies to treat himself should he get injured. I'm going to have to call my father later, Issei declared, making the smile on Keno's face vanish. Your father? Why are you going to have to call your father? Keno said with a tiny bit of worry and anger in her voice. All of my supplies that Lord Michael had given me was burned to the ground, including my priest garbs, Issei firmly said. I could try asking Lord Michael for some help, but I believe it would be easier if I spoke with my dad about it. Oh, was all Keno said in response, the concern in her voice being washed away like footprints in the sand. She didn't know why she had gotten worked up about Issei calling his father, but she assumed it was because of her thinking about her father, a man who she hated. Yeah, but I can talk to him about that stuff later. You got anything in mind for clothing? Issei questioned. A second later her perverted smile started to form. Actual clothing that isn't erotic or revealing, he quickly added. Keno puffed out her cheeks in a cute manner. She had always wondered what Issei would look like in a gimp outfit, but unfortunately, he seemed to catch on to what she had in mind, but it didn't matter. One of these days she would get him in a gimp suit with a ball gag in his mouth. Well, I think we should start off with getting you some casual wear. You don't want to be wearing your school uniform every time you go out, do you? I guess, Issei said with perplexity in his voice as he shrugged his shoulders. You really do have no taste in clothes, do you? Keno questioned. Yeah, I believe I stated that I don't have a preference. As long as it fits me, I wear it, Issei replied as she began leading him to the men's section of clothes, which happened to be at the back of the store. Really, so if I got you a full suit that was made out of black skin-tight leather, you would wear it? Keno asked with her smile of mischief as she turned her head to look at him. Issei opened his mouth to say something but closed it a second later. He repeated this action several times as he tried to formulate a response. He wanted to say yes as a bluff, but he was pretty sure Keno would call his bluff and get him a suit. Finally, he said, No, I wouldn't wear a suit made out of skin-tight leather if you got me one. Keno released a giggle as she entered an aisle full of men's jeans. Spinning herself around to face him and giving him a puppy-eyed look, she said in a cute begging voice. Even if it was for little old me? Issei tensed significantly. As he stared into her violet eyes, he didn't know how to react. If he agreed to this, then he knew that the next time they had sex it would involve lots of pain, and he didn't know if he could handle what she had in mind. He wasn't a masochist, and he didn't have any intentions of becoming one. He may have enjoyed it a bit when she got a little rough with him, but he didn't want her twisting his nipples, hitting him with horsewhips, or anything along those lines. However, a sense of guilt surged throughout him. The look she was giving him was making him want to say yes just so she would stop giving him this sad, upset expression. Hello, are you two needing some assistance? spoke a young female behind Issei, causing him to slowly whirl around and see a young and slender woman with curly black hair, freckles, and green eyes standing behind him. She wore khaki slacks, closed-toe shoes, and a blue button-up shirt with a name tag attached to it. "Thank you, God!" Issei said as he spun around. He saw the scowl appear on Akino's face, and that caused a ghost smile to develop on his. "No thanks, I'm good." He paused mid-sentence as his eyes fell onto her name tag real quick. "Yuki." "Okay, well, if you two need anything, just ask me or any of the other workers, and we'll be happy to assist you too," Yuki stated with a friendly smile before walking away from Issei and Akino, the latter not even paying the girl any attention. Turning back, Issei saw Akino shift through numerous black jeans as she walked down the aisle, all of which she shook her head side to side. She came to a halt halfway down the aisle and grabbed a pair of jeans. As he watched her give it an inquisitive look, a question entered his mind. "Wait, since when did she find out my sizes and stuff?" "Try this on, Issei, and see if you like that," Akino practically commanded. "Do you not know my size?" Issei asked as he approached her and grabbed the pair of jeans. "No, I know it," Akino affirmed as she grabbed another pair before moving to the other side of the aisle and grabbing two lighter shades of jeans. "I just don't want to get you something you don't have any intentions of wearing." "Huh, that's kind of dash." "Take these," she interrupted as she tossed the 3 pairs of jeans at him without even looking. "Go try those on. I'm going to get some more clothes, and probably a cart, and drop off some more for you to try on." Issei stared at Akino for a solid second with a look of genuine surprise. The way she was speaking was the way his mother spoke to him whenever they went shopping together. It was baffling because he was used to her constant teasing. Even in meetings when she talked, Akino spoke with a hint of playfulness in her voice, but now it was just nothing but seriousness. Akino hummed softly as she headed to her bedroom to get dressed. She had a smirk written on her face. The reason why she had this lovely smirk plastered onto her face was because not that long ago, Issei and her had finished their date. However, because Issei doesn't have a place to stay for the time being, Akino offered him a place to stay at her apartment. He didn't plan on staying for long and was planning on buying an apartment within the next few days, but Keno also had plans of her own. The image of waking up and seeing Issei every day excited her. It excited her so much that she was going to do everything in her power to convince him to live with her. Upon entering her room, Akino dropped the white towel that covered her gorgeous body and made her way to one of her dressers. Her room was painted gray, consisted of a queen-size bed, a nightstand, an armoire, and 2 dressers. It was your typical bedroom, and very clean. "Yofufu, I wonder what Issei would say if I just wore this," Akino said aloud as she held up a brow that was more along the lines of erotic. The thought of Issei becoming flustered because of this made her discharge another giggle. She loved that side of him, and found it to be adorable, but what she loved a little bit more was his dominating side. Putting on some hexy undergarments, the Queen of Rias put on an aquamarine shirt that exposed her lower abdomen and booty shorts, that might as well be considered underwear. She thought about putting her hair up in her ponytail but decided against it. Satisfied with the attire she chose, Akino straightened herself and marched out of her room towards the living room where Issei should be. As she walked down the hall, she heard Issei speaking in a soft, low tone. "I'm fine, Mom. Yes, I'm positive. No, I'm getting along with the devils fine. Yeah, I actually am like one of them a lot. Well, there's actually a couple I like, but there is this one I really like. Yes, it's a she. No, I haven't spoken to Lord Michael or anyone about I know it is forbidden." Turning the corner, Akino was met by the sight of Issei pacing, appearing to be completely oblivious of her. "I don't know if the church would allow something like that. I mean, I'm supposed to be. Would you let me talk? I don't know if they will allow it. I have to speak with Lord Michael about it, okay?" "Alright, tell Dad I said thanks again, and say hi to Himari for me." "Thanks, love you." "Alright, bye." "How did it go?" Akino asked as she watched Issei shove his phone in his pocket, and accidentally startling him. "My dad is going to help me out, and my mom is concerned that I have feelings for a devil," Issei said in response as he loosened up. "I take it she doesn't like devils?" Keno questioned as Issei sat down on the sofa. As he did this, Keno moved behind the couch. No, she doesn't hate devils. My mom isn't as pious as she once was. In fact, she is kind of glad that I'm getting along with devils, and is hoping that this all works out because if it does, then that means I can spend more time at home with my little sister. Issei stated as Keno wrapped one of her arms around his neck and hugged him from behind, gently caressing his chest. I didn't know you had a little sister, Keno stated with a small grin. She was initially worried that Issei's parents might disapprove of him for having feelings for her, but from what Issei was telling her, it looked like his mother wasn't an overzealous woman, and didn't really care at all about who or what the person is. What's your sister like? She's about 7 months old, and she's energetic, Issei answered with a grin of his own. You would love her, she is a delight. Well, maybe one day I could meet her, Keno said as she continued to massage his chest. It would hurt every once in a while due to her accidentally touching his cross, but she ignored the pain. I wouldn't mind meeting your family, especially your mother. She seems like a lovely person. She is, Issei affirmed while glancing at her. My dad told me that every night she prays for me to be safe, and to come home to them soon. She's a nice woman, and I think you would get along with her. Keno hummed in response, allowing silence to pass between them. She was half tempted to ask him if he wanted something to eat, but instead chose to continue hugging him from behind. Issei placed his hand over hers that was benevolently stroking his upper body and gave it a light squeeze. Keno, feeling this, halted what she was doing and averted her eyes to his only to see him staring at her with his lips curved upwards a little. The two silently gazed into one another's eyes. Keno's heart rate gradually increased the longer she stared into his. I love you, he whispered, his tone filled with nothing but affection. I love you too, she whispered back with reddened cheeks. The two gazed into each other's eyes for several more seconds. Eventually, the two of them found themselves closing the small distance between their mouths, and begun to passionately kiss. It was at first just gentle brushing of the lips, nothing more, but it soon become more and more intimate. Their tongues started intertwining with another, as Keno's carefully and slowly placed her hands on his cheeks. After a few seconds, her hands began to slither down to his neck, slipping underneath his shirt. Issei meanwhile moved both of his hands to her face and ring! 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 Startled by Keno's phone ringing, the two abruptly stopped what they were doing, and looked at each other with embarrassed expressions as her phone continued to ring. I should probably get that, Keno said with uncertainty in her voice. Issei nodded his head in response, clearly flustered by what just happened. As Issei watched Keno pick up and answer her phone, Regulus decided to make his presence known. Issei, we need to talk. Now. Everything okay, Regulus? Issei asked with traces of concern in his voice. The tone Regulus spoke in was full of nothing but seriousness, which frightened him a bit. Depends on what you consider okay. Now enter your mind. I need to talk to you right now, and I believe it would be better if we spoke inside of your head, Regulus declared, causing a look of worry to flash across Issei's face. It was rare to see Regulus demand something of him, but what was even rarer was Regulus wanting to speak to him inside of his mind. Obeying the request, Issei shut his eyes and focused on entering his brain. Upon opening his eyes, Issei found himself standing on a stone rock. In front of him were more stone rocks, each one of them different shapes. In between these rocks were pebbles that appeared to be delicately placed, making it look like as if someone was tending to this. At the end of the pathway was a garden. It was full of trees, shrubs, bushes, flowers, creeks, and streams, making it look like an oasis. It looks like Regulus has been making this more lively. The last time I was here, it was just a grassy plain, Issei said aloud as he began to make his way to the beautiful garden. As he came closer and closer to the garden, he noticed that he could feel wind gracing his skin, hear the sound of water running, and the sound of birds chirping. Hearing these things surprised the brown-haired boy. He knew that this was all in his conscience, but to think that Regulus was able to not only produce these sounds but make him feel these things as well, was a masterpiece. The rocky trail Issei walked on soon became a gravel-like path. Issei thought this might have been a little too much for a simple conversation, but then he thought about how hard Regulus worked on this. To go out of his way and create a peaceful garden just for him. Following the gravel pathway, Issei examined the flowers and plants, all of them interesting Issei. Most people didn't know this about Issei, but one of his plans, when he gets older, is building himself a garden full of nothing but flowers. Eventually, the track came to an end, and sitting crisscrossed on a stone pillar in front of him was a short young male with spiky dark orange hair. His eyes were closed, and his hands were on his knees, making it look he was in deep thought and oblivious to Issei, but the young exorcist knew that Regulus knew that he was here. Regulus, spoke Issei, causing the boy to slightly open one of his eyes and reveal his golden iris, only to then quickly shut it and act like he never opened it. Issei, seeing this, rolled his eyes and said again, Regulus. It is Master Regulus. Regulus murmured loud enough for Issei to hear. His voice no longer as deafening and booming like it was when he spoke telepathically. Instead, it was calm and serene with a tinge of playfulness. Regulus, I'm not going to dash. Master Regulus didn't get that because you didn't address him properly. Regulus interrupted, his voice full of cheekiness. Issei stared at Regulus for about a good solid minute. The Lion King hadn't moved or batted an inch in the meantime. He just continued to sit on the rock and wait for Issei to address him correctly. With a sigh and closing his eyes, Issei said, Master Regulus, you wanted to talk to me about something? HM? Oh yes, come my pupil, sit and meditate with me. Regulus said as he opened his eyes. With a smirk appearing on his face, he slowly raised his hand, causing a pillar made of stone to sprout out from the ground underneath, startling Issei. Eventually, the column came to a stop, and Issei realized that Regulus was elevating him to where they were on the same level. Can't you just tell me what you need to talk to me about? Issei requested. However, Regulus shook his head and said, No, grasshopper, now sit. Issei complied with the command and sat crisscrossed with his hands in his lap. Good, now close your eyes, Regulus demanded in a soft tone that made Issei feel relaxed. As he closed his eyes and put his hands on his knees, Regulus continued to speak. What I am about to tell you might shock you, but you must keep a level head, okay? Okay, Issei hesitantly said in response. Regulus took a deep gulp. He was mulling over this subject for the past 3 days and didn't know exactly how to bring this up without possibly upsetting, confusing, or angering Issei, but he was out of ideas. He believed this would be the best way to tell Issei what happened 3 nights ago without freaking him out. Issei, I brought you here to tell you that your skin is no longer human, Regulus said before pausing to let that sink in. Issei at first appeared to be calm, but upon opening his eyes, his face contorted into one of confusion and trouble. I know, you asked me a long time ago if it was possible to replace your body parts with one of the Nemean lion, and I said that it wasn't, but I wasn't being entirely honest back then. Wait. What do you mean? Are you telling me that my skin is no longer human, and that is now the flesh of a Nemean lion? Issei said with confusion latched to his voice as he stared at Regulus intently. Yes, that night when the stray exorcists attacked the house. You ignored my advice and instead of getting out, you did something stupid, Regulus declared as a frown appeared on his face. You ended up getting yourself knocked out, and leaving me with the choice of letting you die or hardening your skin. As you can see, you're still alive, which means your skin is no longer that of a human. Okay, but why did you lie about not being able to do that when I asked you about this stuff back when I unlocked you? Issei questioned. He wasn't exactly mad at Regulus, he was more along the lines of confused and a little upset with him for lying to him. Because these types of things have major consequences. Sure, it might enhance your strength and make it harder for someone to kill you, but if you transform too much of your body into that of a lion, you lose yourself. You forget who you are and just become a monster with no control. Regulus firmly stated as his facial expression became a solemn one. I'm not following. I don't get what you mean at all. What I mean is that if I was to convert too much of your body into a Nemean lion's, your memories and identity would start to disappear. Lions are animals that act off of instinct, and believe it or not, but I originally wasn't like this. In the past, I was your typical animal, had no senses besides basic instincts. It wasn't until God sealed me away that I was able to learn like humans. The Lion King declared. So, am I at risk right now then? Issei questioned with fear in his voice. Am I slowly going to lose my mind and wind up as a beast? No, but this is something I had to tell you. Right now you have nothing to fear, but next time I advise you to listen to me. That was a risky thing I did. I transformed all of your skin into a lion's. That could have ended with catastrophe. Luckily, though, it didn't, Regulus said in a scolding-like manner. When he converted Issei's flesh, he didn't think much about this at the time, he only thought about saving Issei. It was something he regretted the very next day because he feared that he might have caused Issei to lose some of his memory, or altered Issei's personality, but so far there had been no signs of changes. Has anyone lost themselves to this, lionification? Issei asked with uncertainty. Only a few, and they all ended up dead because of it. The worst part is that I believe they were in a state similar to my own. A state where they couldn't do anything, but watch as a beast use their body to hunt, kill, and feast. Regulus confessed with a frown. Issei was quiet after hearing that. He couldn't conjure up anything to say in response. The thought of being in a state where he could do nothing but watch terrified the hell out of him. Anyways, that is all I have to say. Remember to keep in mind that each action you take has a consequence, okay? Regulus said. Okay, was his response. Understood, Rias. I'll be sure to notify Issei right away, were the words Issei heard upon opening his eyes. He had immediately noticed that Keno's tone was a callous and cold one. Looking over his shoulder, Issei noticed Keno in the kitchen with a scowl on her face, which was a rare sight for him to see. He had always seen a smile on her face. Even when she was serious she had a smile on, so seeing a scowl meant something was wrong. As she lowered the phone from her ear, Issei decided to make his presence known once again. Everything okay, Keno? His voice thick of concern. The Queen of Rias Gremory looked at Issei with surprise. She had completely forgotten that Issei was in the next room. I'm fine, Issei. It was just Rias telling me that the Grigori's representatives will be arriving tomorrow afternoon, she said while setting her phone down on the kitchen counter. Are you sure? Issei questioned as he turned his body to where his back was facing the TV. If something is troubling you, then you can tell me. After all, you've listened to my worries in the past, so it's only fair that I return the favor. Thanks for the offer, Issei, but I really am not in the mood to talk about it. Maybe some other time we can talk about it, okay? Keno firmly stated. Issei's lips moved downwards in response to hearing this. He thought about pressing the subject, but on second thought he thought it would be better if she just told him when she was ready. Alright then, if you really don't want to talk about it, then I won't press the conversation any further, Issei declared with a shrug of his shoulders as he turned himself back around and stared at the black screen TV. Keno stared at the back of Issei's head and watched as he grabbed the remote and turned on the TV. She didn't know what she wanted to do at the moment. A part of her wanted to snuggle up to Issei and tell him what was bothering her, but the other part of her didn't want to trouble Issei with what's going on with her. As she continued to stare at the back of his head, her want to cuddle with Issei grew. Biting her lip, she took a step towards Issei. She may not have wanted to talk about why she hated the Grigori, but she did want Issei to hold her. Issei, she softly said as she placed her hand on Issei's shoulder, causing him to tilt his head up and see a rosy red-cheeked Keno. Can we cuddle? I don't want to talk about what's wrong, but I want you to hold me. Issei's own cheeks became red after hearing this. He wasn't expecting her to say this at all. Fumbling his words, he said, Well, I of course. If cuddling will make you feel better, then I have no problem with it. At this, Keno smiled. She was glad to have an understanding boyfriend. The Lion of Vatican 10. Laying in bed asleep, curled up together with a blanket and two feathery wings, was Keno and Issei. They were both naked, and Issei had his face buried into her bosom with their legs intertwined with one another. Stirring from their sleep, and opening their eyes slowly was Keno. Her vision blurry from the fog of sleep, a warm, sensational feeling tickling her chest that sent tingles down her spine. She felt a little sore from last night's activities and was pretty sure she would have a problem walking today, but that didn't bother her at all. She had never felt better in her life. The way Issei plunged into her, the way he licked her clit, the way he released a yelp when she pinched his nipples, everything that happened last night was so stimulating. With the room being very dark, Keno didn't notice the dark image covering her lover, until she felt a strange feeling. His head turned, nuzzling further into her chest as if he wanted to be closer than they already were. This action made her smile. She had never expected them to sleep in this position, but she was glad they did. Returning the gesture, Keno tightened her grip around him. However, it felt like she was hugging him with more than just her arms. When the dark image she ignored touched Issei's cheek, and she felt a sensational feeling in her back, she became wide awake immediately. What she had done in her sleep made her heart pound in both fright and disgust. Wrapped tightly around Issei were a pair of dark black feathery wings. They had enveloped the young exorcist entirely, holding him closer to her than her arms ever could. With the thoughts of her heritage entering her mind, her wings twitched. They had somehow positioned themselves under the pillow, encasing Issei while the other laid on top of him with the blanket on top of that. She stared at her wings with a sickened look. She had never let these filthy wings come out, and now they were coating her lover, which angered as well as terrified her. The thought of Issei seeing these wings made her worry, and she had to retract them. The problem was how though, without waking Issei. Due to the position they were in, she was sure that the slightest movement would wake the sleeping boy. She could remove the wing on top of him with ease, but that wouldn't really help her at all. She still would have to figure out a way with getting her wing that was basically underneath him out. Biting the inside of her lip, Keno began to slowly lift her wing off of him, only to cease her movement the second he murmured, "So fluffy." Those words were something she didn't expect at all to hear, and made her pause. Never had she heard those words before, nor did she think she ever would. Staring at Issei's face, Keno saw a small grin on his face. It was a look of content that made her mind run wild with theories. Could it be that Issei enjoyed her wings? Was it possible that Issei liked them, and was perhaps okay with them? No, it couldn't be. There was no way Issei could ever love her, if he found out that she had these dirty wings. He was a member of the church, and would no longer love her if he learned this. Due to her being so deep in thought, Keno was unaware of Issei's eyes fluttering open. As he continued to blink, Issei mumbled aloud, This blanket feels so nice." Oblivious to the fact that what was covering him and keeping him warm was Keno's wings. Meanwhile, Keno remained frozen in place. She didn't know what to do. Issei had woken up and was going to learn the truth, and then hate her forever. Their relationship would cease to exist, and it would be her fault. "Oh, good morning, Keno. I didn't know you were awake," he softly said as his eyes trailed upwards to see Keno staring at him with an unreadable look. "Good morning, Issei," she murmured hesitantly. "Your bed is really fluffy and comfy if I'm being honest. This is probably the comfiest I have ever been," he declared with a grin as he closed his eyes, oblivious to her wings being the reason why he was so comfy. "Really?" Keno said in a tone of surprise as a red streak decorated her face. She doubted it was her wings that were giving him this effect, but a tiny piece inside of her was hoping this would be the case. "Yeah," he replied as his eyes slightly opened. "It's so warm, and it makes me want to lay here all day and do nothing." As he said this, hand that resided on her hips slowly trailed up her back, causing Keno to squirm on the inside. It was a sensual feeling, but she was freaking out. If he kept moving upwards he would touch her wings. "Issei, She stopped mid-sentence the moment Issei's hand touched her wing. "Huh!" Issei said as he felt her soft, fluffy, and feathery wings. "Keno, are your wings out?" he hesitantly asked as he looked up at her, only to see an ashamed and embarrassed look. "Yes," she said in a dejected tone. It was over. He was going to hate her now, and she couldn't do anything to change his opinion. Her filthy heritage was going to ruin their relationship. "But they're soft. I thought devil's wings were more bat-like," he said in a tone of shock. He had felt a devil's wing 2 times, and both times they felt like leather. That's because they aren't devil wings, Keno declared, her voice laced with sadness and regret as she peeled away from Issei, who let her do this. They're angel wings. And an angel wings? Issei repeated as he watched her get off of the bed and then turn on the lights for him to see her black wings. He had always wondered what angel wings felt like, but he didn't think he would ever get to touch a pair. Yes, she affirmed, avoiding to look Issei in the eye. She continued, I am what people call a half-breed. My father was a fallen angel, and my mother was a human. Because of this you probably hate me now, right? Why would I hate you? Issei asked, confusion in his voice. I mean, I'm shocked and confused, but that doesn't mean I hate you. As he said this, Issei moved to the side of the bed in front of her, not even caring the slightest about them being nude. But I have these filthy wings, Keno rebutted in a voice mixed with anger, sadness, and a tinge of confusion. You're a servant of God, and I have fallen angel blood inside of me. I'm the spawn of an angel that fell from heaven. She didn't know why Issei wasn't yelling at her, but she was mentally preparing herself for it. Okay, but that doesn't make sense to me. Why would I hate you for them? Issei said as he looked up at her, who continued to avoid looking at him, which made him frown. Keno didn't say anything in response, causing Issei's frown to deepen. Grabbing her left hand and firmly clutching it, he said, Keno, look at me. Reluctantly meeting his gaze, Keno listened to Issei. I don't hate you, and I will never hate you because of your wings. Your wings didn't have an effect on me before, so why should they now? Because Issei. She trailed off, with disappointment latched to her voice as she looked away. Furrowing his eyebrows, Issei pulled Keno on top of him. Falling back onto the bed, Keno landed on his waist, her wings falling to the side. Because of the position they were in, Keno was forced to look down on Issei, and Issei was forced to look directly up at her. I want you to look me in the eye as I tell you that I love you. Okay? I want you to know that I love you, it doesn't matter what you are. Be it succubus, a devil, yokai, fallen angel. It matters little to me, for I love you, and nothing will change that. Hell, even if the world is telling me not to love you, I will still love you, Issei declared. Keno was speechless. No words could describe what she was feeling right now. Issei, do you actually mean that? She hesitantly asked with a faint blush. Yes, he affirmed with a serious look as he continued to hold her arms. I truly mean that. I love you, and I don't care what you are. Promise me this, Issei? She asked as she stared into his eyes. Promise me that you'll love me for me being me, and not for what I am. To him, it might seem pointless and unnecessary, but she needed to hear this. She needed to know that Issei would never hate her because of her having fallen angel blood coursing through her veins. I promise, Issei answered almost immediately. I, Issei Hyoudou, swear to God that I will always love you for you being you, and never will I allow my opinion change just because of your race. The second he finished the sentence was the second Keno plunged downwards and planted her soft, plump lips on top of his. Issei may not have known why she was disgusted with her fallen angel blood and wanted to learn the reason why, but not now. Right now, he just wanted to make sure Keno was okay. Besides, Issei was confident that she would tell him the reason in these upcoming days. Keno, do you mind loosening your grip on my hand? Issei requested as he cast her a side glance. The two of them were sitting on the comfy couch in the ORC building, waiting patiently for the fallen angel representatives to arrive. Ufufu, my bad, Issei. I was just thinking about something. I didn't mean to cause you any discomfort or pain, Keno stated as she rested her head on her boyfriend's shoulder and loosened her grip on his hand significantly. It's fine, Issei stammered in an embarrassed tone as he avoided looking at any of the devils who were staring at the two of them. Most of them looked at them with curious and interested looks, but only one of them was giving them an expression of what would be considered jealousy, and that was the blonde boy Saji. Anyways, how were everyone's mornings? Issei questioned in a somewhat awkward manner after about 30 seconds of silence. If they were going to keep on staring at him, then he might as well try to engage in a conversation with them. It would help loosen the tense, awkward atmosphere. Mine was good, Issei. Thank you for asking, Kiba answered with a friendly smile, making it look like he was oblivious to the mood right now. How about you, Kaneko? Did you have a good morning? It was fine, Kaneko replied before resuming to eat her bag of powder donuts, causing the silence to rise again. Issei couldn't help from frowning internally as his attention drifted towards Sona's peerage members. He didn't know why, but he had a feeling most of them were afraid of him except for Saji, Tsubasa, and Tsubaki. Issei quickly glanced at the desk where Sona, Rias, and Tsubaki were located and saw Rias giving him a stern look that rivaled Sona's stern looks. Averting his eyes back towards the devils that sat on the couch, he said to himself, Jesus, what's with that look? I've never seen her look like that before. She usually seemed to be smiling and carefree look, but now it's like she's mad at me or something. Hey, I'm a Keno. Issei started, causing her to cease her soft humming and look at him. Shouldn't you be standing next to Rias and them? You know, since you're her queen? He assumed the reason why Rias was looking at him like this was because she didn't approve of their relationship, so Issei thought it would be better if Akino was standing next to her. Maybe, was all Akino said in response as she looked at Rias, who was muttering something to Sona. But I like it here with you, Issei. You're warm, nice, and very comfy. As she said this, she hugged him like he was a teddy bear, pressing her boobs against him. Issei opened his mouth to say something, but before could say something, Saji shouted at the top of his lungs. No! That's unfair! This isn't fair! How come he gets a girlfriend after being here for 3 weeks, but I can't get one, and I've been here for a year now? It's dash. Saji! Sona declared in a voice filled with power, prompting the blonde boy who was standing up and pointing at Issei accusingly to fall silent. After this meeting, I will give you your punishment for that outburst. Now apologize to Issei. With a look that Issei couldn't decipher, Saji mumbled in a tone barely comprehensible. Sorry, Issei. No problem? Issei replied with uncertainty in his voice as Saji sat back down on the couch. Issei watched as Momo soothingly rubbed his back in an attempt to cheer him up. He also took notice of Sona's pawn Ruruko giving the white-haired girl a glare which made Issei raise an eyebrow. Do those 2 girls like him? He asked himself as he shifted his attention from one girl to the other. Era, it looks like someone is jealous of you, Issei, Akino whispered in a tone of mischief. During this whole scene she didn't let go of Issei, she just continued to hug him. Is he upset that I got a girlfriend, or upset that I'm dating you? Issei whispered back as he wiggled free from Akino's possessive-like hug. I don't dash. Akino stopped mid-sentence by the sound of the door opening, directing their attention to the door. Tsubasa and Tomo walked into the room with 3 beautiful women that made Issei's and Saji's hearts skip a beat. The first girl following behind the 2 devils was a short girl with a round face that made her look pretty cute. She had long wavy black hair that went down to her lower back, amethyst-colored eyes, and a curvy figure. Her attire consisted of the school's girl uniform. Following this girl was an older girl who looked just like her, only more mature. She was slightly taller, curvier, and had hair that went down to her butt. If Issei had to guess, then he believed this woman to be her older sister. Like the first one, she wore the girl's uniform. The last one wasn't a girl. It was a woman. She was tall, buxom, and had long navy blue hair. She was wearing a maroon trenchcoat-like top that looked like it barely fit her due to how much it was hugging her, and a skirt that went down to her knees. Her hair obscured her right eye, and if Issei had to guess, was the leader of the fallen angels due to her appearing to be the oldest. A scowl appeared on Akino's face as she unconsciously grabbed Issei's hand and squeezed it. Issei didn't release any sounds to indicate he was in pain, but he was pretty sure she just broke his hand. Like everyone else though, he watched as the 3 members of the Grigori approached the 2 heiresses. As they sat down in the chairs in front of the desk, Tsubasa tapped on Issei's shoulder and gained his attention. Looking up at her, Tsubasa said, Is it alright if I sit down next to you too? She may have said it perfectly, but Issei could tell that she was nervous. It was odd, but he didn't refuse. Of course, we don't mind, right, Akino? Issei said as he looked at Akino, who was staring at the fallen angels with a scowl still on her face. Yes, she can sit with you. I am going to go stand by my king, spoke Akino. shocking Issei somewhat. I'm going to have to talk to Keno about this. How she is acting confirms my suspicions of her hating fallen angels, Issei said to himself as Keno got up and Tsubasa sat down on his left. Issei had thought about coming with her since he was the representative for the church, but shrugged it off. He didn't have to participate in the conversation, and this gave him a chance to improve his relationship with the devils. So, Issei started gaining the attention of the devils around him who were listening to the conversation between heiresses and fallen angels. Does anyone have plans after school? No. Not really. I don't think so. These were the responses Issei got besides several shakes of the head. Really? Not anything at all? The young exorcist questioned as he looked at them all with a baffled look. Well, I'm usually too busy with my clients or work for the student council, Tsubasa stated as she moved a strain of her hair to the side. But what about you? Do you have any plans? Not really. I mean, usually I would be doing exorcisms, but since coming here, I haven't had to fight much or anything of that sort. I kind of like it, but it feels a little weird, Issei said with a shrug of his shoulders as he sank further into the couch due to loosening his muscles. What was it like growing up a part of the church? Saji questioned in a quiet voice, causing everyone who was looking at him to avert their eyes towards Issei. Issei didn't say anything, his face contorted to one of thought. He had never really thought about his childhood and what it was like growing up to be an exorcist. His face remained like this for a while before abruptly changing to a frown. I don't know. I just don't know. Do you not remember? Rhea questioned, a bit of uncertainty in her voice. She had originally believed the rumor of Issei to be true, but after a couple encounters with him, the image of him being a monster had been shattered. She now considered him to be an okay guy, a little terrifying at some times, but nonetheless, a person she considered a friend. Directing his attention to Sona's bishop, he answered. Yeah, I remember it all, but I just don't know how I feel about it. I guess it was okay. Issei's voice had changed from an energetic, happy one to a solemn one devoid of most emotions. A somewhat awkward silence passed by the group after hearing this, no one not really knowing what to say. Thoughts of changing the subject had crossed several people's mind, but no one decided to make the initiation. Instead, they just listened to the conversation going on between the two heiresses and the 3 Grigori members. As Issei sat down underneath the tree where he eats, his thoughts drifted towards Akino's looks she was giving the fallen angels. He didn't pay too much attention to the meeting due to him thinking about his childhood, but he did see that Akino was disturbed by the 3 women. She had put a smile on when she appeared by Rias' side, but Issei and probably everyone who is close to her could tell that it was a forced one. As he opened up the lunch Keno made for him, he thought about the Grigori members. From what he remembered, Yuma and Rainier were sisters, with Rainier being the oldest, and Calawarner was just their friend or something along those lines. Looking down at the bento box, Issei couldn't help from smiling. Somehow, as if magic, Akino had drawn a perfect heart with the white rice, their initials inside of it. He didn't know how the rice stayed in place, but he loved it. Hi! Cheerfully spoke someone, startling Issei and nearly causing him to jump. Standing directly above him, looking down at him with a friendly smile, was Yuma. In her hands was her lunch box. Do you mind if I sit with you? Sure? Issei answered with a tinge of doubt in his voice. Thanks, Yuma said in an upbeat tone as she plopped herself down next to him. Using his peripherals, Issei saw her scoot closer to him. She wasn't close enough to where they were touching, but she was a little too close for his preferences. He didn't know her at all, and she was in his personal space. Noticing her eyes on him, Issei turned his head slightly and said, Is everything okay? Well, she started as she fidgeted a bit, causing Issei to cast her a glance. I was wondering, what's your relationship with the devils? It looked like you're on really good terms with them, and that one girl was pretty close to you, so I was just wanting your thoughts on them. Issei didn't say anything at first. He simply stared at the fallen angel for a good while. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity for the girl, Issei said, I would say we have a good relationship. Some of them are still a little uncertain about me, but I think I'm good with most of them, and that girl who was sitting close to me is my girlfriend." "Really?" Yuma replied in what sounded like genuine surprise. "Yeah, she made me this," Issei said as lifted up the bento, causing her eyes to move from him towards his lunchbox. Issei loosened his muscles a little bit as he briefly studied the girl's face. For a fallen angel, she looked so pure and innocent. It reminded him a little bit of that holy maiden he encountered in Vatican City. He didn't know why she made him think of her, but she just did. "That's sweet of her," Yuma declared in an upbeat tone that made him smile. "Yeah, it's..." Issei started but paused after realizing that Yuma had moved closer to him. "It's what?" she asked with a bit of nervousness. "Nothing. It's nothing," Issei stated as he looked away from her. He didn't know what's going on, but he just felt like something was wrong. "Excuse me, but I have to go. The student council president needed me for something, and I just remembered," Issei lied. "Oh, well, do you want to hang out later? You seem like a nice guy for an exorcist, and I like nice guys," Yuma requested as he stood up. "Sure, we can hang out later," Issei said after several seconds of silently thinking before quickly walking off. As he walked away, Issei said to himself, "I don't know what just happened, but something was off. She was way too friendly, and something just didn't feel quite right about her." Unbeknownst to him, the girl's smile had changed to a pout. "Ah, so close. Oh well, maybe that cute blonde might be easier to catch," she mumbled to herself while watching Issei scurry away from her. She didn't have any evil intentions, she just wanted a cute plaything to play with, someone to satisfy her needs while doing this mission that she considered to be boring. That was all. Issei released a sigh as he stood outside the student council clubroom. Sona didn't actually need him, but something inside of him was telling him to get away from that girl. He didn't know what, but he assumed it was her trying to seduce him or something like that. He was a little skeptical about the fallen angel trying something like that, but he didn't put it past her since he did not know a thing about her. All he knew was that she was a part of the Grigori, Rainer's younger sister, and a little too nice for a fallen angel. "Hey, may I come in?" Issei requested as he knocked on the door. Several seconds passed, and Issei got no response, causing him to frown. Knocking on the door again, he said, "Sona, may I come in?" His response was the same thing. Nothing. Furrowing his eyebrows, he grabbed a hold of the doorknob and turned it while pushing forward. As the door swung open, Issei was met by the sight of Tsubasa sitting on the couch. She had a pair of black headphones on and seemed to not have noticed Issei. He stood there for a couple of seconds and watched as she bobbed her head, clearly enjoying whatever it was she was listening to. "Hey!" the young exorcist greeted as he closed the door behind him and approached, causing her to finally notice him. "Issei?" she said in a slightly shocked tone as she moved the right headphone off of her ear. "What are you doing here?" "Nothing really, I wasn't exactly hungry and thought I could hang out here until next period," Issei stated as he shoved his hands in his pocket. "Where's Sona and everyone else? I expected her to be here doing paperwork and stuff." Pausing the thing she was listening to, she said, "She and Rias are currently giving a report to the Devil Kings, and the Vice President is talking to Ms. Calawarner about a fitting punishment for one of her students. Apparently, a male student thought it would be a cool idea to smack her ass." "Really?" Issei questioned as he raised an eyebrow. "Yeah, Ms. Calawarner wasn't exactly happy and demanded that she be allowed to spank him 100 times over with a metal paddle," Tsubasa said with traces of amusement in her voice. "It was quite the scene." "I bet it was," Issei said with a chuckle. His attention soon drifted to the chessboard located on Sona's desk. The board had been set and prepared for 2 players. Looking back at Tsubasa, Issei said, "Would you like to play a game of chess to pass the time?" The tall girl stared at the chessboard for about a solid minute as she thought about it. Eventually, she answered, "No thanks, I'm not exactly good at chess and not really in the mood to play it." "Oh, well, okay then," came Issei's somewhat saddened response as his lips curved slightly downwards. Seeing this expression form on Issei's face made the brunette frown as well. She didn't want to play the game, but she also didn't want to upset Issei as well. Suddenly, though, an idea entered her mind. Wanna arm wrestle? Arm wrestle? Issei parrots as he glances at her. Yeah, I mean you're pretty strong, aren't you? Tsubasa said with a small grin. Don't you want to see which one of us is strongest? With a smirk developing on his face, he said. Sure, I'll play, but keep in mind I am strong. So when I beat you, you won't have any excuses? That's good to know. She taunted in a teasing manner, earning a chuckle from the young exorcist. Just don't cry to me when you lose, he replied in a smug tone. I won't, she firmly stated as she stared at him for a couple good seconds only to realize the blunder in her response. Lose. I won't lose. Issei just laughed in response as he walked away from her towards the desks, where they would play their fateful game that would decide who was the strongest between them. Surrender now, Knight Raid, and I will make sure you all will have a fair trial or refuse and die, spoke the Lord Inquisitor, causing Issei to feel a little giddy. He had been watching this show called The Empire's Inquisitors for quite a while, and finally, the epic clash between the Inquisitors and their adversaries Knight Raid was about to commence. I believe that they're going to kill off 2 of the Inquisitors and 4 of the members of Knight Raid, Regulus commented, prompting Issei to look down at the lion that was laying underneath Issei's feet. Regulus had no interest in the show at first, but after an episode or 2 he became interested in it, and rewatched the first season and most of the second season through Issei's memory. They better not kill off Theo, he's a good man and I like him, Issei stated with a hint of fear in his voice. He's the soon-to-be family man, so he can't die. That makes him all the more reason to go, Issei, Regulus stated in a somber tone. In this world, it is clear that the good guys don't last long. Yeah, well, that will dash. Issei stopped mid-sentence due to the Gremry family crest appearing on the floor in front of the TV. It was barely glowing at first, but after several seconds it was shining bright red. It wasn't a blinding light like Lord Michael or Lady Gabriel's crest, but it was bright enough to make Issei squint. Stepping out of the crest was none other than Keno. In her hands were 2 massive brown paper bags full of groceries. A smile originally decorated her face, but upon seeing the male lion with a jewel embedded in his forehead, her face changed to a look of puzzlement. Seeing her expression shift, Issei quickly said, Keno, this is Regulus. He's my sacred gear. Greetings, Lady Keno, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Regulus stated in a tone full respect as he bowed his head. Keno didn't say anything. She simply stood there for several seconds staring at the 2 of them. Her expression changed to an unreadable one, and she opened and closed her mouth several times. Hello? Finally came Keno's response. She didn't know what to think at the moment. She had planned on surprising Issei with a nice dinner since Issei said he was going to be with the Kendo Club helping Tsubasa move in some new equipment, but that didn't appear to be the case. Instead, he was here sitting on the couch with a lion. Numerous things ran through her mind, but she couldn't seem to find the will to ask them. She just continued to stare at the lion who had now rested his head on his paws. Do you mind moving out of the way, Keno? Issei politely requested as he tried to peer over her so he could see the TV. We're kind of in the middle of watching something. HM? Oh, sure thing, Issei, Keno said after being snapped out of her little daze. Thanks, Issei said as he flashed her a small smile. His attention had shifted back towards the TV for a split second when he noticed out of his peripherals Keno wearing a troubled look. Deciding to probe, Issei said, Everything okay, Keno? I wanted to surprise you with a nice dinner, she confessed with a small frown. I thought it would be a nice thing for you to come home too. Even though she was truly bothered by this, Issei found her sad look to be very cute. I mean, you can still do that, right? I mean, I don't know what you planned on cooking, spoke the young exorcist in a comforting tone. He didn't exactly know what to say, but he assumed she wanted to be comforted. Yes, but I had an outfit and everything for this, she mumbled as she set down the bags. He watched as she searched through one of the bags before producing a white piece of clothing. I thought you would love it if I wore the famous naked apron. Nana naked apron? He stammered as the thought entered his mind. Keno, I'm back, Issei called out as he entered the apartment, while closing the door behind him. Welcome home, dear, cheerfully spoke Keno with a smile as she appeared from the kitchen wearing nothing but a pure white apron. Keno! He stuttered out of surprise as he backed up against the door. Moving closer to him, she said, "Would you like dinner, dear? Or would you like a bath first? Or would you perhaps want me?" As she asked him these questions, she had closed the distance to the point where all he had to do was look slightly down, and he was staring at her boobs. Issei gulped. Would you like dinner, dear?" she questioned as she moved closer. "Or would you like a bath first?" She slowly removed the straps over her shoulders. "Or would you perhaps want you? I would want you for my dinner in the bath," Issei cried out as he clutched his head and shook it vigorously side to side. Realizing that he had said that out loud, Issei looked up to where Keno once stood only to find her gone along with the bags. "Huh! Where did she dash?" "She went to go change into something more comfortable and told me to tell you that she will be right back. She also wanted you to stay put," Regulus said with just a tiny bit of cheekiness in his voice that Issei didn't pick up. "It's not like I have any place to go," Issei muttered as adjusted himself to a more comfortable position. "I right now have no home, and both Rias and Sona think until we learn more about those exorcists I should live with Keno." "You don't consider this to be your home?" Regulus questioned. Issei's blank expression changed to a thoughtful one as he considered his response. He did love Keno, but he wasn't sure if he was ready for this type of relationship. In movies and most TV shows, the couple grew close to one another over time and eventually moved into one's house, but here that didn't seem the case. Here they fell in love, and were already living under the same roof. Something that took some couples months on deciding. Now he wasn't against this, but a teeny tiny part of him did prefer if they lived separately. "I mean, I do consider this to be my home, but it kind of feels like I'm taking advantage of her, you know?" he muttered with frustration evident in his voice. "Trust me, you don't," Regulus affirmed. Issei was about to reply, but before he could utter any words, a soft, silky and feminine voice was heard prompting him to divert his eyes away from the TV. "Do you like what I'm wearing, Issei?" The voice belonged to none other than Keno, and upon having his eyes land on her figure, Issei was certain that his eyes popped out their sockets. Standing in the hallway wearing nothing but a pure white apron was Keno. Her hair was no longer in a ponytail, and went all the way down to her thighs. A small smirk plastered on her face as well as a faint blush. "Jesus Christ!" was all Issei could say as he gawked at the raven-haired girl. He had always considered her to be a beautiful girl and never wanted to fall prey to lust, but he found her to be hell of hot. The way the apron hugged to her brought her curves even more and increased her hexiness by tenfold. "Yufufu, you shouldn't say bad words, Issei. It isn't in your nature," Keno teased, her getting a little bit bigger. "I think the Lord can forgive me for swearing," Issei stated while continuing to stare at her, his eyes never leaving her body. If this was what housewives wore, then he wanted to get married soon. He wanted to come home to his wife wearing this every day. "Ofufu, he might, but I don't like it when you swear, Issei. I like it when you're sweet and innocent," she said as she approached him, not even caring in the slightest that Regulus was in the same room as them. "You should stick to not cursing for me, okay?" As she said this, she straddled him. "Okay," came Issei's response as he stared at her boobs that practically right in his face. The only thing separating him from seeing them was just the thin piece of fabric she wore. He felt his face get slightly hotter as his member became erect. The thought of taking her right now had crossed his mind, but that would be giving in to his lust, and he wasn't a lustful beast. He was a member of the church, and he wasn't going to. "Do you want to do me here or on the bed?" "Here," he instantly stated as he grabbed a hold of both her cheeks and squeezed, eliciting a soft moan. "Let's do it here right now." "If you insist, Issei." The Lion of Vatican 11. "So Issei, do you mind explaining how you acquired your friend here?" Keno questioned with a loving smile and a voice sweet as honey that sent shivers down the boy in question's spine. "Well, she is, you know, yeah, you know," Issei nervously said with an awkward laugh as he did his best to avoid making eye contact with his girlfriend. He wasn't accustomed to intimidation and was usually never intimidated by someone, but Keno managed to frighten him. She is a what? Keno sweetly asked as she bent down and got closer to Issei's face, making it nearly impossible to avoid looking her in the eyes. Well, it's kind of hard to explain. He started as he fidgeted nervously, causing the blonde girl who was resting her head on his lap to release a groan. It's not like it matters, right? He stopped mid-sentence when Keno started to release a giggle that terrified him. It was a sweet giggle, but it was too sweet, and the more she giggled, the more demonic power seeped from her. My sweet Issei, don't you remember what I told you about your little harem? The emphasizing of the word "my" did not go unnoticed at all. Why, yes, he said with petrification in his tone. Issei was trying to keep a brave front and not show that he was terrified of her, but right now he was. He had never seen a Keno like this, and seeing her like this scared the holy ghost out of him. What did I say, Issei? She said as she got even closer to him, to the point where they were breathing in the same air. Issei had begun to sweat out of trepidation. Why, you said that you will always be number one girl, and then that you will be the one in charge of it, Issei said as he quivered out of fear. And do you know what being in charge of it means? Keno asked, her demonic energy slowly starting to disappear in the process. No, Issei stammered, eliciting another giggle from her. It means I get to decide who is in the harem, she stated in a voice that was more firm than sweet. And I have never seen this girl before, so I think it would be in your best interest to tell me, and I mean right now. Understood. The young exorcist complied with a nod before looking down at the girl on his lap. The woman had long, soft blonde hair, and sprouting out at the top of her head were two lion-like ears. I guess it started earlier that day. That was pretty impressive what you did there with that stray, Issei said with a small grin as he gave the tall brunette a small nudge with his elbow. Pfft, it was alright, but what was impressive was when you did that flip while slicing its left claw off. That was so cool, and I have never seen anyone move up someone's arm like that, Tsubasa stated with a grin, causing Issei's cheeks to redden a little from the praise. Well, the man was a big guy, so it wasn't that hard to roll up his arm like that, Issei stated as he looked away from the tomboy. Tsubasa was probably one of his favorite devils besides Keno. He didn't know why, but he just bonded well with her. When he first met, she seemed to be disciplined and very respectful, but after hanging out with her more and more, Issei learned that this was a mask, and underneath it was another girl. Even so, that was pretty badass, and I wouldn't mind seeing it again, Tsubasa stated as she put her arms on the back of her head and tilted her head back to look at the ceiling. The two of them were making their way back to the student council room to inform Sona that the stray pawn of house person had been defeated and handled. Thanks, Issei started as he glanced at her. Tsubasa was a pretty cool girl in his opinion. Yes, she could be somewhat vulgar, but he didn't mind it that much. Everyone had their cons, even him. It was what made them human. So what are your thoughts on those fallen angels? He asked after a couple of seconds. I guess they're alright, Tsubasa stated with a shrug. That Yuma one looks like she likes Kiba, but I'm not sure. They're in the same class, and she does seem to be by his side quite a bit, but I don't know if they have something going on between them. But we spend time with each other too. Does that mean we have something going on between us? Issei asked with a bit of playfulness in his voice. Detecting the playfulness in his voice, Tsubasa decided to ignore the subject about them, and said, As for Rainier, I think she is okay. She isn't like her sister though and tends to keep more to herself. She kind of creeps me out, but Bucket, it's whatever. Why does she creep you out? Issei asked with an eyebrow raised. Well, she is usually always on her phone even when the teacher is in the middle of a lesson, and whenever someone tries to engage in a conversation with her, she ignores them completely. The only time she talks really is when a teacher calls upon her, or when she is hanging out with the other fallen angels, the brunette stated. I guess that is kind of weird in a way, Issei said as he thought about it before another thing entered his mind. But wait, how do you know all of this stuff? I thought she was in classes that didn't have any devils in them? Sona has one of us check the classroom cameras, Tsubasa said with a wave of her hand. She isn't comfortable with the fallen angels yet, so she has us watch them through that. Oh. Wait, did you guys watch me through the cameras as well? Issei said with a tiny trace of concern in his voice that she didn't pick up. Kind of. Tsubasa skeptically replied, making Issei furrow his eyebrows. I wouldn't say we watched you, but I would also say that we did watch you, but not in like a stalker kind of way. It was more along the lines of a scientist observing something. So you did watch me? Issei asked after several seconds of silence. Yeah, we did, she admitted with no hesitation. However, if it makes you feel better, none of us watched you when you used the boys' locker room shower. Tsubasa may have said that with a straight face and her usual tone, but she was trying her hardest to keep her composure. What? Issei yelled as he leaped away from her as if she was contaminated, causing her to bust out laughing. I'm just bucking with you, Issei, she said in between laughs. There are no cameras inside the boys' locker room, nor is there any in the girls' locker room. It's just a myth to scare the crap out of people, she stated after finally regaining control of herself. Issei scowled hearing this. He wasn't insecure of his body, but the thought of someone watching him while showering did creep him out. That's not funny, Tsubasa. I actually thought for a second that you were being completely serious, and that one of you had been peeking on me after pee. It was funny to me, she said with a grin, causing Issei to mutter something incomprehensible. Their journey to the student council clubroom didn't last that long after that, and upon entering the room, Issei declared, The stray devil has been eliminated. He won't be trying to feast on anyone anymore. Good, was all Sona said as she finished writing something down. She didn't even bother looking up at them. As Tsubasa closed the door behind him, Issei's eyes drifted to Sona's two bishops who were in the middle of preparing a spell of some type. Hey, what are you guys doing? He inquisitively asked, prompting Sona to glance up at him. We're going to the familiar forest. Both Saji and Ruruko don't have their familiars yet, so I'm taking them there to get them one. Hopefully. Sona answered before averting her attention back down at the papers she was writing. Oh, that sounds pretty interesting. May I come? Issei requested, causing most of the devils in the room to cease whatever they were doing and give him a funny look. No, Sona denied with a stern look. Why not? Issei asked with a bit of disappointment in his voice. There were multiple reasons why he wanted to go, but one of the main reasons was because he wanted to see what the underworld was like. He had heard the usual rumors of it, and wanted to know if they were real or not. Because you're a human. Not to mention an exorcist, and the familiar forest is a very dangerous place, Sona stated while locking eyes with the young exorcist who had a frown appear on his face. She wasn't trying to come off as mean or anything like that, but Issei needed to understand the gravity of this situation and understand that it's not safe for him to go. I've fought stray devils, and some of their familiars in the past at the same time. I'm pretty sure I can handle it, Issei confidently said. I'm not saying that I doubt your skills in combat, Issei. I know you can handle yourself in dangerous situations, but the fact remains you're an exorcist. Plus the teleportation circle can transport only my peerage, Sona said with a tiny bit of frustration in her voice. Well, can't you just change it then? Issei questioned. He wasn't giving to give in yet. He had some hope that he could convince Sona. It is possible, Tsubaki confessed, causing Sona to look at her. But the president doesn't think it is a wise idea, and I have to agree with her. It isn't safe for you, and it would be best if you didn't come along. They're right, Issei, spoke Tomo, who was sitting on the couch. Some of the familiars are very aggressive and would try to attack you due to you being a human. That's fine. I can just activate my balance breaker if needed, Issei said as he cast her a glance before looking back at Sona. Come on, Sona, let me tag along. I want to see what the underworld is like, and how devils acquire their familiars. Not all humans get a chance to see this type of stuff, and I want to be one of those humans who do get to see it. Sona released a groan of annoyance. She couldn't comprehend why Issei was being so difficult and stubborn about this. It was as if he didn't realize that if he died, or gets severely injured, the chance of peace between the three factions goes out the window? I don't know, Issei, it's just too risky, and something I don't think I should allow you to do," Sona confessed with a small frown. "If something happens to you, then that will be on me, and I don't want that to be on my conscience." "Well, what if I stuck with the group at all times, and never leave your sight?" Issei suggested with hope in his voice. "Could I come then?" Sona didn't say anything in response. She didn't want to acknowledge this part of her, but a tiny part of her wanted him to go. The reason why was so that he could protect her peerage from some of the more deadly familiars. He was, after all, the wielder of Regulus Nemea, and had achieved Balance Breaker, so having him tag along could be beneficial. However, the thought of using him like that was wrong, and she was somewhat sickened by the idea. "If," Sona started, "if I agree to allow you to go, I want 2 favors from you, okay?" She wasn't entirely proud of this, but she was a devil, and if she was going to allow him to go, then she might as well get something out of it. "As long as it's within reason, then I'm okay with it," Issei said with a small grin. He didn't see a problem with agreeing to this deal, and he was confident that Sona was going to be reasonable with her favors. "Okay then," was all Sona said in response. Upon arriving at the familiar forest, Issei along with the newer members of Sona's peerage released an audible gasp. They had never seen the familiar forest, and if Issei was being completely honest with himself, it wasn't as bad as he thought it would be. However, what truly drew his interest was the underworld sky. It was a maroon color, and for some reason he found it to be beautiful. The climate was somewhat chilly, but was also very warm too. Something Issei found odd, but didn't bother questioning. "This place looks pretty cool," spoke Saji, breaking the group's silence. "I agree, it is a beautiful place," Momo said as she moved closer to Saji, which didn't go unnoticed by her rival. "I'm a little scared, Saji," Kuroko confessed as she grabbed a hold of Saji's right arm. "What if one of the familiars try attacking me?" "Don't worry, I'll protect you," he affirmed as he gave her a thumbs up, oblivious to the small scowl forming on Momo's face. Issei, who was watching this from the corner of his eye, thought about something. If harems are common for devils, then why don't they agree to share him? Maybe they have, and they're trying to see who will be his main girl or something like that. "So what do you think of the familiar forest?" Tsubasa practically whispered into Issei's ear, as she nudged him with her elbow. I find it to be nice. I mean, the trees aren't the friendliest looking of trees, but the sky is really beautiful. Probably one of the most beautiful things I have ever seen," Issei admitted as he turned to face her. "Yeah, I guess it's dash." "Yeah!" shouted someone, causing the group to cease their chit-chatting, and watch a man come swinging into the clearing by a vine. Issei couldn't quite make out the person's attire, but what he could make out was the person's gender, which happened to be a male. The group watched in amazement as the man let go of the vine, and did a triple backflip before landing directly in front of them and bowing. Issei, who had been to a few theaters, started to applaud the man as he quickly studied the man's appearance. The man wore a black Kevlar hat that had a long dark teal feather and a small red one. He wore a dark brown coat, no shirt underneath it revealing his toned body, a red sash underneath his dark brown buckle that had a gold and silver skull, dark blue pants that had gray stripes going vertically, and brown boots. There were a couple of things strapped to the man's belt, but drew Issei's interest was the cutlass. "Is this guy a pirate?" Issei asked himself as he stopped his clapping. His thoughts were confirmed when the man stood up, showing his facial features. He had black shoulder-length hair that had been braided, a few of the braids having beads in them, a nicely trimmed beard and mustache, dark brown eyes, and a devilish smile that made him glad that he put his silver crosses in the pocket dimension with Joyeuse and his exorcist attire. "Familiar Master Zatuji dash. Arg, ye and your compadres are late," Zatuji said, not giving a chance for the heiress to finish her greeting. "'Tis be very surprising and unexpected of ye, my lady. Makes little ol' me think ye weren't going to show." "I apologize for that, but someone wished to accompany us," Sona said in an apologetic tone as she cast a glare at Issei. Before Issei could retaliate, the pirate moved from standing in front of Sona to directly in front of Issei, giving him no space whatsoever. Zatuji sniffed Issei real quick before taking a step back. As he did this, he said, "Ye ain't a devil, ye smell more like a lion than human." Issei, who was doing his best to ignore the man's stench, asked. Is that a problem? Arg, 'tis not a problem for me, but is a problem for ye. Oh ho ho. That declaration caused Issei to raise an eyebrow. He didn't know what that meant at all, and was kind of wanting an explanation. What dash? Familiar Master Zatuji. Sona began with a tiny bit of impatience in her voice. Not even bothered about stopping Issei from talking. I am here to get the new members of my peerage a familiar. Can you help us find the familiars they want? It would be no problem for me, my lady, Zatuji said with a suave bow. Although I must warn thee. If thee tries anything foolish with the familiars that they don't like, then thee should expect problems with them, Zatuji stated as he straightened himself. Understood. Sona affirmed as her peerage nodded their heads in understanding along with stating their compliance. Excellent! Now let us be off to find thee some booty, the man declared a jovial voice as he turned around while drawing his cutlass, and pointed it at the woods. So ye be wanting something sturdy and tough, eh? The familiar master questioned as he cast Ruruko a side glance. Yes, please, she agreed energetically with a few nods of her head. I'm not that strong, and I think it would be best for me to have something that can handle itself. Yar, 'tis be good thinkin', and me thinks they have the familiar you want, Zatuji said as he grabbed the book that was attached to his belt and opened it. Ruruko watched intently. As he flipped through the pages, she had caught glimpses of pictures of all kinds of familiars, and couldn't help from shuddering a little. There were a few images that she didn't even know what she saw. Eventually, the man stopped his searching and released a triumphant noise as he pointed to a picture of a rock-like creature. A rock golem? She said with a bit of perplexion in her voice and on her face. Arg, 'tis be one of the toughest monsters out there, and the rumors say they are very territorial. 'Tis include their masters, he said with a small grin. Unfortunately, ye can only get them when they're a pebble. Well, how long do they take to grow? Ruruko asked as the man closed the book. About 5 years, he stated with a serious expression. Oh. Meanwhile, with the others who were following the pair from a few meters. Issei, stop getting sidetracked and picking up flowers, Sona ordered as she glared at the exorcist who had stopped to pick up a flower that looked nearly identical to a rose apiece. Sorry, was all he said in response, as he put the flower in the jar he was holding, which happened to be full of different kinds of flowers. It's just that I can't help it. These are flowers I have never seen before. I need them, for my garden I will have one day. Saji, who was behind Issei and walking alongside Tomo, couldn't help from shaking his head in a disappointment. My image of him is just being shattered right now. I for real thought he was this super deadly exorcist who no one wants to mess with, but he's just a guy who likes flowers. Which is kind of lame. Everyone has hobbies, Saji, and there's nothing wrong with him liking flowers, Tomo said in a somewhat playful tone, as they watched Issei quickly catch up to Sona, Tsubaki, and Tsubasa. Plus, I think it shows a lot about his character. What do you mean? Sai questioned, not even caring about the rustling of the bushes on his left. I mean, he isn't that perverted monster who grapes devils silly, she said in her usual upbeat tone. Remember what Sona's sister said about him? He's supposed to be this really, really bad guy, but instead, he is just a boy like everyone else who loves flowers. Saji made a humming noise as he stared at the back of Issei, who was showing the girls around him a flower. Still, it's kind of disappointing. I want to consider him my rival in a way, but how could I consider a boy who likes flowers as my rival? Meanwhile, with Issei. And this one is similar to the beach rose. However, unlike the beach rose, which has 5 to 7 petals, this one has 9. It's a strange thing, but something I find very interesting, the young exorcist stated energetically. I believe that flower is known as Moon's Glow, Sona said with her lips just curved slightly upwards. It is used mainly as medicine, but some people use it to make seasonings as well. Interesting, Issei said as he studied the flower. I am definitely going to need more of them. Why is that? Tsubaki asked as he put it in the jar with all the other flowers. She didn't show it, but she was very curious about his borderline obsession with plants. So I can study them, Issei replied as if it was obvious. Not only that, but for a garden, I plan on creating one day. You plan on creating a garden? Tsubasa said with a bit of surprise in her voice. In her time of hanging out with Issei and getting to know him, she had never heard him talk about this goal of his. Yeah, I want to get myself a house on the cliffside, where I have a clear view of the sun setting, and have a garden full of all these beautiful plants. Issei confessed as he pictured his dream house. Huh, that's quite a dream, Tsubasa admitted as she averted her eyes to her left to see what she assumed to be a familiar. She didn't get to make out its figure due to it quickly moving, but she did catch a glimpse of it. It is, and I have no problem helping you out with acquiring flowers that you can't get yourself, Issei, due to them being in the underworld, Sona stated, causing him to grab a hold of her arm with his one free hand and look directly into her eyes. You're willing to do that for me? He asked with a deadly serious expression that slightly terrified her. Why, yes, the heiress stammered. She didn't mean to stutter, but Issei did scare her with that look of his. Sona, I could kiss you right now, Issei confessed in a non-joking manner, causing her to blush. Tsubasa, upon hearing this, snapped back and stared at Issei with a shocked expression, while Tsubaki released a startled noise. However, I am not going to. Instead, I'll say thank you. It's no problem, Sona said as he let go of her, and resumed his walking, leaving her along with her rook and queen behind as he caught up to the familiar master and Ruruko. Ye be not listenin' to what me be sayin', lad, spoke Zatuji in an annoyed tone as he looked at Saji, who was staring at the tall, horned, busted black-haired woman who was currently washing herself. Female onis aren't something ye be wanting to mess with. If ye fails to satisfy them, then they will eat you alive. What do you have to do to satisfy them? Issei questioned, who was standing beside Saji and also staring at the woman. He didn't want to admit it, but the ogre is pretty, and he wouldn't mind having something like that to fight alongside him. It depends on what it wants, Zatuji stated in a more serious tone. Sometimes they want ye to do simple and mundane tasks, and sometimes they want ye to do unexpected tasks. They tend to keep to themselves, but if he engages them, then ye best be prepared to do work, for if he fails, they end up as their next meal. Saji, have you decided if you wanted her or not? Sona questioned. She, along with all the other female members of her peerage, were standing several feet away from the three males. She had felt this was an invasion of privacy, but Saji said that he might want her as his familiar, so they were waiting for him to decide. Her pawn didn't say anything at first. The thought of having a tall and busted woman like her did excite him, but the thought of Sona and her giving him a disapproving look made him have second thoughts. Finally, he reached his decision and said, No, I don't want her. I would rather have something else. Smart choice, lad. They and the Lion-kin are in mating season, and probably would have wanted ye to impregnate her, Zatuji said as he patted Saji on the back, causing him to cry internally. He had the chance of losing his virginity, and now it was gone. Lion-kin? Issei questioned as they began walking down the hill back to the pathway they were on. What are they? Arg, they are dash. Before Zatuji could even begin his explanation, a massive lion with no mane leaped from the bushes on Issei's left, knocking Saji and Zatuji down in the process, and bit down on Issei's arm that held his jar of flowers. The force wasn't enough to draw blood thanks to his Nenian lion-like skin, but it was enough to elicit a grunt from him. Issei! Saji! Shouted Sona in shock along with the members of her peerage. With no hesitation, Sona, Rhea, Tsubaki, and Momo began to immediately form magic circles in their hands, while Tomo and Tsubasa charged the lion. However, before any of them had a chance to land an attack, the lion bolted into the woods in front of it with Issei in its jaws. We have to follow it, Sona said in a commanding tone. They took Issei dash. Arg, me hates to interrupt, but Ye's friend ain't coming back, Zatuji said as he slowly got up. He has been chosen to be her mate, and she plans to take him. What does that mean? Saji demanded as he helped up by Tsubasa. It means that Lion-kin sees the lad as a strong enough mate, and plans to mate with him, Zatuji stated in a voice that held no amusement whatsoever. Me feels sorry for him, but there's nothing that can be done. Can't you track her? Tsubaki asked. Maybe, but me advice we leave him. When in the mating season, the lion girls tend to be very aggressive, and they wouldn't take a liking to us interfering in their matin session," Zatuji answered. "We're not leaving Issei. Zatuji, please help us find Issei, and I will see that you're rewarded greatly for this," Sona said in a firm voice. She couldn't and will not let Issei be raped by a familiar. Even if it meant paying a fortune, she was going to find Issei and save him. Issei didn't know how long he had been dragged across the familiar forest, but it had felt like an eternity. He had tried to get his arm free multiple times, but he couldn't seem to pry the lion's jaws open, and every time he started to move them, the lion would stop for a quick second and fix its grip on his arm. He had thought of activating his balance breaker, but the lion didn't look like it was trying to cause him harm, so after the 7th try, he ceased trying to get free and allowed it to take him to wherever it was going. Eventually, the lion finally came to a halt in a cave that barely lit. It had let go of Issei directly in the center of the cave where the light was shining down on him. Because of this, he put his hand over his eyes. After a couple of seconds of laying there, Issei rolled himself over to see his kidnapper on top of a rock laying down and looking at him. Putting his hands to his sides, Issei began to push himself slowly off of the ground while saying, I'm assuming you have a reason for bringing me here?" The lion in response tilted its head at him, as he gradually got to his feet. "Can you talk at all?" he questioned as he continued to stare at the lion, who in return stared at him. He didn't know what it was, but he was pretty sure the lion was a female since it didn't have a mane, and was pretty big. It is almost as big as Regulus. He got nothing in response, which caused him to frown a little. "There has to be some reason it brought me here, right? Like it didn't dash." His train of thought came to a halt when the lion got up. He watched as it jumped into the air and begun to shape-shift. The lioness had transformed from being a large lion to a tall woman. She had long golden hair that resembled a lion's mane, 2 lion-like ears, and golden fur that covered the majority of her body. Her hands, unlike his, were a little bit more claw-like, and he was pretty sure she had a golden tail as well. "She's practically naked," Issei screeched as she gracefully landed before him. He didn't know how tall she was, but she was at least a herd or 2 taller than him. Her golden eyes focused on Issei immediately, and her expression was one of little emotion. "Hello?" he said with uncertainty in his voice, causing her to tilt her head slightly. He didn't know what to do, but he was trying his best to avoid looking at her breasts. They weren't nearly as big as Keno's, but that didn't decrease her sex appeal at all. The two just stared at each other for several seconds as if they were analyzing the other. After several seconds, the lion girl decided to close the small gap between the two of them. Issei had thought about taking a step back, but his curiosity got the better of him. He wanted to see what this girl had in mind. Upon closing the distance, she slowly wrapped her arms around Issei's head and gently pushed his head into her boobs. Issei didn't show any reaction, but internally he was squealing profusely. "Her fur is so soft, softer than Regulus fur, and I just don't know what to think. She smells great too, it's intoxicating," she said, causing him to tilt his head back and glance up at her. He didn't catch what she said at all, but he was sure she said something to him. "Did you say something?" he asked. The tall girl nodded her head in response. Issei bit the bottom of his lip as his facial expression changed to one of thought. He wasn't sure what to do, but he didn't think she was evil. She may have scared him a little and made him think that she was going to eat him, but now he did not know what to think of her. His thoughts were interrupted when she again attempted to say something, but he didn't catch it. It just came out as something he couldn't comprehend. "Are you trying to talk?" he asked as he looked back up at her. Again she nodded her head. "Maybe she doesn't know how to talk. I mean, she did grow up here, so I'm pretty sure she doesn't know how to talk," Issei mused. "Hey, try saying my name." "Issei." He drew out the word Issei in hopes of her getting it, but all she did was give him a confused look. Eventually, though, she tried to say his name. "Issei." She had practically whispered it, but it was loud enough for him to hear her. She may have drawn it out, and it may not have said it as clearly as he did, but he still understood it. "Yeah, that's my name," he said cheerfully, not even bothered that he was kind of still buried in her chest. Issei. 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 She had said his name nearly 20 times, and each time she said it, it became comprehensible than the last one. Eventually, she got to the point to where she could say his name in a firm tone that he understood with no problem whatsoever. Issei flashed her a smile in response to this. Issei. Mama mate. It may have taken her a while to say the word, but he heard it clearly. Mate? He parroted only to get a nod from her. What do you mean, mate? She didn't say anything in response. She just pushed him down to the ground, eliciting a cry of surprise from him. What the dash? He started after catching himself only to see that she was now directly in his face. He had completely forgotten what he was going to say to her. Issei mate, she said in a firm tone. Wait, slow down, Issei replied as he scooted back to put some distance between the two of them. However, the lion girl in response didn't seem to care what he said. She just turned around and began to flaunt her ass in front of his face. Issei mate, she said in a voice that was more along the lines of yearning. She's in heat, Issei, spoke Regulus telepathically. He had been silently watching everything that has been happening. The flesh of the Nemean lion has made her think that you're like her. She had waited for you to transform into your lion form, but because of you not doing that, she believes that you want to mate with her in this form. Well, what can I do to stop her from mating with me? Issei questioned as he tried avoiding looking at her nether regions that she was showing to him. I don't think you have a choice in the matter, Regulus said with just a small smidge of amusement in his voice. If you don't have hex with her, she might assume you're playing hard to get, and try different approaches. Are you being serious? He hissed as he backed himself into what he assumed to be a rock. Yep, was all Regulus said before severing the connection between them, leaving Issei to deal with this problem himself. Issei, spoke the lion girl in a confused tone as she lowered her but a little. It may not have been directly in his face, but it was still there. Taking a big and loud gulp, Issei knew what to do. Issei? Me told you we still on the trail, Zatuji stated as he pointed his cutlass at the paw marks in the ground. She be talking him this way. Do you have any guess on how far we are from her and Issei? Sona asked as she scanned the area with her eyes. The paw marks had matched the ones they were following before, but there was the chance of it possibly being another lionkin, so she was looking for any signs of Issei. Arg, me don't know, my lady. She could have taken him anywhere, but something in me gut is telling me that we're close, Zatuji said with a shrug of his shoulders. All right then, spoke Sona. She didn't want to show this, but she was starting to worry. What if they found Issei, but after he had been graped to death? Or worse, what if they found him being eaten alive by something? There was always a chance that Issei could have been attacked by another familiar. They followed the trail for about 10 more minutes before finally reaching a cave. The cave was emitting groaning-like noises from it, causing some of her peerage members to stiffen a bit. Do you think he is in there? Saji asked with a bit of doubt latched to his voice. Aye, lad, Zatuji said with a nod of his head. They're in there, and she is having her way with him as we stand here. That was all Sona needed to hear. She would usually form a strategic plan of action, but at the moment she just had a simple plan. Save Issei, and kill his rapist. Seeing their king move towards the cave, her peerage members followed her into it. They had never seen this side of Sona, and were shocked a little that she didn't try conveying a plan to them, but they were pretty sure she had something in mind. She may have been trying her best to keep her aura in check, but Sona was emitting a deadly one. Sona wasn't one to show anger, and usually tried to avoid violence, and use it as a last resort, but hearing Issei's cries was enough to get her mad. Sona dash. Tsubasa, be ready to pummel this creature into the ground, Sona stated, not even caring that Tsubaki addressed her by her name. She had spoken in a voice that terrified most of her peerage members. Understood, Tsubasa said acknowledgement. With water appearing in her hands, Sona rounded a corner and was greeted by a sight that snapped her out of her angered state. Laying on her belly underneath a naked Issei was a blonde woman who looked pretty tall. Not long after her turning the corner, Her peerage did only to release gasps of surprise at the sight they were now seeing. Is she raping him, or is he raping her? Saji said aloud with confusion in his voice as he observed Issei thrust into the blonde woman. He didn't know what to think of the scene before him, and didn't know if he should be getting excited on or not. I don't know, spoke Tsubasa with a red streak decorating her face. She felt herself getting hotter the longer she watched him buck the girl beneath him. It didn't help that he was covered in dirt and sweat as well. Do we stop them? Rhea questioned as she covered her eyes with her hands and peeked through them. She had felt like this was an invasion of privacy, but they were led to believe that he was being raped, so she didn't know if it was or not. Sona didn't say anything, she just continued to watch Issei, and listen to the moans coming from the lion-like girl. President? Tsubaki questioned as she looked at her king, and used her hand to prevent herself from seeing naked Issei with her peripherals. Is this what Issei really is? Is he actually a perverted beast? Ruruko said with fright as she grabbed a hold of Tomo, and used her to shield herself from the sight they were witnessing. She had thought he was a good guy, but after seeing this she didn't know what to think of him anymore. Tomo stammered. She didn't know what to think, and felt very uncomfortable. She had wanted to tell Ruruko that he wasn't what the rumors say he is, but what she was seeing was making her have second thoughts, and think that the rumors were true. He has a good figure, Momo said awkwardly, as she gawked at the sight of Issei. She did have feelings for Saji, but she wouldn't lie, Issei was pretty hot. And a pretty good hick as well. Issei, who was too preoccupied with having Hex, didn't even seem to notice the devils watching him. Leon, you feel really good, he muttered as her vagina's muscles tightened around his hick. He didn't want to compare her vagina to a Keno's, but he had subconsciously did, and found Leon's to be tighter than hers. Thanks, Issei, Leon said in between moans. She wasn't familiar with speaking, but she at the very least knew the basics. I feel like this is wrong, but Akino did say I could have a harem, and Leon does seem like a nice girl, she just doesn't really know how to convey her thoughts into words, Issei said as he continued to slam his pelvis into her rear. A wet squishy-like noise could be heard each time he thrusts into her. I guess it doesn't matter though, this is most likely a one-time thing. And yeah, not long after that, Sona decided to make herself known and demanded what was going on. I told her that Leon is in heat, and needed to mate with someone. After that Sona said that we were leaving the familiar forest and to get dressed immediately, which I did, but then Leon asked me to stay with her. I told her that I couldn't, but if she wanted to come with me I could talk to Sona about bringing her, and yeah, here we are, Issei said as he slowly spun. During his time of explaining it to Akino, Issei had been removed of all of his clothing except his boxers and strung up to the ceiling, forcing him to dangle. However, what made it uncomfortable was the position he was stuck in. He was in a pose called the arabesque, which is a type of ballet pose, something he has never been in before. I see, Akino murmured as she watched her boyfriend continue to spin. So she is a type of familiar who only wants to have sex with you because of your flesh no longer being a human. Correct? Yep, Issei answered. Do you like her? Akino questioned after several seconds of thinking. Well, I mean, I do find her to be interesting, but I wouldn't say I love her. I barely know her, but I do think she likes me, Issei admitted as Akino grabbed his leg and spun him to face her. I want to be mad at you for just having sex with a random girl, but given the circumstances, I am letting you off easy. However, let it be known, Issei, that if I find out that you slept with another girl, I'm putting you in the 3-1-2 position, Akino firmly stated as she lowered him to where he was looking her in the eye. What's the 3-1-2? Issei curiously asked, earning a smile from her. Do you want to find out? She asked. No, not really, he answered with a little shake of his head. It was nearly impossible for him to move due to the number of strings she used to tie him up to the ceiling. All right then, and letting you know, you will have to vacuum up the fur she sheds, okay? Akino stated, earning a nod from him. Yufufu, glad we understood each other, but you still have 27 minutes to go before I let you down. And just like that, she had switched from her serious mode to her playful mode. The Lion of Vatican 12. Issei couldn't help himself from smiling as he listened to Archangel Michael talk to the Governor General Azazel and the Devil King Serzex Lucifer. It was finally happening. After months of spending time with the devils of Kuoh Town and members of the Grigori faction, peace was finally arriving. "You look very happy," spoke Dulio from his right, causing Issei to turn a little and glance at his superior. "Sorry, Paladin Gesualdo." Issei started in a low tone as he tried to wipe the grin off his face, but didn't succeed. "It's just that I have been waiting for this time for a long time, and now it's finally here." "It's fine, Issei. If I were in your position, I would probably have a smile on my face as well," Dulio admitted with a small smirk. "Also, I thought I told you not to address me so formally." "I'm sorry, I can't help it, Dash." "Ayag!" Issei was stopped mid-sentence by the sound of someone crying out in pain. Averting his attention in front of him, Issei's expression changed to one of horror. Standing with a sword made out of power of destruction through their chest was none other than the Archangel Michael. Directly in front of God's right-hand man was the Devil King Serzex, who had a smirk on his face. He had one arm wrapped around the angel, and the other holding the sword. "Nice job, Serzex," Azazel commented, who had yet to get up from his seat. "I thought he would never shut up about peace, and how he was looking forward to getting along with us." Before Issei could say anything, he heard multiple people cry out in agony. Looking around, Issei's expression became even more mortified when he saw all of his colleagues on the ground dead. "What? What's going on?" Issei demanded as the devils and fallen angels he had called friends appeared out of thin air above the people they had just killed. "Isn't it obvious?" Keno said from behind Issei, prompting him to whirl around and face her. To his shock and surprise, she no longer had a pair of angel wings. Instead, she had 6 pairs of angel wings. All of them pitch black. "We are wiping out the church and angels." "But why?" Issei questioned, with fear creeping into his voice as he took a step back away from her. "Why are you doing this, and why haven't you killed me yet then?" "Because you guys were a problem. I would have killed you too, but my daughter is fond of you, so she wants to see if you're willing to join us," Azazel said, earning Issei's attention. Issei was blown away by this. Not only had he been betrayed, but the person he loved was the daughter of Azazel, the leader of the Grigori. "Issei," Keno began, causing Issei to look at her. "Join me. We can live in a world where we rule humans, a world where you wouldn't have to follow somebody's rules, a world where you can be free to do whatever you want." As Keno said this, Issei couldn't help but feel like his heart was breaking. The woman he had come to love turned out to be an evil creature. "I'll never dash." Before he could even finish the statement, Issei felt something pierce through his abdomen. "That's a shame," Keno stated as she lifted Issei up with ease. "I did love you, but you chose to side with humanity and God. Oh well, maybe in 100 years or so I will find someone just like you." As Issei tried to formulate his response, Keno threw him out of the window, causing him to fall into a void of nothing but darkness. "Keno!" Issei screamed at the top of his lungs as he sat up straight. "Issei!" Keno said in shock as she and Leon were awakened from their sleep. The first thing Keno noticed was that Issei was covered in sweat and panting. "Are you okay? What's wrong?" she questioned as she sat up and checked Issei's body for a wound or something. "Issei," spoke Leon in a quiet voice as she sat up a bit. Unlike Keno, who was fully awake, Leon was still drowsy from sleep. It was just a dream," the young exorcist muttered, not even seeming to care about Keno being naked or that she was searching him. "All of it was just a dream." Keno stopped her examination upon hearing this, and said, "What was a dream?" Glancing at her, Issei said, "I dreamed of the peace treaty. I dreamed of the fallen angels and the devils attacking the members of the church. Keno, you were the daughter of Azazel, and in that dream, you stabbed me with a light spear and threw me out the window, causing me to fall to my death." "Issei," Keno said in a sad tone as she pressed her forehead against his. "Everything is going to be all right. It was just a nightmare." "I know, but it felt real," Issei replied in a low voice. "In that dream, I was too shocked to do anything, and you were breaking my heart. You were going down a path I couldn't follow you on. You wanted to enslave humans and wipe out the church. I'm sorry, was Keno's response. She didn't know what to say or do, but decided that this was just the best course of action. Comfort him. Leon, who was watching this scene from behind Issei, tilted her head in confusion. She didn't know what exactly was going on, but judging by their position and tones, she assumed that Issei's devilmate was reassuring him about something. Unsure what to say, Leon placed her right hand on Issei's lower back. Issei didn't show any reaction to Leon's touch. He was far too busy thinking about the dream he had. After several minutes of nothing but silence, Issei said, I'm sorry for waking you. Both of you. Issei had said the second part as he glanced back at Leon. It's just. The dream felt real, and dash. It's okay, Issei. Keno interrupted in a comforting voice. You don't have to apologize for something like that. You had a nightmare, and nightmares can be scary. There's nothing wrong with having them. I know, but still. Issei trailed off as he looked away from Keno and at his right hand. It was still something that terrified me. I mean, you were Azazel's daughter in it. Well, I can assure you, Issei, that I'm not Azazel's daughter, Keno said in response with a trace of seriousness in her voice. Issei didn't respond. He wasn't saying that he believed her to be the Grigori's leader's daughter, he was only saying that in his dream she was. Leon, who had been so far quiet, sat up and tapped Issei on the shoulder, prompting him to look back at her. Issei is mate, she said as she gently wrapped her arms around his chest. Mate needs love. Issei's cheeks became slightly red at the feeling of her touching him. She was warm, and her fur was soft. Keno, who had observed this, smirked. Your fufu, is Issei in perhaps needing a woman's love? She asked in a teasingly, seductive manner as her left hand touched his scar on his abdomen and began caressing it. Keno, I am. Issei said with uncertainty as he started to squirm a bit in Leon's grasp. He wasn't trying to get out of her grasp, but Leon assumed he was and tightened her grip around his chest and pulled him even closer to where he was feeling her boobs pushed up against him. Era, it's okay if you want to, she said in a hushed tone as she brought her face near his. I'm willing to let you ravage me tonight if you wish. No, he stammered as her hand slowly started to snake its way down to his nether regions. We don't need to mate or anything like that right now. Right, Leon? He said as he tilted his head back so he could look at Leon. Issei needs love, Leon firmly said as she looked into his eyes. Mating shows Issei love. She's not wrong, Keno pointed out as she brought Issei's head back down to where he was looking at her. Hex is a way of showing love. Yeah, but don't you think that's advancing our relationships too far? Issei questioned as Leon's hands started to make their way down to his boxers. I mean, sure, we've had Hex, but to have Hex with another partner as well? Don't you think that's a bit too much? He wasn't completely against the idea of having Hex with two girls at the same time, but he just wasn't in the mood, and didn't want to have Hex at the moment. Your fufu, I don't mind, Keno said with a devilish smirk. I am going to be sharing you, so I might as well get used to threesomes now. But still, Issei said with uncertainty as the lion girl's hands reached their destination. Can't we do this another time or something like that? I'm just not feeling it, and want to go back to sleep. Keno's smirk had vanished, all traces of teasing and enjoyment from his embarrassment were gone within a split second, and a look of concern decorated her face. She would have played this off as Issei being nervous, but his tone sounded genuine, and if he wasn't wanting to do this, then she wasn't going to force him into it. Leon, she said in a firm tone, causing the lion girl to stop before she could unveil his manhood. Issei is tired and doesn't want that kind of love. Let him rest. A look of confusion appeared on Leon's face. She didn't understand what Issei's first mate was saying, but obeyed the order nonetheless. Keno is his first mate, and Issei had told her when they were making their way to his home to listen to Keno to avoid problems. Thanks, Issei said with a small smile as Leon moved her hands away from his undergarment. It's no problem, Keno said in a more stern voice. If you're not feeling it tonight, then we don't have to do it. I just thought it would help take your mind off of the dream. Yeah, but I think I'm just going to jump in the shower or something and think about it. It helps me think clearly, and sometimes when I pray to God in there, I find reassurance, Issei said while getting out of Leon's grip. "Sh shower?" Leon questioned with a look of confusion as Issei got off of the bed. "What is that?" Issei felt his cheeks become redder. The look on Leon's face was very cute. Her not knowing things, and speaking in a quiet voice made her adorable. It's a place where you wash yourself. Talk to a Keno, she'll teach you all about it." Issei answered before quickly leaving the room. He could not and did not want to handle Leon's cuteness at the moment. TCH gets himself another girl who is also his pet, and immediately throws the responsibilities of educating her on me, Akino said with a frown on her face. "I'll remember this, Issei." "Just 5 more, Issei!" Bullet cheered as he spotted Issei. "My arms are going to give out. I don't think I can do 5 more," Issei muttered as he struggled to raise the weight. "Yes, you can," Bullet firmly stated. "You're not a hussy, now lift that weight up." Clenching his teeth, Issei pushed the weight up, and brought it back down, and repeated the action 2 more times. However, on his 4th attempt he got halfway before exhaustion took him, and forced him to bring the weight down. Before it could hit his chest, and pin him to the bench, Bullet grabbed the weight, and lifted it off Issei while saying, "You may not have completed the set, but you achieved mad respect from me. You gave it your best even when your mind was telling you to give up." "God, I think I pushed myself too far that time," Issei said with traces of weariness in his voice as he slowly sat up. "My arms are for sure going to be feeling this later." "Bah, don't worry about those little things, Issei," Bullet said, causing the brown-haired boy to look at him. "You did a whole extra set and almost a second one. That's impressive, and you should take pride in that. You always try to find the merit in these types of things, don't you?" Issei questioned. "Gotta look on the bright side of things, Issei. One day we're not going to be here, and all that's going to be left is our legacy. You don't want to be remembered as a man who quit, you want to be remembered as a man who gave it his all in life, right?" Bullet stated with a small grin while helping Issei to his feet. Issei was a little surprised by this statement. He wasn't well acquainted with the tall youth, and assumed he was just a guy who loved exercising. "I didn't think of it like that before. That's a little deep now that I think of it," Issei said aloud, causing Bullet's grin to widen a bit. "Yeah, my grandfather told me that before passing away. He said that all you need to worry about is creating a legacy. Nothing else matters really," Bullet said with a hint of pride in his voice that went unnoticed by Issei. "I can see that," Issei agreed. Not long after this, Issei's eyes drifted to the black-haired girl across the room. She was wearing the gym uniform, which consisted of the white t-shirt and navy blue bloomers. Seeing that he lost Issei's attention, Bullet turned his head and followed Issei's gaze. He started to laugh aloud when he realized that the reason why he lost his attention was because of the new girl Rainier. "You bucking sly dog, Issei," he said in a loud tone, causing some of the other students around them to look at the two of them. Issei's face became red upon noticing the lookers. They were lucky no teacher was around and heard this. "Bullet, are you trying to get us in trouble?" he hissed in a low tone. "I'm sorry, but seeing that the man who has one of the great ladies of Kuoh Academy being interested in the Ice Queen is something worthy of a curse word and potential detention," Bullet replied with amusement in his voice. "Like who would have thought that Issei Hyoudou would take interest in the girl that is unapproachable?" "I'm not interested in her like that," Issei said as he looked back at Rainier, who had seemed to not hear what they were saying. "I'm just curious about her story, you know? I mean, the rumors say she doesn't associate with anyone besides her sister and that new teacher, so I'm wondering what caused her to act like a social outcast." "Maybe she is a girl who likes video games?" Bullet replied with a shrug. Glancing back at the muscular youth, and giving him a deadpan expression, Issei says, "What does that have to do with not talking to anyone?" "Well, maybe the reason why no one has been able to make a connection with her is because people have been asking the wrong questions," Bullet answered as his face changed to one more of thought. "It's possible that she just doesn't want to talk about herself, and she wants to talk about video games or something." "That's idiotic," spoke Issei with a doubtful look. However, you might be right. Some people are weird like that, and don't like to express themselves at all. It's either that or she's a hitch. Kane Bullet's response earning himself a glare from the brown-haired boy. What? It is possible, and you know it. Either way, Issei started as he watched Rainer get on one of the treadmills and turn it on. I am going to go try starting a conversation with her, and try to get to know her. Eh? Are you really going to waste your time doing that? Bullet said in a surprised tone. Yes, Issei answered immediately before walking away from the tall youth and earning a disappointed shake of the head from him. Walking to the left side of the treadmill, Issei greeted the fallen angel. Hey Rainer. The black-haired girl didn't say anything in response. She simply continued to jog quietly with a blank expression on her face. Issei didn't show this, but internally he was frowning. He had expected the reason why Rainer wasn't showing any interest in anybody was because they were normal humans, but judging by her reaction, this might not be the case at all. Rainer, he said in a firmer tone, causing her eyes to move from straight ahead to him. Do you mind if we talk? I'm busy exercising. Leave me alone, spoke Rainer in a voice that surprised Issei. Her voice was nothing compared to Yuma's, who could be described as chipper. Instead it was more of a curt, but erotic one. As her attention shifted back to the wall ahead of her, Issei said to himself, I wonder what's her problem. I mean, there has to be a reason for her to act like this, right? She once was an angel of heaven, so there has to be a good reason for her to act like a stick in the mud. Come on, we're supposed to become friends? Yeah, that's something I don't want, Rainer callously stated, her expression never wavering. Why's that? Issei questioned in a more curious than hurt tone. He didn't want to show it, but he was actually shocked that she was treating him like this. She was the complete opposite of Yuma. Yuma is nice, friendly, and all around an upbeat girl that you could have tons of conversations with. Rainer wasn't even close to that. This made him wonder if Yuma was actually like this. If deep down she was this cold and curt woman who didn't want friends. Keep asking me questions, and I'm going to scream that you tried to grab my boobs, Rainer said with a tick mark on her forehead as she glanced at him with her eyes. I don't see why you're acting like this, Mr. Gaskin! She suddenly cried out in a distressed voice that startled Issei. Her voice had switched entirely, and came off as if she was a maiden in need of saving. All right. I'm going, Issei said as he raised his hands in a surrendering motion. I was just trying to do my job and forge some bonds. Rainer didn't respond, and simply focused on her exercising. She didn't feel the need to reply since she had made it clear that she didn't want anything like that. As Issei walked away, the teacher approached Rainer and said, What seems to be the problem? Oh, it's nothing, I was just having some difficulties turning this on, but I got it, she answered while slowing it down for walking pace. The teacher nodded his head in response as he began to walk off. As he moved away from her, Rainer muttered something under her breath. Something no one around her heard. Hey, this is the place, right, Regulus? Issei questioned with a few traces of uncertainty. Yeah, this is the warehouse where Rias familiar spotted a couple of priests. We don't know how long they've been hiding out here though, and don't know what they've set up here, so we should be cautious upon entering, Regulus firmly claimed, earning himself a few nods of acknowledgement from the young exorcist. I mean, we don't have to enter through the front door. This place is abandoned, right? Issei questioned as he looked up at the second-story windows with a small grin on his face. It's about to be shutting down in a few months, Regulus corrected. Issei didn't reply at first. He was too busy thinking about his plan of attack. As of lately, he has been trying his best to confront the person first and force them to surrender, but these priests had strayed away from God and had attempted to kill him, so did they deserve this? If he was being honest with himself, he wanted to go in there and pummel them to the ground. He didn't see the point of confronting these men since the end result was going to be the same. They would refuse and then force him to fight. Giving in to his wants, Issei said, Balance breaker, righteous king of lions. A golden aura started to radiate from him as he was covered head to toe in his white and gold lion-themed armor. While the armor encased Issei, the Nemean lion spoke. Well, if you're doing what I think you're doing, then this place might be shutting down tomorrow due to it being destroyed. The place is going to get decimated one way or another, Issei declared while cracking his neck. Not to mention that this is a little personal. I guess you have a point. No matter the place, it ends up getting destroyed by the fighting. Regulus agreed as Issei launched himself towards the window. Smashing through the window and landing in a small office, Issei was met by an unexpected sight. Strapped to a chair behind the desk was a man with a bag on his head. He wore clerical clothing, and had blood stains all over said clothing. Approaching the man, Issei noticed that the man's chest was slowly rising, signifying that he was still alive. This man's a priest, and looks like he is still alive, Issei said as he moved his hand towards the bag. Wait, Issei! Regulus suddenly declared, prompting Issei to stop from lifting the bag off of the man's face. This man has probably been tortured, and is a part of the church dash. Yeah, which is why we need to help him and make sure he is alright. Issei interjected, not understanding why Regulus was stopping him. Which is why we can't help him. At least not like this. Regulus continued, not even fazed by Issei's interruption. If we help this man in this armor and he wakes up, then we jeopardize our mission. Are you willing to risk being excommunicated to help him right now? Issei stared at the priest for a solid minute. He wanted to help him, and was going to, but would it be better if he waited like Regulus is suggesting? The odds of the man waking up were low, but there was still a possibility he could wake up. What should we do then? We can't just leave him here, Issei stated in a serious tone. We don't have to help him right now. We can deal with the stray exorcists first, and then once we deal with them we can call the authorities dash. Regulus was interrupted by the sound of a gun. Following this noise was the sound of two wet planks being slapped together. Issei stood there paralyzed. Regulus had ceased speaking and was also surprised. He, nor Issei had sensed or heard someone enter the room. I'm sorry, spoke a voice, causing Issei to slowly turn to his left. But your friend that you had planned on saving Lion of Vatican was a bad man and needed to be dealt with. Stepping out of the shadows was a man about as tall as him, wearing a full suit of navy blue-black armor. Like Issei, the man's eyes were hidden, but unlike Issei the lenses were blue. Was he stray exorcist, and who the hell are you? Issei demanded, not even caring that he had cursed. I'm a human like you, the man said as he tossed the gun to the side and entered a southpaw stance. However, the difference between us is that I fight for humanity. What are you talking about? I'm a part of the church dash. You were a part of the church. Now you're a pawn to the devils, he stated, causing Issei to actually flinch. None of this was making any sense to him. He had originally came here to confront the stray exorcists, but instead of that, he has encountered a person who knows him and considers him an enemy of humanity. How did they know him, and how do they know that he's friends with devils? These were the questions he was asking himself. Hold up! This is all just a big misunderstanding, Issei quickly said as he raised his hand in a surrendering motion. No, it isn't. You were sent here to befriend devils and fallen angels, were you not? The black-armored warrior stated with no traces of joking in his voice. How does he know that? Issei asked as his eyes widened beneath his lenses. I don't know, Regulus commented with his own surprise. From what he understood and remembered, this mission was something only the highest-ranking members of the three factions knew. No one else was informed of this or was going to be informed, so how did this man acquire the information? Well, is it true? The man questioned with a bit of anger in his voice. Yes, but Issei never even had the chance to react. Within a split second the man had moved from where he was, and delivered a punch to Issei's gut. The power behind the attack was so strong that it sent Issei flying through the wall behind him, and the next one. But nothing, traitor, the man said as he approached Issei through the holes. Meanwhile Issei was getting to his feet. He wasn't winded in the slightest, but the force had been enough to put a small dent in his armor. Midway getting up, the man sent a kick towards Issei's face but was stopped by Issei's hand. Looking up to the man, Issei said, What happens next is not my fault. Grabbing the leg with his other hand while rising to his feet, Issei began to swing the man around before throwing him into a wall. Issei watched for a second and listened to the sound of him crashing through wood and stone before moving the hole. As soon as he stepped through the gap, Issei was greeted by the man who was flying towards him like a bullet. The man wrapped his arms around Issei's abdomen, and had the intent of tackling him, but to his surprise, the force wasn't enough to move Issei at all. With a small smirk, Issei slammed his elbow down on the man's back with just enough force to knock him to the ground, but not enough to destroy and cause them to fall. "Head, you're stronger than I expected," the man stated as he got on all fours. "But it doesn't matter. I cannot lose." Upon saying this, the man got up while sending a left uppercut to Issei's jaw. Issei was cut off guard by not only the sudden attack, but the strength behind the attack. It had felt as if his strength had been multiplied by 5. Reeling back from shock, the man followed Issei and delivered 2 lightning-fast right jabs to Issei's face followed by a left hook. The 2 jabs had landed, but the hook was blocked by Issei's right hand. Using his left hand, Issei delivered his own hook. The man released a groan as he stepped back towards the left, but it wasn't enough to make him go flying or anything like that. It just dazed him. Releasing a chuckle, he said, "Come on, tell me that's not all you got." "Not even close," Issei stated with a tone devoid of emotion as he covered the distance between them. Seeing that Issei was going to deliver another left hook, he moved his right hand to block the attack. However, to his shock, Issei had instead moved behind him and wrapped his arms around his waist. Knowing what was to come, the black-armored warrior began to slam his elbow into Issei's face in hopes of forcing Issei to let go. These attempts though were in vain, for Issei pushed through the beating and lifted the man up, and suplexed him. This action was enough to cause the floor to give out and make them fall to the first floor. Both hadn't expected this to happen, and couldn't help from releasing very manly screams as they fell to the ground. Gravity could sometimes be a hitch. The two didn't waste any time laying on the ground though, both rolled onto their hands and feet, and propelled themselves at one another. However, due to the black-armored warrior being lower, he had won and tackled Issei to the floor. Sitting on Issei's abdomen, he started to slam his fists against Issei's face, but after the second punch, Issei protected his face. This didn't stop the black-armored warrior. He continued to hit Issei's arms in an attempt to bash Issei's face in. "You need to get out of this dash." Regulus started in a tone full on concern, but stopped when his host suddenly grabbed the man's head and slammed it against the ground next to him before throwing him off of him. "Okay, never mind, that works." Quickly getting to his feet, Issei shouted, "Are you done yet?" "Not even close," the man shouted back as he got up. "I'm going to beat the holy hell out of you to where you'll be nothing but a pile of goo. You bucking traitor." "I never betrayed anyone," Issei declared as he lowered his fists. "You betrayed humanity," the man callously stated as he charged at Issei. "No," he said as he caught the man's fist and began to break the man's bones, causing him to fall to his knees. "I," he said as he brought his own fist back, causing the man's eyes to widen in horror. "Didn't," he said as he struck the man with all of his power, forcing the man to the ground. The man slid a bit due to the strength, but he didn't get up. He laid on the ground still. Issei stared at the armored figure as he breathed heavily. He didn't feel tired physically, but mentally he felt exhausted. Those words were probably what hit him the worst out of this entire brawl. "Damn, you were right, he is pretty strong," came a voice prompting Issei to look up and see a young man wearing Chinese armor, and a woman he was familiar with riding a golden cloud. "Naya, he isn't pretty strong, he is very strong," spoke Kuroka as she waved happily at Issei. Issei frowned underneath his helmet, and said, "Kuroka dash." "Hey wait, I have something I want to say first," Kuroka cheerfully interrupted as she landed in front of Issei, not even caring in the slightest if she annoyed him just now. "Does it matter?" Issei questioned with a trace of dejection in his voice. "Naya, of course it matters," she said as she moved closer to Issei. She doubted Issei would try attacking her. "Fine, what is it?" Issei questioned in a deadpan tone, unaware that the young man Kuroka had come here with was kicking the no longer armored warrior onto the cloud. "Do you want to have kittens with me?" she asked in a straight face. Huh! Came his response, as the face mask disappeared, revealing his confused expression. What did you just say? Naya, I'm asking if you want to have hex and make kittens with me, Kuroka said in more of a whining tone. Issei was quiet, and his face was unreadable. He had no response to the question, and his brain had basically stopped working. Congrats, Kuroka, you broke him, her friend quipped before releasing a laugh. I didn't break him, Naya, she stated as she cast the young man a glare. Issei is just too happy that he can't formulate a response. You do know who I am, right? Issei questioned after finally regaining his train of thought. An aura full of killing intent surrounding him as he closed his fist in a slow manner like a robot. You're the guy who's bucked devils, right? She happily stated, showing no signs of being fazed whatsoever. No! I'm the Lion of Vatican, he said in a tone filled with annoyance and anger. The thought of punching her in the face had crossed his mind several times, but his curiosity was getting the better of him again. He just wanted to know why this stray devil was wanting him to reproduce with her. Kuroka stared at him for a couple of seconds before saying, If you're the Lion of Vatican, then why are you living with a devil and sleeping with one? It's Dash. I hate to interrupt this, actually I don't, but me and Kuroka have to go, so… her friend said before trailing off. Kuroka pouted as her ears lowered in a sad way. The instinct to pat her and scratch the top of her head surged through Issei, but he resisted that urge. Issei, do you mind if we hang out tomorrow at the park at 5? We're not, Dash. Great, see you there, she said energetically as she winked at him before quickly leaping onto the golden cloud and flying off, leaving Issei there bamboozled. Regulus, he said aloud as he stared off in the distance. Yes, Issei? He answered as the armor disappeared. Do you have any idea what just happened? He questioned. Not a bucking clue. The Lion of Vatican 13. Issei released a sigh as he continued to gently pet the lion girl who had her head on Issei's lap, preventing him from getting up. She was currently asleep, and he doubted she would wake up on command. In the kitchen with a smile on her face was Keno. She was currently making herself lunch, and had asked Issei if he was hungry, but he had told her that he wasn't hungry at all. It had bothered her a little bit because she knew in about 30 minutes or so he was going to tell her that he was hungry. Which would then lead to her asking him why didn't he want to eat when she offered only for her to get his response of, I wasn't hungry at the time being, which was a little irritating. Are you sure you're not hungry, Issei? Keno questioned as she cast a quick glance at the brown-haired boy who was captivated by the show he was watching. Yes, I am sure, Issei answered, not even bothering to give her a look. All right then, but I don't want to hear in 10 minutes you being hungry, Keno stated as she finished making her lunch. Issei didn't reply. His attention immediately went back to the TV, much to Keno's annoyance. She didn't want to say it, but sometimes she wished she didn't have a TV for whenever Issei isn't doing something. He is on that couch watching a movie or a show. As Keno sat down and started to eat, she remembered something Issei said to her last night. Hey Issei, what was that thing you planned on telling me today? Issei said nothing in response. He was too focused on the show that he didn't seem to hear her. Issei, she said more firmly, this time gaining his attention. What? He asked as he looked over his shoulder. Keno stared at him for about several seconds before saying, What was the thing you wanted to tell me? Issei's face contorted to one of thought. I wanted to tell her something? Did something? Oh, now I remember, he said to himself. Yeah, so last night actually, before I begin, promise me you're not going to get mad or upset with me. Issei started before realizing that he was talking to Keno. He thought about just telling her, but then he recalled how she reacted to Leon, so he believed it would be best if he gets her to promise not to punish him, or anything like that. Keno simply tilted her head with her eyes closed and gave him a smile that sent chills down his spine instead of warmth. Did my Issei perhaps do something with another woman last night? Her words didn't help either. No, he answered as he shook his head from side to side. I didn't do anything. I swear to God, I didn't do anything with another girl. Yufufu, then why do you expect me to get mad at you, Issei? She questioned, her smile never wavering nor her pleasant, but scary voice she was using. Well, he trailed off as he looked away only to then see Keno directly in front of him, with her hand on his cheeks. Issei, she said in an even sweeter tone, causing him to gulp. What did you do last night? He started as sweat went down his face. He didn't want to stare into Keno's eyes, but she was making him look directly into them. Well, you see. I got into a fight with some guy in like black and blue armor. Yeah, and then I ran into the stray devil Kuroka and She asked me out on a date? He squeaked out the last part and closed his eyes. Kuroka, the SS class stray devil, asked you out on a date. Is that what you're telling me? Keno questioned. Yeah, this isn't my first encounter with her. I first met her in Vatican City, and she's definitely different. Hey, what are you doing? He started but stopped when he saw Keno dialing someone on her phone. I'm calling Rias, Keno explained as she gave him a quick glance. If Kuroka is here, then we need to deal with her immediately. Now hold on, Issei said as he got up, earning a groan of annoyance from the sleeping lion girl. She asked me out on a date. Issei, she said in a stern voice while giving him a serious look. Kuroka is a stray devil. Not only that, but a very powerful one. She killed her master and has killed many people. That's someone you shouldn't be dating. I killed devils too and killed people as well. We all have blood on our hands, Issei said as he clenched his fists. I know that stray devils are bad and should be dealt with immediately, but I will not lie, I'm curious about her story. Issei Come on, Keno, aren't you curious about what she wants? Issei interrupted as he moved closer to her. She's wanting to go on a date with me. A renowned exorcist. That's something interesting, right? Keno didn't say anything. She didn't want to admit it, but she was also curious about what Kuroka wants from Issei. With a sigh, she said, What do you plan on doing with her? I don't know. I'm supposed to meet her at the park this afternoon, but I don't really have anything planned, Issei confessed as he shrugged his shoulders. I'm going to allow this, but let me be clear, Issei. You're to let me know where you are at all times. Understood? Keno firmly said with no traces of joking whatsoever. Understood, and thanks, Keno, he said with a small smile. It's no big deal, she said with a wave of her hand before walking away from him. She didn't say this, but she was pretty sure she made it clear that she was concerned for his well-being. Mommy, look, I got a 4-leaf clover, came the voice of a young boy as he ran to his mother who was sitting on the bench next to Issei. The boy appeared to be about 5 years old, had brown hair and emerald green eyes. Did you now? His mother asked him with a tone full of interest and wonderment, while lowering the book she was reading. Yeah, he cheerfully stated, causing Issei, who was silently observing this, to grin. I see, do you know what that means? The mom asked with traces of amusement in her voice as she set her book to the side. The boy in response shook his head, which made a smile appear on her face. It means that you're one more away from getting ice cream. Really? The boy practically shouted with eyes like saucers. Do you really mean that? Yes, but this time you have to find it in 7 minutes, she declared as she took the clover from her son. Do you think you can do that? Yeah, he answered with enthusiasm before running back to the grass as quickly as possible with a determined look on his face. Your son is just full of life, isn't he? Issei asked aloud as he cast the woman a glance prompting her to look at him. It's kind of rare to see these types of things these days, you know? I know, she affirmed with a nod as she looked back at her son, who was now on all fours looking for another 4-leaf clover. Most kids these days just stay inside, but not my son, he loves the outdoors. Yeah, it's a nice thing, Issei said with a small smile before realizing how weird he came off. I'm sorry, this might seem a bit awkward since we don't know each other. And that's what's wrong with your generation, the mom pointed out with a chuckle. Your generation is very shy if you asked me, and doesn't try to make conversations with random people unless it's over a screen. Issei didn't say anything in response. He didn't think at first when he spoke. His mind was kind of in another place. I actually consider myself an outdoors person. It's just that I'm not very social. Most of my childhood I spent inside a church, so my social skills aren't the strongest. He finally stated with a bit of embarrassment. I guess I could see that, but I don't think you should let those type of things hold you down. Just because you were raised in a different place than me doesn't mean you're weirder or something like that. It is only weird if you deem it weird, was her reply, causing Issei to look at her with surprise. He had always considered himself a little awkward when it came to socializing and tended to believe that he made conversations weird, but this stranger was telling him that he wasn't weird at all. She might have initially came off as a little rude due to her comment on his generation, but what she just said did surprise him. You're not wrong now that I think about it, he said aloud as his thoughts drifted to Rias and Sona. Both of them were raised in the underworld, and both of them are heiresses, but neither of them are evil from what he's seen. They both treat their peerages rather well, and as if they're flesh and blood. Which is something he never expected to see from a devil. Of course I'm not wrong. I'm a woman after all, the woman said with a confident smile, earning a laugh from Issei. In all seriousness though, just be yourself. Don't worry about what strangers like me think, live your life to the fullest. I'll try my best. Issei, came Kuroka's voice, causing Issei to look to his left and gawk at the young woman running towards him. She was wearing a low V-neck black tank top and blue jeans that for some reason made her even more desirable. Her cat ears and tails were gone, of course, but that didn't decrease her attractiveness at all. The mother who was sitting next to him giggled at his gasping and gawking. Just remember to breathe and not stare at her breasts, and you'll be fine, Issei, she said before getting up, leaving the open-mouthed Issei all alone. Issei, she repeated in a bit of a whiny, but playful tone as Issei got up and met her halfway. That was rude of you, making a girl run to you when it should be the other way around. I'm sorry, but this isn't what I'm expecting at all, Issei admitted as his eyes continued to check her out. To be honest, I expected you to wear your kimono. The second part he didn't say to her. What do you mean? She asked with traces of curiosity in her voice. Nothing, Issei replied a little too quick as he looked away from her. He didn't want to say it since she is a stray devil, but a part of him felt like he should compliment her. After a couple of seconds, though, he gave in to his gentleman's side and murmured in a voice loud enough for her to hear. You look lovely. A faint blush appeared on Kuroka's face. She had her doubts about this date since she is a stray devil, and he is an exorcist, but from what she's seen he's changed. Back in Vatican City, he would have tried to attack her without any hesitation, but now she wasn't so sure he would. You don't look bad yourself, she stated, causing Issei to avert his attention back towards her. Anyways, what's the plan for the day? A movie, then some dinner, and perhaps a night at a love hotel to top it off. No, Issei replied with a streak of red on his face. Even though Keno teases him on a daily basis, he had still not gotten used to girls teasing him. He doubted he ever would. I mean, we can do a movie, but I don't know about the whole love hotel stuff. You didn't deny it, so that means it can still happen, Kuroka cheerfully declared before grabbing a hold of his arm. Now let's be off to the movies. I made a mistake, didn't I? Issei asked himself as he began to cry internally. Can we sit in the way back? Kuroka requested as the two entered the theater, her voice filled with hope. Does it matter where we sit? He questioned as he looked at the rows of seats. Some of the seats in the rows were taken, while some of the rows were entirely empty. Yes, she answered bluntly. I don't want to sit in the front, because then I would have neck pain at the end of the movie and be walking out like this. Kuroka tilted her head back as far as she possibly could to emphasize her point, which caused Issei to laugh a bit. You make a good case when you put it like that, he said after reining in his laugh. All right, the back it is. That's what she said, Kuroka said with a small smirk as she followed behind Issei, who had decided to ignore her comment. As they sat down, Issei said, This is definitely strange. What is Naya? She asked as she set their drinks down and took the bag of popcorn from him. The Naya didn't go unnoticed by Issei, Casting her a quick glance, Issei saw on the top of her head a pair of cat-like ears. He didn't see this, but her tails were also out. Quickly looking around and making sure no one noticed this, Issei said to her in a low tone, "Why are your ears out?" Kuroka looked at him with surprise and simply said, "Naya? Don't just Naya me," he whispered with traces of annoyance in his voice. "Why do you have your ears out?" "Naya, that's a silly question, Issei," Kuroka stated in her playful tone. "It's because we're going to be in a dark room, and I don't like to keep them hidden. I'm proud to be a nekishu." Issei had thought of arguing with her, but he doubted he was going to convince the girl. She didn't seem like the one who would budge easily. Whatever, but try to make it look like they're cosmetics and stuff. We don't need someone screaming and freaking out about them. Pfft, no one is going to scream about them. If anything, they're going to compliment me and say I look hexy, she firmly said as she entered a pose that Issei found funny. Seeing the amused expression on his face, she said, "Naya, is something funny?" "Yeah, you looked as if you were certain about that, but I'm pretty sure some guys would think you're a..." "Well, you know," Issei said before trailing off and rubbing the back of his neck. He didn't want to say the rude comment, but he had heard some people call Yuma a slut in the past due to her being very flirtatious. "Are you trying to say that you see me as a bore?" she demanded with a bit of anger in her voice. She wasn't actually mad, she was simply curious about how he would react to her question. "No," Issei answered in a questioning manner. "I wasn't saying that at all. I mean, I find you interesting and kind of want to get to know you better." "You want to get to know me, eh?" she said in a tone of mischief. "I can dash." "Nope, not happening," he interrupted as he shook his head from side to side. "That's not how I want to get to know you." Kuroka's small grin that she had become even bigger. "Naya, what do you mean? I was just saying that I can tell you all about me if you want." "Bullshit. You had said in the past that you wanted to have kittens with me or something like that. I knew what you were implying from the sound of your voice," is what he thought, but didn't say. He instead said, "Oh. Okay. Naya, it seems that I was correct. The fearsome lion of Vatican is truly a perverted beast," she said, causing a tick mark to appear on Issei's forehead. "I'm not a perverted beast," he firmly stated. "Really?" she questioned with traces of amusement in her voice. "Then how come you're no longer a virgin?" "How do you know I'm not a virgin anymore?" he said, shock evident in his tone. "I can tell by a man's posture," she declared with a serious look and tone shocking him even more. "Just kidding, I could tell by your scent. You have the scent of other women on you," she quipped with a playful smile. Issei clicked his teeth in annoyance. Kuroka had so far been somewhat annoying, but she wasn't a terrible person. In all honesty, she reminded him of a Keno but was a bit more playful and pretended to act like she was being serious when in reality she was messing with him. He wasn't going to say this to her, but he did actually like her company. Even though she could get on his nerves, her teasing was something he liked. It was weird because it wasn't like a Keno's teasing. When a Keno teased him, he felt more concerned about what to say or do, but with Kuroka it was different. He didn't know why it was different, but it just was. As the theater's lights started to dim, and the previews started to play, Kuroka spoke. "Hey, don't take this to heart, but I'm glad you gave me this shot. Most people wouldn't because of me being a stray devil." You're welcome?" he said with uncertainty as he cast her a glance. He didn't know how to respond, and the way she talked made it sound like she was being genuine, which kind of surprised him. Issei quietly observed her as she began to eat their popcorn. His lips curved slightly downwards as he thought about her. Is Kuroka really an evil person, or is she actually a person that was given the wrong deck and in reality a good person? He didn't know the answer, but it was something he wanted to find out. He didn't know if she was just acting like this to lower his guard, but a part of him was secretly hoping that this is her true self, and she is a good person. Issei didn't know why he thought about this stuff, but he was hoping he could find the answers by the end of the night. "So where to next?" Kuroka asked Issei as the two of them exited the movie theater. Issei at first didn't reply. He was too busy sending a text to Keno explaining to her that they were leaving the movie theater and most likely going to go get something to eat. He hummed after finishing his text and casting Kuroka a side glance. Oh, I was thinking we could get ourselves something to eat. I didn't eat a lot of popcorn back there. He wasn't going to say the reason why, but it was mainly because she was hogging all of the popcorn. She moaned her disagreement. I don't really want to eat at the moment, Issei. Is it because you ate all the popcorn? He deadpanned. No. She quickly denied. Issei arched an eyebrow hearing this. It's just if we eat now, that means the date is coming to an end. And I don't really want it to end. The last part she had said to herself. She wasn't going to lie to herself, this was something she enjoyed. Yes, they may have only gone to the movie theater, but this was the first time she had ever been on a date. It was the first time she could actually be someone her age. All of her comrades and friends didn't care much for this type of stuff. All they cared about was getting stronger or fighting, so it was a nice change of pace. She of course had to keep her guard up since Issei is still an exorcist, but a part of her was glad that he did show up. Issei, on the other hand, was taken back by her answer. He was expecting some witty and playful comeback. Not a response like that. Oh, well, I saw an arcade earlier if you want to go there? He stated, his tone mixed with embarrassment and uncertainty. An arcade as in a place to games? She questioned while tilting her head a bit and giving him a curious look. Yeah, he answered with a small grin. Does arcade have a different meaning or something? Returning the smile, Kuroka said, Sure. The two of them walked side by side for a while in silence, with Kuroka leaning her head onto the arm she was clinging to. Issei didn't see this due to him looking ahead of them, but a faint blush had decorated Kuroka's face. Issei smelled nice, he smelled really nice, and it was one of the few reasons why her cheeks were slightly red. Hey Issei, can I ask you a question? She murmured loud enough for him to hear. Her tone wasn't playful and cheeky as before. It was soft but also firm. Yeah? He answered in an inquisitive manner. If I told you the reasons why I want to mate with you, would you actually help me? Kuroka questioned as she tilted her head to see his reaction to her question. If you told me. I'm sorry, what? He started as his expression changed to a confused one. What are you trying to ask me? She moaned her displeasure. I said if I explained to you why I want to mate with you, would you willingly have sex with me? Oh, came his response. He thought he had misheard her at first, but it appeared that didn't be the case. I can't say for sure, but I am curious for what your reason. I do want to know more about you. Kuroka released a sigh. She didn't really want to bring up her reasons, nor talk about personal things, but she doubted Issei would take her seriously then. If she was just straight up all tease, then there was the chance Issei would blow her off. She had to be honest with him about her reasoning. It's because my species is on the brink of extinction, she admitted in a quiet voice, making Issei come to a stop, which caused her to come to a stop. What? He asked. I'm what's known as an ekishu. We're a type of Nikomata, and my species are on the verge of becoming extinct. One of my goals is to save my species by having strong children, she stated, her voice being soft as silk. So that's why you're interested in me? You want to save your kind? He asked as he turned to face her. Yes, she replied with a small nod as she gazed into his eyes. I know it's hard. Why did you become a stray devil then? He interrupted, his voice nothing but seriousness. Kuroka was a little taken back by the sudden question. What does that have to do with this? She asked in a somewhat defensive manner. Everything. He quickly answered, his tone remaining the same. I was told you were a stray devil that became drunk on power and killed their master. I'm not seeing that person, this is someone else, so tell me the real reason why you became a stray. Kuroka clicked her tongue in annoyance. No one cared for her reason at all in the past, so why was someone caring now after all these years? You want the reason? Here's the reason. My master was a messed up person that wanted to experiment on my little sister. That's it, she stated with traces of anger in her voice as she crossed her arms and looked away. So you killed him to save someone you cared for? Issei mumbled. Yeah, and did anyone care for my side or my reasoning back then? Nope, my peerage, and literally everyone else assumed it was because I became mad with power. There was hostility in her voice, but Issei didn't pay any attention to that. He was paying attention to what she was saying. I'm sorry, he said, causing her eyes to snap open and look at him. I truly am. It's whatever, she stated in a softer tone, the anger she had in her voice gone now. The two stood there in silence. Neither of them knew where to go from here. Issei believed her and wanted to help her out, but there wasn't really anything he could do. He was an exorcist, and therefore he couldn't do anything. He was powerless in her situation. With a sigh, Issei pulled out his wallet along with a pen that he kept in his pocket and began to write something down on a free ice cream card. I want to see you again, he said, surprising the black-haired girl. What does that mean? She asked with curiosity in her voice. It means that I want you to text me or call me at some point, he said as he handed her the piece of paper that had his phone number on it. I'm probably going to get into huge trouble for this type of stuff, but my heart is telling me that this is what I should do. You're confusing me, she stated as she looked from the piece of paper to him. Okay, how about this then? I would like to go on a second date with you, he said with a tiny trace of annoyance. Oh, was all she said? Yeah, I'm sorry that I'm ending our date here, but there are things I need to think about and discuss with someone. I hope you can understand, he continued as he put his wallet and pen away. Does this mean there's a chance of us mating? She questioned with a tinge of hope. Next date I'll answer that, he said with a smile.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.